Yu Xiao was the Five Elements Dao sect's youngest prodigy, Master Qing Yan's final disciple, the one everyone thought was destined for greatness. But in her past life, she was framed by the sweet-faced Ye Cong Xin, betrayed by her senior brothers, and struck down by the very master who once promised to protect her. Her name was ruined, her cultivation crippled, and her body destroyed without mercy. Now, reborn back in the black prison where it all began, Yu Xiao isn't the naive, approval-seeking junior sister they remember. The girl who once begged for warmth is gone. What stands in her place is cold, sharp, and calculating. She'll sever every tie, burn every bridge, and make her enemies choke on their own schemes. From publicly gifting away her most treasured possession just to shatter bonds, to smiling sweetly while twisting the knife, Yu Xiao plays the long game. This time, she'll expose Ye Cong Xin's dark secret, topple every so-called genius in the sect, and watch the mighty fall at her feet. The past was her funeral. The future will be their reckoning.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
What rotten luck. Of all days, we had to be on duty today. Now we'll miss Master Qing Yan's grand disciple acceptance ceremony, right? He's already announced that junior sister Yi will be his last disciple. After this, no one else will get the chance. Missing it is something we'll regret forever. And it's all thanks to Yu Xiao. If she hadn't been so jealous and accidentally injured junior sister Yi during sparring, Master wouldn't have punished her by throwing her into the black prison and dragging us down with her. The air was stale, the space suffocatingly sealed. A young girl, no older than 14, sat curled in the corner. Her face was pale as snow, lips stained with dried blood, hair tangled and unkempt. Even in sleep, her brows were furrowed, lashes trembling like a broken-winged butterfly. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, clear as glass, first filled with fear, then confusion. Wasn't she dead? Her hand shot to her chest. The memory was vivid, the cold blade piercing her heart, the sneers and contempt in every gaze around her. She scanned the darkness, thick, absolute, oppressive. Her body trembled. She knew this place. The Black Prison. The Five Elements Dao sect's ultimate punishment ground for the worst of the worst. She'd been here once before, and the darkness had scarred her. It had turned her timid, submissive. But now, could it be she had been reborn? Her heart pounded. She bit her tongue until the metallic taste of blood jolted her awake. A cold smile tugged at her lips. She had already died once. What was left to fear? In her past life, she'd been a nameless orphan until age 6, when Master Qing Yin took her in. Her rare single-water spiritual root marked her as a prodigy, and she became his youngest and supposedly last disciple. She believed him. She bled for him. And in the end, she was repaid with a sword through the heart. This life she owed no one. Footsteps approached. Yu Xiao raised her head to see a tall figure in white, sword at his waist, features refined yet stern. Her eldest senior brother, Fong Chenglang. Their relationship had not yet soured. There was still faint concern in his eyes, something she once craved but no longer cared for. Junior sister, you've gone too far. Junior sister, Yi was bedridden for 3 days because of you. To make amends, Master has taken her in as a disciple. She holds no grudge. If you admit your mistake, I'll ask Master to release you early. Inwardly, Yu Xiao sneered. She knew the truth. Ye Cong Xin's injury had been a setup from the start. I was wrong, she said flatly. In her last life, she'd refused to confess, enduring a month in darkness until she nearly lost her mind. This time, what did it matter? The verdict was already written. Fong Chenglang studied her. Something about her was different. After only 3 days, her defiance had vanished, replaced with an unreadable calm. When he left, Yu Xiao sat silent, her figure melting into the shadows, cold, unreadable, and nothing like the girl he once knew. At Lone Moon Peak, the air buzzed with celebration. Bright banners fluttered, laughter spilled across the courtyard, and the festive atmosphere was impossible to miss. Fong Chunlang climbed the stone steps with his usual poise. Disciples fresh from the ceremony stopped to greet him, earning his warm, courteous smile in return. But once he passed, the whispers began. Senior Brother Fong really lives up to his title. Master Qing Yan's first disciple and a true gentleman in every way. Master's choices are impeccable, except for that one mistake. You mean Yu Xiao? Master must have been blinded by her rare water spirit root. 7 years, and she's only just hit foundation building. She's not even on par with junior sister Yi. If she'd put half the energy into cultivation that she puts into petty scheming, she'd be far ahead by now. Their mocking laughter reached Fong Chunlang. His smile faltered. Little Six wasn't as bad as they made her out to be, but after what had happened, defending her would only feed the fire. He could only hope to guide her back once the storm passed. Lost in thought, he arrived before Master Qing Yan's grand hall. Master, your disciple Fong Chunlang requests an audience. Enter. The massive doors swung open, letting out the sound of the girl's clear, cheerful laughter. His gaze softened. Little Seven was here too. Senior brother, you're back. Ye Cong Xin, dressed in pale yellow silk, glided forward. Delicate features, a willow-slim waist, and movements as graceful as moonlit ripples. She was the picture of elegance. Fong Chunlang nodded and stepped past her to bow before Master Qing Yan. Master, clad in plain white robes, Master Qing Yan radiated a cold, untouchable authority, his sharp eyes like frozen steel. What brings you here? Master, Little Six has acknowledged her mistake. I ask that you lift her punishment. Ye Cong Xin blinked in surprise, fidgeting before kneeling beside him. Master, since Six Sister knows she was wrong, please forgive her. My injury has healed. Master Qing Yan's voice was ice. Yu Xiao hurt you gravely, yet you still plead for her? With a shy smile, Ye Cong Xin replied, she only struck hard because she feared losing your and senior brother's affection. I understand those feelings. Her words softened Fong Chunlang's expression. And now that I'm your disciple, she continued, we're a family. So I forgive her. Will you too? Her last plea was barely a whisper, yet enough for both Master and Senior Brother to hear. After a pause, Master Qing Yan said, since Little Seven asks, Chunlang, collect my seal talisman tomorrow. Fong Chunlang's face lit up until Master added, but a mistake is still a mistake. Tomorrow, you will oversee her public apology to Little Seven. Ye Cong Xin feigned protest, but Fong Chunlang agreed without hesitation. Outside, she pouted. A public apology will humiliate her. How will others see her? Punishment must fit the crime. Rules are rules, he replied, gently ruffling her hair. She blushed, smiled faintly, and turned away, her lips curling in satisfaction once his back was turned. Back in the suffocating dark of the black prison, Yu Xiao sat unmoving. She remembered too well. The last time she refused to admit fault, Master Qing Yan had struck her himself. Even holding back, that single palm shattered her foundation core, crippling her cultivation forever. Now, injured but not yet broken, she had one last chance to salvage her future. 2 paths lay before her. Beg Master for a 4th-rank restorative pill, an act she refused to lower herself to, or destroy her current foundation and rebuild from scratch. The latter would be painful, dangerous, but it would also set her free. She would abandon the bright moon over the sea technique, cut all ties to her so-called family, and walk her own path. As the thoughts settled, a beam of light sliced through the darkness. Little Six, a familiar voice called. I've come to take you home. Yu Xiao narrowed her eyes as she watched Fong Chunlang approach, a wave of confusion washing over her. They often say the eldest brother is akin to a father. For Yu Xiao, Fong Chunlang had been both a paternal figure and a mentor. When Master Qing Yan took her in as a disciple and then abruptly entered seclusion. It was Fong Chenglang who filled the void in her growth, guiding her as she matured. Her first time channeling spiritual energy, her first attempt at writing, her first spell, even her foundation building. All these milestones were accompanied by Fong Chenglang's presence. If her feelings toward Master Qing Yan were a mix of fear and respect, then her reliance and trust in Fong Chenglang were absolute. So when she realized that his attention toward her had waned, she panicked. She did everything she could to regain his favor. When he said that women should be gentle and poised, she curbed her carefree nature, refraining from playful antics. When he said that cultivation required diligence, she carved out time for intense, solitary training. When he said cultivators should be self-reliant, she bit back the urge to confide in him, silently enduring her struggles. She strived to meet the ideal image of the perfect junior sister that Fong Chenglang described, only to overhear him telling Ye Cong Xin, "You're fine, just as you are. Stay true to yourself, natural and unpretentious." What a joke. Yu Xiao stood slowly, step by step walking toward Fong Chenglang, who was bathed in light. Then, without a word, she passed by him, her face emotionless. Fong Chenglang froze, briefly startled. Assuming she was still upset, his brow furrowed slightly. Moments later, he sighed. So be it. Little Six was still young and had lacked parental care from an early age. Her lack of manners was his failure as her senior brother. He resolved to reflect upon this further after he returned. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao had already stepped out of the black prison's boundaries. The glaring sunlight stung her eyes, making her pause. She squinted to orient herself before heading in the direction of Lone Moon Peak. Fong Chenglang, intending to call her back, stopped short when he saw her brisk pace. Instead, he hurried to catch up. Before long, the towering outline of Lone Moon Peak came into view. At the base of the mountain, a large crowd had gathered, with a man and a woman at its center, drawing the most attention. The man had sharp brows and starry eyes, his bearing noble and handsome. A faint, carefree smile played on his thin lips, exuding a sense of casual elegance. The woman, dressed in a flowing pale yellow gown, had her hair styled in two buns. Her delicate, flower-like smile masked her frailty. Seeing the pair, Yu Xiao halted, her gaze darkening. Second senior brother, Lan Ziyu. Junior sister, Ye Cong Xin. So, we meet again. Why? After a trip to the black prison, have you forgotten how to greet others? Lan Ziyu raised an eyebrow, his tone light. His words prompted a wave of mocking agreement from the crowd. Yeah, maybe she's gone mute. She probably feels too ashamed to show her face. Who says so? Yu Xiao's skin is so thick, there's no way she's embarrassed. She's definitely faking it. Stop it, all of you. Ye Cong Xin stomped her foot, silencing them, before turning to Yu Xiao with an expression full of concern. Sixth sister, are you feeling better? It's my fault for failing to stop Master that day and causing you harm. I feel so guilty. If the timing hadn't been so off, Yu Xiao would have applauded Ye Cong Xin. Her performance was seamless, with every detail meticulously crafted. No wonder she had the senior brothers wrapped around her finger. Only because Yu Xiao had lived through it all before could she easily see through her facade. Fong Chenglang, arriving a step later, turned pale. How could he have forgotten this? That day, little Six had coughed up blood. It was only now, seeing her still pale complexion, that he realized his neglect. He hadn't even thought to ask after her well-being. He was both anxious and angry at her disregard for her own health. Stepping forward, he grabbed Yu Xiao's wrist, blurting out, "Little junior sister, how could you be so careless? Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? How are you feeling now? Do you need medicine?" In his moment of panic, he used the title he'd once called her. Before Ye Cong Xion's arrival, Lone Moon Peak had only one junior sister, Yu Xiao. Ye Cong Xion's fingers twitched, her expression freezing momentarily. Damn it. She'd intended to remind everyone of Yu Xiao's disgrace when Master had struck her. Instead, the situation had backfired. Clearly, they hadn't fully abandoned Yu Xiao. Of course, Even raising a cat or dog over time could foster some attachment. She just needed to fan the flames further. Yu Xiao didn't even spare Fong Chenglang a glance. With a subtle twist of her wrist, she freed herself from his grip. Turning to Ye Cong Xin, she smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm fine. In fact, I'd like to thank Master as well. His palm strike finally woke me up. The past is like a death yesterday. The future like a new life today. I've moved on. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. What did she mean? Had she truly let go? Huh. A derisive laugh broke the silence. Lan Ziyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. It's good that you've come to your senses. Since that's the case, why not apologize to junior sister here and now? Let everyone witness your resolve. He didn't believe Yu Xiao's words for a second. She was cunning, always putting on a front while harboring ulterior motives. Little junior sister had suffered plenty at her hands. Now he intended to make Yu Xiao pay in full, right here, in front of everyone. Yes, apologize. We don't believe your words. We want an apology. Apologize to Yi junior sister. Apologize. Apologize. The crowd's chant grew louder, a thunderous wave echoing through the sky. Disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect, who were unaware of the situation, also gathered, drawn by the commotion. The throng swelled. Standing at the center, Yu Xiao felt the scorching stares from every direction, as though she had returned to the day of her death. That day, she had uncovered Ye Cong Xin's secret. She'd always wondered how Ye Cong Xin, despite her ordinary 3 spiritual roots, cultivated an astonishing pace, reaching nascent soul before 100 years of age, the youngest in the sect's history. It turned out Ye Cong Xin had made a pact with a demonic entity, devouring others' fortunes to strengthen herself. Her master, senior brothers, and all the prodigious talents of the Tianyuan continent were merely her sacrifices. Yu Xiao had thought that exposing the truth would make everyone see Ye Cong Xin's true colors. But the outcome was not as she'd imagined. No one believed her. They accused her of slander and jealousy. Her third senior brother, Su Ming, even declared that he'd willingly let little junior sister devour his fortune, claiming Yu Xiao was more wicked than a single strand of Ye Cong Xin's hair. In the end, she died by her master's sword. It was called cleansing the sect. After her death, her body was dismembered and destroyed by Ye Cong Xin's furious supporters, leaving not even a complete corpse. That day, Ye Cong Xin had stood in the crowd, just as she did now, wearing a facade of grief and pity, as though Yu Xiao's fate was entirely her own doing. Yu Xiao smiled. An apology? Of course, she would apologize. She would elevate Ye Cong Xin to the highest pedestal, and then watch as her worshippers fell from grace, reduced to nothing but dust beneath her feet. At the base of Lone Moon Peak, a heavy silence hung in the air. All eyes were fixed on a lone, slender figure standing amidst the crowd. An invisible weight of pressure enveloped the surroundings, dimming even the sky's brilliance. Breaking the tense stillness, Yu Xiao stepped forward. "Junior sister," she began, her tone modulated with a perfect balance of regret and sincerity. "During our sparring session that day, it was my oversight. I forgot how frail you are and went all out, causing you harm. These past days in the Black Prison, the image of you coughing up blood and fainting has haunted me with guilt." Her voice rose and fell with precision, and her expression carried a pained sincerity. To onlookers, she seemed utterly repentant. However, the expressions of the crowd shifted to a strange mix of disbelief and suspicion. Many among them had witnessed the incident in question. Ye Cong Xin's injury had originated from her own insistence. She had begged Yu Xiao for a sparring match to test her strength. Initially, Yu Xiao had declined, but after persistent pleading and encouragement from bystanders, she reluctantly agreed. The duel had drawn a large audience, eager to watch the sect's most beloved junior sister face off against Lone Moon Peak's only female disciple. At first, the sparring was evenly matched. However, Ye Cong Xin's attacks grew increasingly aggressive, forcing Yu Xiao into a defensive stance. Just when it seemed Yu Xiao was on the verge of losing, she unleashed a sudden counterstrike, severely injuring Ye Cong Xin and turning the tables. Yu Xiao's unremarkable reputation in the sect had led many to conclude that her victory could only have been achieved through underhanded means. This sparked widespread sympathy for Ye Cong Xin and disdain for Yu Xiao. Now, hearing Yu Xiao's words, the crowd began to reconsider. After all, Ye Cong Xin was notoriously delicate. Losing to someone of equal rank like Yu Xiao wasn't exactly shocking. Ye Cong Xin's face flickered with discomfort, her gaze on Yu Xiao becoming more scrutinizing. No one knew an enemy better than their rival. Ye Cong Xin had taken Yu Xiao's place as the junior sister of Lone Moon Peak by carefully ingratiating herself with everyone around them. She prided herself on knowing Yu Xiao better than anyone. To her, Yu Xiao appeared outwardly tenacious, but was, in truth, fragile and insecure. Like a rootless duckweed, Yu Xiao constantly sought approval, even at the cost of her self-esteem, groveling for scraps of warmth from others. Dealing with someone like her required a strategic approach. Attack her relationships, one by one, until she crumbled into despair. Then, with a slight push, Yu Xiao would plummet into the abyss. The plan had been progressing smoothly. Ye Cong Xin had even predicted Yu Xiao's reaction to this moment. Yet today, Yu Xiao's actions were entirely unpredictable, stirring an uneasy sense of losing control. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao continued speaking. A verbal apology feels inadequate, so I've decided to gift this purple cloud bamboo flute to junior sister as a token of my regret. As she spoke, a long, purple bamboo flute appeared in her hand. Its polished surface gleamed like jade, a testament to how carefully its owner had treasured it. The crowd erupted in whispers. All eyes turned to Lan Ziyu, standing beside Ye Cong Xin. Lan Ziyu's playful smirk had vanished, replaced by a dark, stormy expression. His eyes were locked on Yu Xiao, blazing with fury. The entire sect knew the significance of that purple cloud bamboo flute. It had been Lan Ziyu's gift to Yu Xiao when she joined the sect. Yu Xiao cherished it deeply, carrying it with her at all times. Once, when a fellow disciple jokingly asked for it, she had snapped at them, proving how much it meant to her. And now, she was offering it to Ye Cong Xin. The crowd exchanged looks, sensing an impending drama. Fang Qinglang felt a chill of foreboding. While he appreciated Yu Xiao's gesture of remorse, he couldn't condone her choice of gift. He knew Lan Ziyu well enough to understand the man's possessiveness. Whether he loved or hated something, Lan Ziyu refused to let anyone else touch what was his. By gifting the flute Lan Ziyu had crafted with his own hands, Yu Xiao was certain to provoke him, even if it was for Ye Cong Xin. This was a recipe for disaster. Sixth sister, Fang Qinglang began, intending to dissuade her, but Yu Xiao didn't give him the chance to finish. Turning to Lan Ziyu, she met his gaze head-on and spoke calmly. Second brother, as you know, this purple cloud bamboo flute was a gift from you. Now that I've decided to pass it on to junior sister, I trust you won't mind. Provocation. It was an unmistakable challenge. Lan Ziyu's breathing grew heavier, his eyes flashing with icy hostility. How dare she? How dare she? Even though this wasn't her first time facing Lan Ziyu's malice, Yu Xiao's chest tightened involuntarily, the pain coiling deep inside her. Junior sister, this is for you, she said, holding out the flute. Oh, what a beautiful flute. And it's purple, too. It's so lovely. Second brother, did you really make this for me? Ye Cong Xin's voice echoed in Yu Xiao's memory. Of course. I made it myself, every joint polished by hand. It's one of a kind. If you ever lose it, don't bother telling people you're my junior sister, Lan Ziyu had replied smugly. I'll keep it safe. Even if I lose everything else, I'll never lose this flute. Second brother, can you teach me how to play it? Oomph. Now you're making sense. Hand it over. I'll teach you. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiao pushed the memory aside. In her previous life, she had cherished the flute as though it were part of her soul. Yet Lan Ziyu had later demanded it back on a whim after Ye Cong Xin casually mentioned it. When Yu Xiao refused, He flew into a rage, hurling cruel words at her. One line stood out above the rest. The biggest mistake I ever made was giving you this flute. You're not worthy of it. To please Ye Cong Xin, Lanzi, you had even crafted a superior black bamboo flute for her and destroyed the purple cloud bamboo flute in front of Yu Xiao. Her pleas fell on deaf ears as he shattered it without hesitation. If she couldn't keep something, why not discard it before it weighed her down? Of course I don't mind. It never really belonged to you in the first place. I must have been blind back then. Lan Ziyu sneered through gritted teeth. That's wonderful. Yu Zhao's lips curved into a faint smile. With light steps, she walked up to Ye Cong Xin, offering her the flute. Then, with an expectant look, she said, "Junior sister, please accept it." The atmosphere grew, stifling as the crowd held their breath. Lan Ziyu's gaze felt like a blade, ready to strike the moment Ye Cong Xin reached out. Hesitating, Ye Cong Xin shook her head timidly. This is second brother's gift to you. I can't take it. It's fine. You heard him. Second brother already agreed. Besides, this is my heartfelt apology. If you refuse, does that mean you don't intend to forgive me? That would make your senior sister very sad, Yu Xiao said with a serene smile. Riding a tiger and unable to dismount, Ye Cong Xin began to regret agreeing to Yu Xiao's public apology. Now, it felt like she had been put on the spot, roasted over an open flame by Yu Xiao. She glanced toward Fong Qinglang for help, but his solemn expression made it clear he had no intention of intervening. A flicker of resentment against him sprouted in her heart. Yu Zhao's faint hum was soft, but carried an inexplicable pressure. The crowd began to stir uneasily. Everyone awaited Ye Cong Xin's response. Forced to face the situation, Ye Cong Xin reluctantly took the purple cloud bamboo flute from Yu Zhao's hand. "Thank you, senior sister," she murmured. Boom! An explosive wave of hostility erupted. Lan Ziyu's eyes burned red with a mix of shock and fury. "You! Zhao!" The surrounding disciples recoiled in fear, their faces filled with alarm. Even Ye Cong Xin involuntarily stepped back. Lan Ziyu's expression was so terrifying it stirred a genuine sense of fear in her. "Ziyu, calm yourself." Fong Qinglang stepped forward, placing himself between Lan Ziyu and Yu Zhao. He gently patted Lan Ziyu's arm to soothe him, but then he froze. Lan Ziyu's arms were trembling. For the first time, Fong Qinglang realized that Lan Ziyu might not despise Yu Zhao as much as he let on. The apology is made, and the gift is given. "I won't bother you all any further," Yu Zhao said nonchalantly, clasping her hands in a gesture of farewell before walking away, leaving the dumbfounded crowd behind. She just left like that? Someone muttered in disbelief. In the past, even a slight frown from Lan Ziyu would send Yu Zhao anxiously circling around him. Yet today, she didn't even spare him a glance. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Could it be that she had lost her mind? Lan Ziyu stood momentarily dazed. She left? Yu Zhao really left? No explanation. No justification. She just walked away. Shock quickly gave way to overwhelming fury. Good. Very good. The anger surging within Lan Ziyu threatened to consume him. His clenched teeth barely held back the torrent of rage. "Ziyu, calm down. You're not in the right state of mind," Fong Qinglang said, exasperated. He had hoped to mend the rift between little six and little junior sister, fostering harmony among the group. But now, his second brother and little six seemed to be at each other's throats. Lan Ziyu, his eyes still red, growled, "I am calm." Fong Qinglang sighed, managing a weary smile as he turned to Ye Cong Xin. "Little junior sister, go and rest. I'll have a word with your second brother." Ye Cong Xin glanced at Lan Ziyu, then quickly nodded. Not daring to mention the purple cloud bamboo flute, she hastily left. The other disciples, eager to witness the drama, lingered but didn't dare openly gawk. They slowly dispersed, casting curious glances as they retreated. Turning to Lan Ziyu, Fong Qinglang spoke sharply. "Come with me." As the eldest senior brother of Lone Moon Peak, Fong Qinglang's authority was second only to their master, Master Qing Yan. Despite his reluctance, Lan Ziyu followed him to a secluded area on the mountain. Ziyu, you were impulsive today, Fong Chunglang began, his tone stern. If not for his intervention, Lone Moon Peak might have become the sect's laughingstock. Lan Ziyu's face darkened. Senior brother, it was Yu Xiao who humiliated me first. From now on, she and I are done. Ridiculous. Fong Chunglang snapped. How exactly did Sixth Sister humiliate you? She gave my gift to someone else. Just the memory of Yu Xiao handing over the purple cloud bamboo flute filled Lan Ziyu with a rage so intense it burned through his veins, threatening to consume him. That wasn't just anyone. It was your little junior sister, Ye Cong Xin. Weren't you always the closest to her? Why can't you accept this? Lan Ziyu faltered, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. It's not the same. What's not the same? Sixth sister and little junior sister are both your junior sisters. What's the difference? Fong Chunglang pressed. Lan Ziyu stammered, then gritted his teeth. It's just not the same. The purple cloud bamboo flute was his first successful creation, imbued with his painstaking effort and sentimental value. It was one of a kind. Just like the unique bamboo grove where it came from, there could never be another flute like it. Fong Chunglang softened slightly at his words. Ziyu, it's clear that deep down, you still care about Sixth Sister. You just haven't realized it yet. Impossible. Lan Ziyu exploded. Why would I care about her? Ever since the day she hurt little junior sister, I've known she's a malicious and scheming person. I could never care for someone like her. Fong Chunglang frowned, bewildered. He remembered a time when Lan Ziyu and Yu Xiao were close. Even if Yu Xiao had become less agreeable over the years, it shouldn't have led to such animosity. Had something happened between them that he wasn't aware of? He tried to probe further, but Lan Ziyu, like a cat with its tail stepped on, grew even more agitated. Don't bother, senior brother. Even if Yu Xiao knelt and begged for forgiveness, I would never forgive her. It's her or me, no compromise. With that, he stormed off, leaving Fong Chunglang rubbing his temples in exhaustion. It seemed reasoning with his second brother was impossible. Perhaps it was best to have little Six apologize first. After all, she was the one who started this mess. In one of Lone Moon Peak's caves, Yu Xiao sat cross-legged on a stone bed, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Today, by gifting the purple cloud bamboo flute to Ye Cong Xin, she had severed her ties with Lan Ziyu. At the same time, she had subtly pushed Ye Cong Xin and Lan Ziyu closer together. In her past life, whether by coincidence or design, Ye Cong Xin always aligned herself with the brightest stars of their generation, the most talented and promising cultivators. But strangely, while these geniuses shone brightly at first, they all faltered later on, their brilliance dimmed. Ye Cong Xin was the sole exception. As others stagnated, her potential soared. She eventually surpassed all of them, becoming the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the sect, celebrated far and wide. Initially, Yu Xiao hadn't suspected anything unusual. Ye Cong Xin was beloved by their master and senior brothers, receiving an endless supply of spiritual stones and pills. With such abundant resources, even someone with mediocre talent would make significant progress. The first crack in Yu Xiao's assumptions appeared when Lan Ziyu went into seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage. He spent a decade preparing meticulously, gathering resources and ensuring every detail was perfect. Even Master Qing Yan declared his success was inevitable. But the result was disastrous. Lan Ziyu not only failed, but suffered severe backlash, nearly losing all his cultivation. By then, Yu Xiao's relationship with everyone on Lone Moon Peak had soured. Yet, seeing Lan Ziyu's withered state, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for his plight. While she struggled to find words of comfort, news broke that Ye Cong Xin had successfully reached the nascent soul stage. That was when suspicion took root in Yu Xiao's heart. To think there existed someone capable of devouring luck to strengthen themselves. Such a horrifying method, if exposed, would undoubtedly ignite chaos and bloodshed. Yet, When this power fell into Ye Cong Xin's hands, she effortlessly twisted the narrative, reducing it to a false accusation. Yu Xiao, the one who dared to expose Ye Cong Xin, became the villain in the story. In her past life, Master Qing Yan was enraged. Personally, he crippled Yu Xiao's arm and expelled her from his sect. That day, it rained heavily. The downpour blurred Yu Xiao's vision. She couldn't make out the expressions of those around her, but the piercing shouts of condemnation echoed relentlessly in her ears. She wanted to cover her ears, but her arms wouldn't move. It hurt. Her head, her arm, her chest. Every corner of her being ached with unforgettable pain. Yu Xiao curled her lips into a bitter smile. She used to believe that heartfelt efforts would always yield rewards. But after crashing headlong into countless obstacles, she realized that some people were born to take without gratitude. No matter how much you gave, they would always see it as their entitlement. In this life, she wouldn't cater to anyone. She would live selfishly, and she would live. In the cultivation world, where the strong preyed on the weak, survival required strength and the ability to protect oneself. The matter of dismantling her foundation and rebuilding it was urgent. The priority was to find a new cultivation technique. After a moment's thought, Yu Xiao decided to try her luck at the Archive Pavilion the next day. The Archive Pavilion was the 5 Elements Dao sect's repository of knowledge, spanning 6 levels. The first 2 floors were open to disciples, while access to the higher levels was restricted. The third and above were for disciples at the Golden Core stage, with the 4th for nascent soul cultivators, the 5th for soul transformation cultivators, and the 6th reserved solely for the sect leader and grand elders. Yu Xiao knew her odds were slim because the most precious techniques were stored on the 3rd floor and above. The first 2 floors contained foundational techniques and biographies of notable sect figures, of little help to her. Still, she wasn't one to sit idle, so she decided to give it a try. After resting for the night, Yu Xiao left her cave dwelling early the next morning and headed to the Archive Pavilion. In her previous life, despite spending over a century in the sect, Yu Xiao had only visited the pavilion a handful of times. Fortunately, cultivators had excellent memories, so she found her way without issue. On her way, she encountered several disciples who cast curious, amused glances her way. Yu Xiao ignored them, walking with steady determination. Soon, the towering structure of the Archive Pavilion came into view. The 5 Elements Dao sect, being the preeminent sect in the cultivation world, commanded great respect. The phrase "one sect, 2 schools" for clans referred to it as the single most powerful sect. Consequently, its Archive Pavilion was a grand and imposing structure befitting its status. Pausing at the base of the pavilion, Yu Xiao took a moment to admire the building before ascending the steps and crossing the threshold. The first person she saw was an elderly man with a white beard seated near the door, tasked with overseeing the registration process. Yu Xiao blinked in surprise, a faint smile forming on her lips. Elder Gu, as she recalled, was an eccentric. He had once been a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, a position of considerable prestige within the sect. However, his blunt personality and lack of interpersonal skills had led to numerous complaints from disciples. Ultimately, the sect reassigned him to guard the Archive Pavilion. For most, the move from the high-status Law Enforcement Hall to the quiet confines of the Archive Pavilion would have been a bitter pill to swallow. Yet Elder Gu had been overjoyed, eagerly taking up his post, where he had remained for decades. Many mocked him privately, calling him unambitious and self-indulgent. In her past life, Yu Xiao had been so consumed with her master, her 5 senior brothers, and her cultivation that she had paid little attention to Elder Gu. The gossip about him had barely registered with her. Now, observing Elder Gu as he read an ancient text with rapt focus, Yu Xiao's curiosity was piqued. She studied him closely. Elder Gu was rotund, his complexion ruddy, and his white hair and beard framed a face lined with faint wrinkles. Yet his bright, childlike eyes exuded clarity and purity. Though her gaze lingered, Elder Gu didn't seem to notice her. Truly, those who are not fish cannot know a fish's joy. While the world outside buzzed with distractions, Elder Gu seemed content in his tranquil haven. Yu Xiao bowed silently to him, then turned her attention to the rows of shelves on the first floor. The pavilion's first floor housed 108 shelves, each packed with books and scrolls arranged in 7 tiers. Finding a technique suitable for her among this vast collection was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But compared to the suffering of her past life, this challenge seemed trivial. She walked to a corner of the room and started with the bottom tier of the last shelf, pulling out a book and flipping through it. The first was Vajra Technique, a basic metal element technique suited for novices with metal spiritual roots. She returned it to the shelf and picked up another. The second was also a metal element technique. She placed it back and took a third. Open, close, move on. With clear goals in mind, Yu Xiao sifted through the books with impressive speed, finishing the first shelf in no time and moving to the second. 15 minutes later, she was at the third shelf. Her unorthodox approach quickly attracted the attention of other disciples studying on the first floor. Isn't that Senior Sister Yu from Lone Moon Peak? What is she doing? I heard she knelt and wept yesterday, apologizing to Junior Sister Yi. She must feel so pitiful. She's Master Qing Yan's personal disciple. Why is she looking for techniques here? The sect's disciples fell into 3 categories. Personal disciples served nascent soul or soul transformation cultivators, enjoying the highest status. Inner disciples apprenticed under golden core stage elders, while outer disciples had no formal mentors. Naturally, personal disciples were the most privileged, receiving superior resources and guidance. They rarely, if ever, needed to visit the archive pavilion for techniques. Yu Xiao's appearance in the pavilion's first floor, typically frequented by outer disciples, was as incongruous as a wolf among sheep. Yet Yu Xiao, having drawn insight from observing Elder Gu earlier, had learned to disregard the opinions of others. Her hands moved swiftly, flipping through books without pause. The outer disciples, pressed for time due to the sect's stringent requirements for their survival, soon lost interest in her and returned to their own searches. Time slipped by unnoticed as Yu Xiao worked methodically through the shelves. Yu Xiao rubbed her tired eyes and placed the book down with a sigh. For the past 3 days, she had spent all her time at the archive pavilion, combing through every book on the first floor. The results were disappointing. Her gaze turned toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Now, her only hope lay in the second floor. If she couldn't find a suitable cultivation technique there, her plans to dismantle and rebuild her foundation would be further delayed. This was a scenario she wanted to avoid at all costs. The longer the delay, the worse her hidden injuries would become. If her condition worsened, even starting anew might not save her. Suppressing her growing anxiety, Yu Xiao made her way to the first floor's exit. The sun was setting, and the pavilion would soon close. Most others had already left, and it was time for her to do the same. As she passed Elder Gu, the elderly gatekeeper, she offered him a polite bow as usual, preparing to leave. But just then, a voice called out to her. "Young lady, what exactly are you looking for these past few days? There's nothing here for you." The weathered voice made Yu Xiao pause in her tracks. Turning back, she was surprised to see Elder Gu smiling at her. In her 3 days of coming and going, this was the first time he had spoken to her. She hesitated for a moment before replying honestly. "Elder Gu, I'm searching for a technique suitable for me." "Oh." Elder Gu raised a bushy white eyebrow. "If I recall correctly, aren't you training under Master Qing Yan in the Bright Moon over the Sea technique?" Yu Zhao's eyes widened. "Elder Gu, you know me?" "Ha ha ha." Elder Gu chuckled heartily. "Of course I do. Aren't you Master Qing Yan's youngest disciple? What, did you think I was just some old relic, oblivious to everything?" Yu Xiao gave an embarrassed smile. Then, recalling his earlier words, she corrected him calmly. "Elder Gu, my master recently took on a new disciple. I'm no longer the youngest." Her tone was serene, her expression composed, as if she were merely stating a fact. Elder Gu studied her silently for a moment before sighing deeply. He refrained from probing further into why she was no longer cultivating the bright moon over the sea technique. Yu Xiao felt a sense of relief. She hadn't wanted to lie, but she also wasn't ready to reveal everything. This outcome, where Elder Gu let the matter drop, was ideal. Setting his book aside, Elder Gu pondered for a while before saying slowly, "I think I know what you're looking for. Come see me tomorrow. I might be able to help." Yu Xiao's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Elder Gu." She didn't doubt his words. As the guardian of the archive pavilion, Elder Gu was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about its contents. Moreover, Elder Gu, with his indifferent and tranquil nature, had no reason to deceive her. Though she didn't understand why he wanted to help her, she was genuinely grateful. She thanked him profusely, the tension of the past few days easing for the first time. Elder Gu waved her off with a cheerful laugh. "Go on now. Don't forget to find me tomorrow." "I won't." Yu Xiao left the pavilion in high spirits, eagerly looking forward to the next day. However, her good mood plummeted the moment she saw the tall figure waiting outside her cave dwelling. The curve of her lips instantly vanished. Why was he here? "Senior brother," she greeted, her tone laced with thinly veiled irritation. Fong Chenglang turned to face her, his brows furrowed and jaw tight. "Where have you been? Why are you coming back so late?" Yu Xiao responded dismissively, "I was delayed by something." She didn't elaborate further. Fong Chenglan's expression darkened, his voice rising. "Yu Xiao, I thought your time in the Black Prison would teach you to be more sensible, like little junior sister. But clearly, you're still as undisciplined as ever. It's truly disappointing." Yu Xiao's lips curled faintly in derision. Here it was again, the same old lecture. She had heard these words so many times that they had long lost their sting. At some point, the praises and encouragement she once received from her senior brother had turned into relentless criticisms. In the past, even a small effort, like braiding her hair, would earn her a compliment. But now, all she ever heard was scolding and disapproval. For a while, she had walked on eggshells, afraid of incurring her senior brother's inexplicable ire. But now she saw things clearly. When someone dislikes you, even the way you breathe can become a fault. Why should she change herself to please others, especially people who no longer mattered? Nodding agreeably, she said, "Senior brother is absolutely right. Little junior sister is clever and talented, unlike someone as mediocre as me." Her words made Fong Chenglang freeze in place, his expression stunned. Had he heard her correctly? What was his sixth junior sister saying? She. Fong Chenglang's sharp eyes bored into Yu Xiao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Yu Xiao met his gaze without flinching, her expression calm and indifferent. The sight unnerved him. Details he had overlooked began surfacing. Since her time in the Black Prison, sixth junior sister had seemed like a completely different person. In the past, she would smile sweetly at him, chase after him incessantly, and pout jealously whenever he praised little junior sister. Her emotions had been vivid and lively. Now, she stared at him with an unsettling calmness, as if he were a stranger. This wasn't his sixth junior sister. Could it be possession? The thought struck him like a thunderbolt. His eyes widened in horror as he drew his flying sword, pointing its blade at her throat. "What demon are you? Get out of my junior sister's body immediately," he demanded angrily. Yu Xiao flinched in surprise. As a mid-stage golden core sword cultivator, Fong Chenglang's power far surpassed her own. Even 10 of her couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Now, with his sword at her throat, the chill of death crept over her, raising every hair on her body. Her delayed reaction only reinforced Fong Chenglang's suspicions. To him, her hesitation was a sign of guilt, validating his theory. Overwhelmed with fury, he barked, "I can't believe someone dared to possess a disciple of Master Qing Yin right under the sect's nose. Do you think our sect's mountain protecting formation is a joke?" Spiritual energy surged through his blade, its sharp light cutting into Yu Xiao's neck. She felt the sting of pain and the warmth of blood trickling down her skin. "Get out now, or I will destroy you completely," Fong Qinglang threatened coldly. Yu Xiao's heart chilled. If she didn't prove her innocence quickly, Fong Qinglang's attacks would only grow fiercer. Senior brother, I haven't been possessed. Who would be foolish enough to attempt possession in the Five Elements Tao sect? The mountain protecting formation alone would make it impossible, she argued. For a moment, Fong Qinglang wavered. Still, her strange behavior left him uneasy. His blade remained at her throat, unmoving. Yu Xiao, undeterred by the pain, continued calmly. And if I truly were possessed, why would I make such obvious mistakes, drawing your attention? That would be digging my own grave. Her words struck him like a hammer. Yes, if Yu Xiao had been possessed, why would the possessor act so foolishly as to expose themselves? Which meant Yu Xiao was still Yu Xiao. Sixth junior sister was still sixth junior sister. Yu Xiao hadn't been possessed. Fong Qinglang should have felt relieved. Yet his sword felt unbearably heavy, and his chest burned with turmoil. He couldn't summon even the faintest smile. If senior brother still doesn't believe me, we can go see master together. He can use his divine sense to confirm the truth. The act of possession, where an intruder seizes another's body, leaves subtle traces. Even if it's outwardly undetectable, a skilled cultivator like their master could easily uncover the discrepancies with a careful examination. Yu Zhao's tone was forthright, her gaze steady and unwavering. No matter how reluctant Fong Qinglang was to believe her, he had no choice but to concede. Reluctantly, he sheathed his sword, guilt flashing in his eyes. Sixth sister, I misunderstood you. Yu Zhao interrupted bluntly. Does senior brother have any other business? Fong Qinglang blinked, caught off guard. He instinctively shook his head. Then I'll take my leave. I'm tired and need to rest. Yu Zhao was exhausted from their constant entanglements and didn't want to hear another lecture. She decisively turned to leave. Sixth sister, Fong Qinglang called out, stepping forward to grab her wrist. You're hurt. It's nothing, just a small wound. But, senior brother, Yu Zhao snapped, her voice rising in frustration. I'm truly exhausted today. Can't you let me have a moment of peace? Her sharp tone and unhidden irritation left Fong Qinglang stunned. His grip loosened. Meeting his bewildered gaze, Yu Zhao felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. She was simply repeating the same words he had often used to dismiss her. Yet now, Fong Qinglang couldn't handle it. Did he have any idea how she had endured those years? With a cold expression, she shook off his hand and strode into her cave dwelling, slamming the door shut behind her. In the dim moonlight, Fong Qinglang stood motionless, his figure lonely and forlorn. He replayed the scene in his mind, a complicated mix of emotions surging within him. Yes, he used to find Sixth Sister overly dependent and lacking independence. She always hovered around him and their fellow senior brothers, never seeming to have her own pursuits. Occasionally, her behavior even irritated him. But now that she had changed, now that she no longer clung to him, he found himself unaccustomed to it. He also remembered that Sixth Sister had always been afraid of pain. After sparring with Fifth Brother, she would cry buckets, soaking the front of her robes with tears. Yet now, even with blood dripping from her wounds, she acted as if she felt nothing at all. What had happened? A gnawing sense of unease gripped him. He suddenly recalled the real reason he had come, to ask Yu Zhao to apologize to Second Brother. But now, the words were stuck in his throat. He decided to wait for a better time, when Sixth Sister's mood had improved. Perhaps it was his fault for neglecting her feelings lately, being too focused on little junior sister's initiation ceremony. Once they talked things out, everything would be fine. With a final glance at the tightly shut door, Fong Qinglang sighed and walked away. Fong Qinglang's sword had been drawn to intimidate, not harm, so Yu Zhao's injuries were superficial. After applying a specially made healing powder, her wounds were almost healed by the next morning, leaving only a faint red mark. She had spent the entire night anticipating her meeting with Elder Gu, Fong Qinglang's actions already forgotten. At dawn, she happily prepared to head to the archive pavilion. Opening the door, however, she was greeted by an unexpected visitor. Finally caught you, Yu Xiao. The young man grinned, his clean-cut features and bright eyes brimming with energy. Dimples flashed as he spoke. It was none other than her third senior brother, Su Ming. Yu Xiao instantly guessed his reason for coming. "I'm not lending you anything," she said flatly. Su Ming, before joining the Five Elements Tao sect, had been a prince, accustomed to a life of luxury and excess. This upbringing left him with a carefree attitude toward money, spending lavishly without restraint. Each month, personal disciples like Yu Xiao received a generous allowance: 10 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 replenishing chi pills. Even within the cultivation world, such resources were extraordinary. But for Su Ming, it was never enough. The moment he received his allowance, he would splurge on trinkets and curios at the sex market. Within days, his purse would be empty. Somehow, Yu Xiao had become his unofficial lender. Whenever Su Ming ran out of funds but spotted something he wanted, he would turn to her for loans. Of course, he never repaid them. Yu Xiao, unbothered by material wealth, had always indulged him. So today's refusal left Su Ming stunned. But then he grinned. "Come on, Yu Xiao, don't joke around. I really need it this time. I'll pay you back next month, I swear." He reached for her storage pouch with practiced ease, but Yu Xiao sidestepped smoothly, her voice turning cold. "You can talk about borrowing after you repay the 688 mid-grade spirit stones you already owe me." Hearing the exact figure, Yu Xiao felt a pang of bitterness. In her 7 years at the sect, she had earned a little over 800 spirit stones. Most had gone to Su Ming, leaving her with almost nothing. What stung more was that Su Ming had used her spirit stones to buy gifts for Ye Cong Xin. And when she voiced her dissatisfaction, she was accused of being petty. "Are you serious?" Su Ming's tone grew serious. Yu Xiao nodded. There was no gratitude when she gave him spirit stones. She might as well have thrown them into a river. At least then, there would have been a splash. "Yu Xiao, you're being ridiculous. It's just a few spirit stones. Do you really have to make a fuss? It's not like I said I wouldn't pay you back. Anyway, I need them for a good reason this time. I'm preparing a gift for little junior sister. You can't seriously refuse me now, can you?" His voice rose, his dimples vanishing beneath his irritation. "I'm not lending you anything," Yu Xiao said firmly. "You..." Su Ming choked on his words, his eyes bulging in frustration. "I'll say it again, oh. Now move aside. You're blocking my way." Under different circumstances, Yu Xiao might have argued her case further, insisting he repay part of his debt first. But her mind was on her meeting with Elder Gu, and she had no patience to waste on Su Ming. "Fine. Yu Xiao, you're unbelievable. No wonder people call you selfish and petty. I can't believe I didn't see your true color sooner. Don't worry, I'll never ask you for anything again." Su Ming's voice was loud with anger. Yu Xiao, however, just smiled. She'd heard worse. His words no longer had any power over her. "Good. Remember what you said. Don't ask me for anything in the future. I owe you nothing." Su Ming opened his mouth to hurl another insult, but faltered when he met her unwavering gaze. Flustered, he huffed loudly and stormed off, his sleeves billowing dramatically. Yu Xiao arrived at the archive pavilion as daylight broke. The sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden sheen over the building. It was still early, and the area outside the pavilion was deserted. She stepped lightly up the stairs, her face brightening with a smile when she spotted the elder seated by the entrance. Bowing respectfully, she greeted in a clear, cheerful voice, "Elder Gu." Elder Gu, unlike his usual demeanor of reading intently, sat upright with a solemn expression, as if he had been waiting for her. When she greeted him, his stern face softened slightly, and he raised his hand to cast a barrier around them. "Have you truly decided to recultivate with a new technique?" "Yes," Yu Xiao replied firmly. "The bright moon over the sea technique is a masterpiece created by Master Qing Yin himself. Among water-based techniques, it is unparalleled. Are you really willing to give it up?" Yu Xiao nodded emphatically, her resolve unwavering. Elder Gu, though not a man of many words, inquired repeatedly out of concern for her well-being. To abandon her previous cultivation foundation and start anew was no trivial matter. It required the utmost caution. He sighed internally. It seemed that Master Qing Yin had truly broken this young girl's heart. While on duty at the Archive Pavilion, Elder Gu had heard scattered rumors about Yu Xiao. They painted her as arrogant, bullying her juniors, disrespecting her seniors, and being lazy. Her reputation was notorious. If it were anyone else, perhaps even he would have looked at her with disdain. Yet Elder Gu was a maverick who never trusted hearsay. He relied on his own observations, and Yu Xiao was far from the despicable figure rumors described. The gossip seemed exaggerated, which made him wonder who was stirring the pot and fanning the flames. The motive was clear. Whoever benefited the most likely orchestrated the slander. But the majority chose to turn a blind eye and delve no deeper. Elder Gu, lost in thought, Elder Gu was pulled back by Yu Xiao's voice. He shook off his scattered musings and looked at her with a hint of pity. I had no intention of meddling in the affairs of Lone Moon Peak, but you've caught my eye, little girl. I'll lend you a hand. Thank you, Elder Gu. Yu Xiao expressed her gratitude sincerely. Don't thank me just yet. Elder Gu stroked his beard thoughtfully. You must promise me that today's matter will not be disclosed. Only the heavens, the earth, you, and I shall know. Yu Xiao understood his apprehension. Offending a nascent soul-stage cultivator like Master Qing Yin was not something he wished to risk. She pledged earnestly, I swear, no one else will learn of this. Satisfied, Elder Gu retrieved a thin booklet from his sleeve, placing it on the table before him. With a glance, he motioned for Yu Xiao to take it. She hesitated before extending her hand. Seeing that Elder Gu did not stop her, she picked it up. The cover was blank, an unnamed manual. Her nerves tightened as she opened it. Upon seeing the contents, her eyes widened in surprise. This was not a water-based technique, as she had expected, but rather the memoir of a senior cultivator. The narrative began with the senior recounting, in her own voice, how she defeated a treacherous Dao companion. This was entirely different from what Yu Xiao had imagined. She looked at Elder Gu puzzled. He nodded at her, signaling her to keep reading. Reluctantly, Yu Xiao turned her gaze back to the text and quickly became engrossed. The author, who called herself Bright Moon Hermit, was a cultivator born with a single water spirit root. Like Yu Xiao, she initially joined a sect, but later chose to leave due to her dislike of its constraints. During her travels, she saved a male cultivator of similar rank. The two journeyed together and, over time, developed deep feelings for each other, eventually becoming Dao companions. Just as Bright Moon Hermit thought they would be the epitome of love in the cultivation world, her husband suddenly turned on her, attempting to take her life. He had been cultivating the path of emotional detachment, which required him to first experience deep affection before severing it, culminating in the ultimate step, killing his wife to achieve enlightenment. Overcome with shock and fury, Bright Moon Hermit fought back with everything she had. In the end, she watched the man she loved take his last breath. In that moment of heartbreak, she attained enlightenment. The path of emotional detachment severs the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is a path of the heart. Killing one's wife for enlightenment is selfish, inviting karmic consequences. To cultivate is to temper the heart. Through adversity, Bright Moon Hermit gained profound insights and spent a century creating her own technique, the illusory tides technique. The memoir concluded with the technique's method. Yu Xiao was mesmerized. Bright Moon Hermit's life was filled with twists and turns, stirring both admiration and longing. This memoir offered Yu Xiao not only inspiration, but also clarity. In her past life, her emotional entanglements had led to a tragic end. This time, she was determined to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Severing attachments and cultivating the path of emotional detachment seemed like the ideal choice. Her hesitation faded. Yu Xiao resolved to cultivate the illusory tides technique, but as she read further, her expression grew serious. The memoir was incomplete. It only contained instructions for the first 3 levels, suitable for her current stage, but the later chapters were missing. Elder Gu, noticing her reaction, remarked, the memoir was obtained by a senior of her sect long ago and was already damaged. Were it complete, it would reside on the third floor, beyond your reach. Think carefully, little girl. Do you still want to pursue this path? Yu Xiao clenched the booklet tightly. Based on the details, she surmised that Bright Moon Hermit had at least reached the late nascent soul stage, if not the same deity transformation stage as her master, Qing Yan. If the technique were whole, she would have accepted without hesitation. But with its current state, progressing beyond the golden core stage would be difficult, if not impossible. The further she advanced, the greater the limitations. After a long internal struggle, Yu Zhao's eyes shone with determination. I've made up my mind. I will cultivate it. The illusory tides technique was the only technique she knew of that could rival the bright moon over the sea technique. Having already forsaken one pinnacle technique, she refused to abandon another. Moreover, there was still time before she reached the golden core stage. With luck, she might find the missing chapters and complete the technique. Elder Gu waved her off. Since you've decided, go prepare yourself. Elder Gu, I am deeply grateful. If the opportunity arises, I will repay your kindness. If you truly wish to repay me, forge ahead with all your might. Show me how far you can go. I will give it my all. Yu Xiao was not one to procrastinate. After copying the first 3 levels of the illusory tides technique into a jade slip and bidding farewell to Elder Gu, she returned to her cave dwelling to take stock of her possessions. Her inventory consisted of 7 mid-grade spirit stones, 26 low-grade spirit stones, 3 replenishing chi pills, and a handful of miscellaneous items. While the quantity seemed sufficient, their actual value was rather modest. Yu Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. Among the direct disciples of the 5 Elements Tao sect, she was probably the poorest. The notion of dissolving the foundation to rebuild sounded simple, but the actual process was grueling and difficult to describe to others. The spiritual energy required alone was an insatiable abyss. Additionally, to minimize the damage caused by dissolving her foundation, Yu Xiao needed to prepare several gentle effect medicinal pills, which meant even more expenses. Her current supply of spirit stones was woefully inadequate. Deep in thought, she pondered where she might procure more spirit stones. Could she ask Su Ming to repay the stones he had borrowed? Impossible. First, there was no guarantee that Su Ming would agree to return them. Even if he did, it was doubtful he had any to spare. After all, spirit stones in Su Ming's possession rarely survive the night, a fact proven by the early morning he had shown up at her door begging for a loan. Borrow from someone else? But Yu Zhao didn't even know who to approach. She had always interacted only with her senior brothers and lacked any particularly close friends within the 5 Elements Tao sect. She frowned, frustrated. Without spirit stones, rebuilding her foundation would become unnecessarily arduous. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she clapped her hands in excitement. She had almost forgotten. Today was the sect's distribution day. She was entitled to receive 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Each mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade stones. 10 of them could buy quite a lot. Combined with what she already had, it would be just enough to meet her needs. Gathering her belongings into her storage pouch, Yu Xiao stepped out and headed to the Merit Hall, where the supplies were distributed. The news of her reconciliation with Ye Cong Xin had spread throughout the sect over the past few days. Other disciples, who had previously been disdainful or openly mocking of her, now treated her with more respect. At the very least, no one dared to ridicule her in her presence anymore. Though Yu Zhao had grown indifferent to the gossip, the newfound peace was a welcome relief. Before long, she arrived at the Merit Hall and walked confidently to the supply distribution area. It was bustling with disciples lined up in 5 orderly rows. Choosing a line at random, Yu Xiao queued at the back and quietly listened to the chatter of other disciples. Junior Sister Yu, a bright voice called from behind her. Yu Zhao turned and saw a face as beautiful as a hibiscus in bloom. She murmured in disbelief, Senior Sister Zhou? It's Senior Sister Zhou. Greetings, Senior Sister Zhou. Good day, Senior Sister Zhou. Zhao Jin Yu greeted everyone with a warm smile before affectionately ruffling Yu Zhao's hair. It's been a while, Junior sister Yu. You seem to have grown taller. The genuine gesture made Yu Xiao's eyes sting, and she nearly cried. It was senior sister Zhao, alive and well. Zhao Jin Yu, the eldest disciple under the sect master's tutelage, was revered by all disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect. She had entered the sect at 6, reached foundation establishment at 10, and formed her golden core at 20, an extraordinary pace. Her delicate, captivating features contrasted with her decisive and pragmatic personality. She was also exceptionally wise and adept in dealing with others, earning the admiration of countless disciples. Many within the sect regarded her as the best candidate for the next sect master. Yet, this remarkable woman had met a tragic end, devoured by a demonic beast. The only thing recovered was a damaged, magical artifact of hers. Yu Xiao vividly remembered the day the news reached the sect. The skies were dark, the entire Five Elements Tao sect shrouded in grief. The sect master, overcome with sorrow, had coughed up blood on the spot. Yu Xiao had also cried bitterly. Zhao Jin Yu was one of the few who had not been influenced by Ye Cong Xin and had always treated Yu Xiao with kindness. Their acquaintance dated back to Yu Xiao's first days in the sect. At that time, Yu Xiao was only 6 years old. After Master Qing Yin brought her to Lone Moon Peak, he left her in Fong Chunglang's care. Though reliable and meticulous, Fong Chunlang was unaccustomed to caring for a young girl and found it challenging. It was Zhao Jin Yu who took Yu Xiao under her wing, caring for her until she was self-sufficient before sending her back to Lone Moon Peak. Yu Xiao had struggled to adjust after returning to Lone Moon Peak, crying incessantly for Zhao Jin Yu. However, Zhao Jin Yu's duties as the sect's eldest senior sister left her little free time. Eventually, the companionship of her 5 senior brothers helped Yu Xiao move on. Still, a special place in Yu Xiao's heart always belonged to senior sister Zhao. Now, seeing Zhao Jin Yu alive before her, Yu Xiao once again felt profound gratitude for her second chance at life. This time, she vowed to prevent tragedy from striking. Junior sister Yu, why are your eyes red? Don't tell me you miss me that much, Zhao Jin Yu teased warmly. I did, Yu Xiao replied with a firm nod. I miss you a lot. Zhao Jin Yu looked surprised, but quickly softened. Yu Xiao had always been reserved and had never expressed herself so openly before. Zhao Jin Yu assumed that the ordeal surrounding Master Qing Yan's acceptance of disciples had taken a toll on her. Zhao Jin Yu had only returned the previous day after a 3-month mission and had already heard about Yu Xiao's recent hardships. Though unfamiliar with the Black Prison, she knew it was no place for a cultivator to linger. Master Qing Yan had been unreasonably harsh to send Yu Xiao there. Her disappointment extended to Fong Chunlang and the others for failing to intervene. Blaming herself for returning too late and angered by the heartlessness of Lone Moon Peak, Zhao Jin Yu hesitated before speaking earnestly. Junior sister Yu, if you ever feel unhappy, come to Sunrise Peak. With me here, they won't dare to trouble you. Her protective tone was unmistakable. Yu Xiao's eyes misted again. She wondered, had senior sister Zhou survived in her previous life? Would someone have stood up for her when she was abandoned by all? Suppressing her emotions, Yu Xiao smiled and nodded. All right, I trust you, senior sister Zhou. Zhao Jin Yu said nothing more. She simply ruffled Yu Xiao's hair again before recounting her recent mission. Yu Xiao listened intently as the line moved forward, one disciple after another receiving their supplies. When her turn came, Yu Xiao handed over her identity token. Senior Brother Zhang, I'm here to collect my supplies. Senior Brother Zhang, a round-faced, cheerful young man with a congenial demeanor, took the token. He was a disciple of Elder Sun and frequently handled duties of the Mara Hall, making him well known among the disciples. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, Senior Brother Zhang looked surprised. Junior sister Yu, why are you here? Yu Xiao frowned. It's distribution day. I'm here to collect my supplies. But Zhang hesitated before continuing awkwardly. Your supplies have already been claimed by someone else. Yu Xiao froze, her face darkening immediately. Senior Brother Zhang, realizing something was amiss, quickly opened the registry and pointed to the entry under Yu Xiao's name. Sure enough, Her name had been circled, indicating her supplies had already been collected. Yu Xiao's eyes glinted coldly. There was no need to guess. This had to be Su Ming's doing. Unable to borrow spirit stones from her, he had gone so far as to impersonate her to claim her supplies. Zhao Jin Yu, overhearing their conversation, stepped forward with a grave expression. Senior Brother Zhang, by sect rules, a disciple's supplies must be signed for personally. Since junior sister Yu has not been here, how could her supplies have been taken by someone else? If everyone followed this example, would the 5 Elements Dao sect still have any rules left? Zhao Jin Yu rarely got angry, but her stern demeanor now was imposing. The surrounding disciples immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe too loudly. Senior Brother Zhang scrambled to his feet, stammering, "Senior Sister Zhou, it's not that I don't follow the rules. It's just." He glanced at Yu Xiao, who remained silent and could only continue reluctantly. It was Su Ming from Lone Moon Peak who said Junior Sister Yu had agreed. I assumed, since Junior Sister Yu and Su Ming are usually so close, that it was fine and didn't investigate further. He hung his head, ashamed. This was his oversight. He hadn't expected Su Ming to have the audacity to claim Yu Xiao's supplies without her consent, putting him in such an awkward position before Senior Sister Zhou. Still, Zhang didn't think much of it. Su Ming was always bragging about how he could get spirit stones from Yu Xiao without spending a dime. To him, Yu Xiao's spirit stones were as good as Su Ming's anyway, just passing through another hand. Zhao Jin Yu frowned, her concern deepening as she looked at Yu Xiao. So, this was the kind of treatment she endured on Lone Moon Peak. Su Ming's blatant disrespect showed how little he valued her. Yu Xiao had already regained her composure. The immediate priority wasn't placing blame, but retrieving her spirit stones before Su Ming squandered them all. Senior Sister Zhou, I have something to attend to and must leave. I'll come find you later when I have time, she said, striding toward the exit. Zhao Jin Yu shot an angry glare at the sheepish Senior Brother Zhang before quickly following. Junior Sister Yu, I'm coming with you. She feared Su Ming's shamelessness might put Yu Xiao at a disadvantage. Understanding Zhao Jin Yu's good intentions, Yu Xiao didn't refuse. After thanking her, the two headed down the mountain together. Once their figures disappeared from view, the previously silent Merit Hall erupted into chatter. Su Ming's getting bolder, claiming Yu Xiao's supplies without fear of punishment. Come on, it's not like she didn't let him. If you ask me, it's her own fault. She probably allowed it, so there's no one else to blame. I don't think so. Yu Xiao looked pretty angry. She's probably going to confront him. Huh, she wouldn't dare. She loves spending money on Su Ming. Anyone who stops her from doing so would get an earful. Ha ha ha. Unaware of the new gossip swirling among the disciples, Yu Xiao and Zhao Jin Yu reached the 5 Elements Market, located just outside the sect. The market was small, built to serve the sect's disciples, and Su Ming's reputation as a generous and free-spending customer made him a well-known figure there. Having visited the market often in her past life, Yu Xiao knew Su Ming well. She made a beeline for the largest shop in the market, 8 Treasures Pavilion. Before they even approached, the sound of flattery wafted out from inside the shop. Yu Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as she quickened her pace, her spiritual energy boosting her steps. Master Su, your generosity is unmatched. Master Su truly lives up to being Master Qing, Yan's disciple. Such impressive spending. Congratulations, Master Su, on acquiring this rare treasure. A sense of unease stirred within Yu Xiao. This profligate wastrel wouldn't have squandered all her spirit stones, would he? Practically running now, Yu Xiao burst into 8 Treasures Pavilion. The clerk on the first floor jumped, thinking a troublemaker had barged in. He retreated a step but relaxed upon seeing Yu Xiao. Noting her young age and fine attire, he assumed she was a sect disciple and smiled in welcome. What can I help you with, immortal? Yu Xiao's gaze swept across the room. The first floor hall had rows of counters displaying various items, but besides the clerks, it was empty. She tilted her head upward. The noise was coming from the second floor. They were upstairs. Without hesitation, Yu Xiao headed for the staircase in the corner. I'm looking for someone. Immortal, please wait. The second floor is reserved for distinguished guests. If you could let me know who you're looking for, I can relay the message, the clerk said with a conciliatory smile, trying to block her way. Yu Xiao frowned and was about to name Su Ming when Zhao Jin Yu, a step behind, called out sharply, Su Ming, come down here. Though her voice was soft, it carried easily through the pavilion. The second floor fell silent. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Yu Xiao paused, deciding to wait by the staircase. Su Ming appeared on the steps shortly, his face falling when he saw Yu Xiao and Zhao Jin Yu standing together with grave expressions. Realizing the jig was up, he hesitated briefly before forcing himself to descend with feigned composure. Senior Sister Zhao, what brings you here? Su Ming asked, attempting to deflect. Zhao Jin Yu snorted. It's not me looking for you. It's Junior Sister Yu. Zhao Jin Yu wasn't shirking her responsibility to stand up for Yu Xiao. However, some matters between senior and junior sectmates were best resolved within their own circle. If they couldn't settle things, she would step in later. Su Ming's patience was thin. Yu Xiao, what's the matter? If it's something between us, we can talk back at Lone Moon Peak. Why trouble Senior Sister Zhao to come here? You two should head back. I'll talk to you later. He was unsure if Zhao Jin Yu knew about his impersonation, but his priority was getting rid of them. If they made a scene here, it would tarnish his reputation. His veiled threat wasn't lost on Yu Xiao. If she turned back now, recovering her spirit stones would be impossible. And Su Ming needed to be taught a lesson. I'm here to retrieve what's mine. Return it, and Senior Sister Zhao and I will leave immediately. Yu Xiao met Su Ming's gaze steadily, her tone calm and unyielding. Zhao Jin Yu nodded in approval. She had worried Yu Xiao might be easily placated by Su Ming's excuses, but this show of resolve was reassuring. Su Ming's face darkened as he lowered his voice. Yu Xiao, I'll give you your things, but not now. Stop making a fuss. Yu Xiao sneered. Making a fuss? She was simply reclaiming what was hers. And to Su Ming, this was making a fuss. What did he take her for? A money pouch, summoned and dismissed at his convenience? Lone Moon Peak. Eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother? Fong Chenglang slowly returned to his senses and offered Ye Cong Xin an apologetic smile. Sorry, junior sister. I was distracted earlier. Could you repeat what you just said? Ye Cong Xin pouted and gazed at her toes. Does eldest senior brother not want to talk to me? Of course not. Fong Chenglang's voice was gentle. Ye Cong Xin murmured softly. Then why does eldest senior brother keep getting distracted when speaking to me these past few days? Fong Chenglang fell silent. Ye Cong Xin kept her head lowered, unable to see Fong Chenglang's expression. His prolonged silence made her fingers tighten on the hem of her dress. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Chenglang, thinking that both junior sister Yi and sixth senior sister Yu Xiao were women who might help him untangle his thoughts, asked tentatively, Junior sister, have you noticed if sixth senior sister has been acting differently lately? Ye Cong Xin raised her innocent-looking face and shook her head. Sixth senior sister has never liked me, so I don't talk to her much. Did something happen? Though she spoke innocently, her heart was filled with disdain. Yu Xiao's behavior had been unusual ever since returning from the Black Prison, and her recent deliberate distance from their 5 senior brothers was particularly striking. Fong Chenglang only brought this up today, which showed how utterly oblivious he was. Disappointment flashed through Fong Chenglang's eyes as he lowered his gaze, his heart weighed down by frustration. Last night, rather than meditating as usual, he spent the entire time reflecting on recent events. To his shock, he realized it had been ages since he'd seen Little Six smile. She used to smile all the time, her crescent-shaped eyes filled with starlight, making everyone around her feel inexplicably happy. But now, whenever she faced him, her expressions were either sorrowful or weary. The joy in her eyes had vanished, replaced by deep-seated gloom. His attitude toward her had also worsened drastically. When Little Six spoke, he found her noisy. When she stayed quiet, he thought she was dull. No matter what, he could always find something to criticize. But little Six was the child he had personally raised. He never wanted to hurt her. Fong Qinglang vaguely realized his unstable emotions had led to unfair treatment, which in turn caused little Six to grow distant. Yet, deep down, he clung to a sliver of hope that she was merely sulking and would soon return to her old self. Conflicting emotions wrestled within Fong Qinglang, leaving him deeply troubled. He sighed softly. I haven't been a good eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, don't say that. Ye Cong Xin, attuned to Fong Qinglang's growing guilt toward Yu Xiao, refused to let Yu Xiao reclaim his attention. She stood abruptly, her voice shaking with emotion. Eldest senior brother is the best. The reason I wanted to become Master's disciple wasn't just out of admiration for Master, but also because of you. I've always envied Six's senior sister. I've always wanted a senior brother like you to dote on and protect me. Cough, cough. Overcome by emotion, Ye Cong Xin began coughing violently, her pale face flushed with an unusual red hue. Both touched and concerned, Fong Qinglang helped her sit and poured her water. Ye Cong Xin continued to protest tearfully, her reddened eyes silently pleading for him to stop belittling himself. It took a long time for her to calm down and smile again. Fong Qinglang felt deeply moved. Little Six had blamed him for caring too much about junior sister Yi, but she didn't realize how much junior sister Yi deserved his attention. 8 Treasures Pavilion. The standoff between Yu Xiao and Su Ming continued. The others dared not speak, leaving the hall in tense silence. Su Ming's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth in anger. When had Yu Xiao become so petty? It was just a few spirit stones. Did she have to block him in a shop to demand them back? How stingy, how utterly inconsiderate. If they were at the 5 Elements Dao sect, Su Ming wouldn't hesitate to reprimand her harshly. But under the current circumstances, with so many eyes on them and Zhao Jin Yu nearby, he had to maintain his dignity and could only hold his tongue. Third senior brother, returning what one owes is a virtue, Yu Xiao warned icily, her tone suggesting she was moments away from burning bridges. Yu Xiao, though only 13, barely reached Su Ming's shoulder. Su Ming looked down at her from above, easily observing every detail of her expression. Her calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional ripples, seemed oddly out of place for her age. It was as though she had matured overnight, leaving Su Ming feeling strangely uneasy. Shaking off the thought, he reminded himself that Yu Xiao was his junior sister no matter how she changed. That much would never change. Clearing his throat, he tried to coax her. Yu Xiao, be reasonable. Let's go back and discuss this. Su Ming's attempt to smooth things over completely exhausted Yu Xiao's patience. She shifted her gaze toward a group of bystanders on the staircase. Most of them were unaffiliated cultivators, relying on odd jobs assigned by the market stewards. They often followed Su Ming, basking in his wealth and praise, and were his loyal lackeys. Yu Xiao's eyes locked onto the scholarly middle-aged man standing at the back of the group. She dredged up a distant memory of the 8 Treasures Pavilion and asked sharply, Steward Liu, what item did my third senior brother fancy earlier? Has it been accounted for? Steward Liu looked troubled. Holding his position at the 8 Treasures Pavilion meant he wasn't foolish. It was clear there was tension between Su Ming and Yu Xiao, both direct disciples of Master Qing Yan. Offending either side would be unwise. He replied vaguely, no, it hasn't. It wasn't exactly a lie. Su Ming had indeed shown interest in a beautifully crafted artifact, but he hadn't yet paid for it, and the item was still upstairs. Good, Yu Xiao said. Then leave it as is. Let it remain a centerpiece of your store. This, Steward Liu pulled out a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, casting a glance at Su Ming. Caught off guard by Yu Xiao's decisiveness, Su Ming was furious. His hand reflexively rose. In the past, when Yu Xiao was mischievous, he never actually hit her, opting instead to flick her forehead lightly as a playful punishment. Now, in his anger, his body reacted instinctively. Typically, Yu Xiao would cover her forehead and smile at him apologetically, signaling reconciliation. But this time, Yu Xiao's face twisted in fear. She backed away, arms crossed defensively over her chest. Everyone present froze. Their reactions varied. The bystanders' eyes filled with scorn and shock, as if they hadn't expected this seemingly dignified young master to behave so despicably in private. Zhao Jin Yu's fury was palpable. Instinct couldn't be faked. She shuddered to think of how many times Yu Xiao must have been hit, how much abuse she had endured. The sight of Su Ming raising his hand triggered her immediate response. Stepping between them, she shielded Yu Xiao, her expression filled with disgust. Su Ming, I warn you, if you dare touch her again, I'll break your hand. I didn't. Su Ming stammered, staring at his hand, utterly bewildered. He hadn't even laid a finger on Yu Xiao. He was being wrongly accused. Su Ming was innocent. Both Yu Xiao and Su Ming himself were well aware of this. Yet no one else believed his explanation. Zhao Jin Yu stood with arms crossed, her frosty expression practically screaming, "Say whatever you want. See if I believe you." Su Ming felt utterly helpless, as if words could no longer clear his name. He wished he could swear an oath to prove his innocence. The one to undo the knot must be the one who tied it. Su Ming turned his pleading gaze to Yu Xiao. "Yu Xiao, you tell them. When have I ever hit you?" Though often a bit unreliable, he was not the kind of person to hit women, least of all his own junior sister. Unlike fifth senior brother, whose mind was all about muscle and violence, Su Ming considered himself above such crude behavior. The crowd's eyes shifted to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao said nothing. She simply opened her palm, lightly motioned toward it with her chin, and then looked at Su Ming with mockery in her gaze. Want her to explain? Sure. First, pay her back what he owed. If he wouldn't, fine. A young man's back is strong enough to carry the blame indefinitely. After all, Su Ming wasn't entirely blameless. Yu Xiao's dramatic reaction stemmed from the scars of her past life. As her relationship with Ye Cong Xin soured, the 5 senior brothers turned against her entirely. Their indifference evolved into disgust, eventually leading to physical abuse. In one instance, Su Ming, under the pretext of teaching her a lesson, had broken 3 of her ribs with a single kick. So, framing Su Ming now caused Yu Xiao no guilt at all. Su Ming wasn't stupid. He quickly realized Yu Xiao's intent. She was exploiting the situation to extort him. Emotionally, he wanted to reject Yu Xiao's brazen demands outright. But logic told him that if he didn't silence Yu Xiao today, Zhao Jin Yu wouldn't let the matter drop. As the current sect master's direct disciple and the leading candidate for the next sect master, Zhao Jin Yu was not someone Su Ming could afford to offend. Even with Master Qing Yan's protection, Su Ming's days would be far from easy if he crossed her. Swallowing his pride, Su Ming suppressed his frustration and said, "Senior Sister Zhou, I'd like to speak with Yu Xiao in private." Zhao Jin Yu frowned, inclined to refuse on Yu Xiao's behalf, but she turned to Yu Xiao instead, silently seeking her opinion. Yu Xiao nodded without hesitation. All right, she already knew what Su Ming wanted to discuss. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. "Old Lu," Su Ming called. Steward Lu quickly approached with a servile smile. "Yes, young Master Su? Take care of senior sister Zhou for me. I need to have a good, long chat with my junior sister." His tone sharpened as he emphasized the last word, his frustration evident. Yu Xiao paid no mind to his childish threat. After assuring Zhao Jin Yu, she followed Su Ming upstairs. Still lingering on the staircase, the unaffiliated cultivators were torn. They didn't want to offend Su Ming, but were eager to see the drama unfold. Their indecision rooted them in place. "Scram! Get lost!" Su Ming roared, his temper finally boiling over. He drove them off before storming into a private room on the 2nd floor, his face dark. Yu Xiao followed him in. "Yu Xiao, what have I ever done to you to deserve this? Why are you doing this to me?" Su Ming demanded as soon as they were alone. He was genuinely furious, but even more baffled. Fong Chunlang's belief that cultivators should focus on self-improvement rather than relying heavily on external aids like spirit stones and pills had deeply influenced Yu Xiao. She had never valued material possessions much. Whenever Su Ming borrowed spirit stones from her, he never left empty-handed. But today, it was as if Yu Xiao had been possessed. Not only had she refused his request, but she had also come to 100 Treasures Pavilion to demand repayment. Was this really the timid, opinionless sixth junior sister he knew? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. A wild idea suddenly sprang to mind. Had some miserly old monster seized Yu Xiao's body? Yet Yu Xiao responded to his complaints with just 2 words: pay up. With interest, preferably all at once. Su Ming's train of thought derailed. He stammered, his face reddening, before blurting, "I don't have any money." He wasn't lying. Though he had royal lineage, that status was worthless in the cultivation world. Gold, which was valuable in the mortal world, was little more than scrap metal here. "Then return the 10 mid-grade spirit stones you took from the Hall of Merits today," Yu Xiao said. "No way." Su Ming rejected her outright, his tone righteous. "Those spirit stones are for buying an entrance gift for junior sister Yi. They're already spoken for." Yu Xiao almost laughed in disbelief. Using her spirit stones to buy a gift for Ye Cong Xin? Su Ming truly excelled at borrowing flowers to present a Buddha. Fortunately, Yu Xiao had anticipated this. She pointed at the storage ring on Su Ming's finger with a deliberate look. "If you don't have money, you can pay me back in items." Her real aim was never the spirit stones he had borrowed, but the treasures stored in his ring. After all, having the memories of a previous life was an advantage she had to capitalize on. Su Ming froze at her demand, his eyes flashing with reluctance. The contents of his storage ring included gifts from the sect and their master, as well as various rare and curious items he had collected over the years. Their monetary value ranged from high to low, but all held sentimental meaning to him. "Yu Xiao." Su Ming tried to bargain one last time. Yu Xiao tapped the table twice with her finger, her expression growing impatient. "Third senior brother, senior sister Zhou, is still waiting downstairs. So quit wasting time." Su Ming's face alternated between green and white. In the end, as Yu Xiao's irritation became increasingly apparent and she began rising from her seat, he grudgingly nodded in defeat. One by one, he reluctantly placed half of his collection before her, his tone bitter as he said, "Choose one." "One." Yu Xiao's lips curved into a cold smile, her eyes devoid of warmth. "Third senior brother, let me ask you this. Of all these items, which one is worth 698 mid-grade spirit stones?" Su Ming mumbled incoherently, failing to respond. With his silence, Yu Xiao finally began examining the displayed items. She had to admit, Su Ming had an exceptional eye. Every piece in his collection had some unique merit. One item in particular, a brightly colored feather, immediately caught Yu Xiao's attention. The feather, which Su Ming had purchased at great cost, was impervious to water and fire and retained its pristine condition. Even as a simple decoration, it was worth its price. But only Yu Xiao knew the feather's true value. In her previous life, Su Ming had used this feather to win the friendship of the White Peacock clan on Spirit Mountain, securing the peacock feathers Ye Cong Xin needed for artifact forging. There was also a small, palm-sized black tortoise shell in the lower right corner. Though unassuming, it originated from a master of divination 1,000 years ago. Piece by piece, Yu Xiao silently identified several legendary items from her past life. Externally, she remained calm, but her mind was in turmoil. Only now did she fully appreciate Su Ming's remarkable intuition and good fortune. As one of the most prominent figures in the Five Elements market, Su Ming had examined countless items, yet he always managed to pick out the rare treasures hidden among the junk. No wonder Ye Cong Xin had an endless supply of high-quality artifacts, earning her the nickname Treasure Maiden. Su Ming's support behind the scenes was undeniable. At the 100 Treasures Pavilion, in a tea room, "Fairy, please have some tea." Manager Liu offered the tea carefully. "Thank you for your trouble," Zhao Jin Yu replied politely, taking the tea and gently placing it on the table. Her gaze kept drifting toward the second floor. Manager Liu was taken aback by her politeness and hurriedly said it was his duty, adding a stream of praises for her graciousness. Inwardly, he was full of admiration. As the direct disciple of the sect master of the Five Elements Tao sect, Zhao Jin Yu certainly carried herself with poise and decorum. He had always thought of disciples of great sects as haughty, especially in a sect as powerful as the Five Elements Tao sect. Every disciple there was undoubtedly exceptional and, therefore, prone to arrogance. Manager Liu had encountered countless haughty disciples, including those like Su Ming, who brimmed with an air of superiority. Meeting someone as kind and approachable as Zhao Jin Yu was a refreshing change, and his smile became more sincere. After delivering 3 plates of snacks to her table, Manager Liu tactfully retreated to avoid disturbing her. Zhao Jin Yu appreciated his discretion. Her mind, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of resolving the conflict between Yu Xiao and Lone Moon Peak. Although this matter technically wasn't hers to handle, the special bond she shared with Yu Xiao made it impossible for her to turn a blind eye. If she were unaware of Yu Xiao's predicament, that would have been one thing. But now that she knew, she couldn't just stand idly by. The problem lay in the status of Lone Moon Peak within the Five Elements Tao sect. It was extraordinarily lofty. Even Zhao Jin Yu's master, the sect master, had to show deference to Master Qing Yan of Lone Moon Peak. Would intervening in Lone Moon Peak's affairs anger Master Qing Yan? Considering the delicate relationship between the main peak and Lone Moon Peak over the years, Zhao Jin Yu ultimately decided it wasn't her place to interfere directly. Matters concerning Lone Moon Peak should be handled by their own people. After returning, she planned to discuss this with Fong Chenglang. It was Fong Chenglang who had entrusted Yu Xiao to her care, emphasizing that she must look after the girl. Now, his sudden indifference was puzzling. She began mentally rehearsing her arguments for their upcoming conversation. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of light footsteps. Zhao Jin Yu immediately stood and walked toward the staircase, where she saw Yu Xiao and Su Ming descending. Yu Xiao appeared emotionless, with a terrifying calmness, while Su Ming looked utterly dejected, as if mourning a great loss. Zhao Jin Yu couldn't help but smile. From the looks of it, Yu Xiao had not been at a disadvantage, and Su Ming had learned his lesson. She was quite satisfied with the outcome. "Senior Sister Zhou, let's go back. It's all been settled," Yu Xiao said, eager to return. Though she hadn't retrieved the spirit stones, she'd gained something far more valuable. Her priority now was figuring out how to monetize a small portion of her newfound treasures without drawing attention to herself. "All right." Zhao Jin Yu agreed with a raised brow and followed Yu Xiao to the door. Just as they were about to leave, Su Ming's quiet but menacing voice rang out from behind them. "Yu Xiao, the 5th senior brother, is returning soon." Yu Xiao paused ever so slightly before continuing as if she hadn't heard a word. Without turning back, she left decisively. Su Ming sneered. She had suffered a heavy loss this time, with a third of her storage ring's contents, his cherished possessions, gone. Well, all but one item. Did Yu Xiao think this was over? Not a chance. Her nemesis, Quan Yi, was about to return from the Miner's Secret Realm to the Five Elements Tao sect. Yu Xiao's good days were numbered. Elsewhere, Zhao Jin Yu and Yu Xiao were discussing the very person Su Ming mentioned, Quan Yi. Based on the timeline, Quan Yi should indeed be returning soon, Zhao Jin Yu said. Quan Yi, the 5th-ranking disciple of Lone Moon Peak and Yu Xiao's 5th senior brother, had been sent to train for a year in the Bramble Secret Realm and was due to return. Yu Xiao remained silent. Zhao Jin Yu sighed. She hesitated, but eventually patted Yu Xiao lightly on the arm. "You know, the spot for the Bramble Secret Realm training was originally yours. Why did you give it to Quan Yi?" The Five Elements Tao sect controlled 5 secret realms, each aligned with one of the 5 elements. The Bramble Secret Realm, aligned with wood, was the least dangerous, richest in resources, and most suitable for Foundation establishment disciples. Every year, 10 disciples were selected to enter, with the main criterion being that they must be in the Foundation establishment stage. Last year, Yu Xiao had successfully reached the Foundation establishment stage, and, with her status as a direct disciple of Master Qing Yan, had secured a spot. However, shortly before the departure, it was announced that her spot had been given to Quan Yi instead. Though technically eligible, Kuan Yi had already been to the Bramble Secret Realm during his own Foundation establishment phase. The sect rarely allowed repeat entries due to the limited slots and the need to ensure broader access for all disciples. Yet Yu Xiao had ceded her opportunity to Kuan Yi, sparking dissatisfaction among her peers. To them, it was infuriating that someone could so casually forego what they all coveted and give it to someone who had already experienced it once. This incident marked the start of Yu Xiao's decline in reputation within the sect. Abruptly, Yu Xiao stopped walking and stared intently at Zhao Jin Yu. "Senior Sister Zhao, if I told you I didn't give up that spot willingly but was forced to, would you believe me?" Zhao Jin Yu was startled, but nodded without hesitation. "I believe you." If Yu Xiao had said this a day earlier, Zhao Jin Yu might have had her doubts. But after witnessing Su Ming's exploitation and attempted violence against Yu Xiao, she could no longer doubt the girl's words. She felt only sympathy and concern. "Senior Sister Zhao, how much do you know about Kuan Yi?" Yu Xiao asked instead of explaining further. After a moment of thought, Zhao Jin Yu replied, "A little. I've heard that Kuan Yi has narrow meridians but vigorous qi and blood, making him naturally gifted in body cultivation. However, his combative nature and lack of restraint have led Master Qing Yin to forbid him from leaving Lone Moon Peak easily." Zhao Jin Yu, well-connected and popular among disciples, had a wealth of information. Yet even she couldn't know everything, especially regarding Lone Moon Peak. "That's correct," Yu Xiao said coldly. "Kuan Ye's combative nature has caused severe injuries to others during sparring, which is why Master Qing Yin restricted his movements to Lone Moon Peak." Zhao Jin Yu nodded. Her earlier description had been understated. In truth, she suspected that Kuan Ye's behavior stemmed from more than just a fiery temperament. She even doubted his intelligence. Zhao Jin Yu and Lan Yuanji never criticized others behind their backs. Even though they had their reservations about Kuan Yi, they chose their words carefully, always leaning towards subtlety. But Yu Xiao didn't bother with such niceties. Her voice was as sharp and cold as frost. A person's nature doesn't change because of their environment. A beast in a cage remains bloodthirsty. Zhao Jin Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, as if she had realized something shocking. She turned to Yu Xiao, disbelief written across her face. Yu Xiao smiled faintly. "So, Senior Sister Zhao, what do you think Kuan Yi might do, confined on Lone Moon Peak?" He would use sparring as an excuse to beat Yu Xiao. When her body was battered and bruised, he would put on an apologetic face, apply medicine to her wounds, and plead for her forgiveness. Then he would do it all over again. Of the 5 senior brothers, Yu Xiao respected eldest senior brother, Fong Chenglang. But 5th senior brother Kuan Yi? She feared him, deeply and to her very core. Shock, anger, and disbelief flashed through Zhao Jin Yu's eyes. Kuan Yi, how dare he? Yu Xiao was his junior sister. What about the others on Lone Moon Peak? Why didn't they stop him? Zhao Jin Yu initially wanted to ask why Yu Xiao hadn't exposed him or sought help from the sect. But on second thought, she realized she couldn't blame a victim. Instead, she turned her criticism toward the other Lone Moon Peak disciples. They tried, but they couldn't stop him. There were always moments when I was alone. Yu Xiao hesitated. And Kuan Yi once saved my life. Years ago, Kuan Yi had indeed saved her once. It started when he secretly took Yu Xiao outside the sect. In his carelessness, he left her behind in a remote mountain forest. At the time, Yu Xiao was merely a beginner at the qi refinement stage, practically defenseless. She nearly lost her life to a wild beast, but Kuan Yi returned in time to save her. From that moment on, she felt indebted to him. Even when his actions became increasingly heavy-handed, she endured the humiliation, never daring to resist. Looking back now, Yu Xiao only felt foolish. Kuan Yi had saved her because he was the one who abandoned her in the forest in the first place. If not for him, her life wouldn't have been in danger. Moreover, she had saved him later on, multiple times. Even if she owed him a debt, it had long since been repaid. But she had clung to the past, indulging in memories, forgetting that people and circumstances change. You're so naive. So what if he saved your life? That doesn't give him the right to act as he pleases. Zhao Jin Yu fumed. Today's revelations had completely shattered her view of Lone Moon Peak. The disciples of this seemingly dignified sect were far from virtuous. Zhao Jin Yu demanded, "Did he take your spot in the thorny secret realm too?" Yu Xiao gave a bitter smile and nodded. Quan Yu was domineering and forceful. Even though Yu Xiao had longed to enter the thorny secret realm, she had been no match for his threats. Unbelievable! Zhao Jin Yu was trembling with anger. She had always assumed that Yu Xiao's life on Lone Moon Peak was smooth and fulfilling. She never imagined it to be a living nightmare. If she had known, she would have insisted on keeping Yu Xiao on the main peak to spare her such suffering. Junior sister Yu, come to the main peak. Stay with me, Zhao Jin Yu suggested suddenly. Yu Xiao was stunned for a moment before shaking her head. Zhao Jin Yu grew anxious. Why not? Don't you trust me to protect you? Senior sister Zhou, I don't want to drag you into this. Besides, I'm not who I used to be. Don't worry, they won't hurt me again. Yu Xiao was deeply grateful for senior sister Zhou's support. Precisely because of this, she couldn't burden her. The people of Lone Moon Peak were not easily dealt with. Moreover, debts from her past life needed to be settled in this one. If she left them, how would she witness their descent into an inescapable abyss? The unyielding determination in Yu Xiao's eyes left Zhao Jin Yu no choice but to respect her decision. Still, she reminded Yu Xiao to come to the main peak for help if she ever needed it. Yu Xiao expressed her thanks and silently renewed her resolve to help senior sister Zhou avoid her destined misfortune. When they returned to the sect, the two parted ways. Yu Xiao retreated into her cave dwelling to inventory her spoils. This time, she had seized the opportunity to obtain 13 items from Su Ming, claiming them as repayment for a debt. 12 of them were extraordinary treasures destined to become famous in the cultivation world. Among them was a strikingly beautiful feather. One item, however, stood out. Yu Xiao picked up a dusty pouch with a crude, twisted bird embroidered on it. It was remarkably ugly. When she opened the pouch, a yellowed piece of paper fell into her hand. Yu Xiao unfolded it and read the large characters written on it. Her lips curled into a sneer. With this slip, one wish may be granted. The signature read simply, Zhao. This pouch was a birthday gift Yu Xiao had sewn for Su Ming years ago, complete with a promise to fulfill one wish. She vividly remembered how Su Ming had grinned from ear to ear upon receiving it, claiming it was so precious he would treasure it forever. He never imagined that years later, he would use the pouch to demand its owner kneel and slap herself until he was satisfied. Yu Xiao's fingers tightened around the paper, crumpling it. When she opened her hand again, only wet shreds remained. Her promise, they didn't deserve it. Having resolved one of her future troubles, Yu Xiao felt a weight lift from her heart. She turned her attention back to the 12 treasures. Since she was short on spirit stones, she needed to sell one of the items to ease her financial burden. However, every single treasure was rare and valuable. The thought of parting with any of them pained her. She needed a discerning and generous buyer to ensure the treasure wouldn't be undervalued. Staring at the 12 items, Yu Xiao fell into deep contemplation. What the? Yu Xiao's gone mad. She gave away the purple, cloud bamboo flute. Su Ming shot to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. He had been too preoccupied preparing a gift for a junior disciple to pay attention to sect news. Upon returning, he rushed to second senior brother for details. Lan Ziyu glanced at him indifferently, but his clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. Su Ming sank back into his chair, still unable to accept it. He knew better than anyone how much Yu Xiao cherished the purple cloud bamboo flute. Once, he had borrowed it to play for a moment, and Yu Xiao had nearly severed ties with him in her panic. After that, he never dared touch it again. Su Ming mumbled under his breath. She even took back the pouch she gave me. What is she planning? Though he spoke softly, Lan Ziyu caught every word. Lan Ziyu's expression shifted. She took back that bird pouch. Su Ming nodded awkwardly. Back when he had received the pouch, he had shown it off smugly. Now, recalling that made him feel utterly humiliated. Taking back what she gave, how petty. Lan Ziyu's face turned completely dark. Over the past few days, he had been fantasizing about Yu Xiao lowering her head and apologizing to him. Determined to stand firm, he had stayed within the confines of his cave dwelling, refusing to venture out. Yet, the one he had been waiting for never appeared. Instead, Su Ming arrived bringing nothing but bad news. The little bird pouch was something Yu Xiao had sewn herself, stitch by stitch. Without guidance, she had pricked herself countless times and shed many tears. Lan Ziyu had witnessed all of this, even getting silently upset on her behalf. And now, Yu Xiao had reclaimed that pouch, stained with her own blood from Su Ming's hands. An eerie chill ran down Lan Ziyu's spine. This time, Yu Xiao seemed serious. She was truly angry. On the other side, Su Ming was still grumbling indignantly. She's borrowed spirit stones from me so many times before. What's the big deal about borrowing them again? Besides, this time I had a legitimate reason. The morning's events replayed in his mind, fueling his resentment. Just as he was about to continue venting about being extorted, he caught sight of a tall figure approaching rapidly out of the corner of his eye. Both he and Lan Ziyu stood and bowed in greeting. Eldest senior brother. While they might have their grievances about their other senior brothers, Fang Chenglang was someone they deeply respected and admired. Fang Chenglan's expression was cold as he regarded them silently before sitting down in an empty spot nearby. Lan Ziyu and Su Ming exchanged a glance, both feeling perplexed. Su Ming tentatively asked, "Eldest senior brother, who's upset you?" Surely it couldn't be him, could it? No, he hadn't done anything wrong recently, right? Fang Chenglang lifted his gaze and swept it over the two of them. "I overheard you discussing little six just now." Su Ming pursed his lips and took the lead in complaining. "Eldest senior brother, you really need to do something about Yu Xiao. She's out of line. Do you know what she did? She actually brought Zhao Jin Yu to the 100 Treasures Pavilion this morning to demand spirit stones from me. She embarrassed me completely." Su Ming grew more animated as he spoke, oblivious to the darkening aura radiating from Fang Chenglang. Lan Ziyu, however, noticed something amiss. But with the eldest senior brother sitting across from him, he hesitated to voice a warning. Bang! Fang Chenglang slammed his palm onto the table. The dull sound reverberated, causing the stone table to tremble violently. Su Ming froze, then grew excited, feigning concern as he tried to console Fang Chenglang. "Eldest senior brother, there's no need to be so angry. Yu Xiao just needs to be taught a few lessons. Maybe lock her in the black prison for a few days. Once she realizes her mistakes, we can let her out." Su Ming's outrageous suggestion made even Lan Ziyu's face darken with disdain. "Shut up," Lan Ziyu snapped coldly. Su Ming glared back defiantly. "I'm not wrong. What's the big deal? And you, Lan Ziyu, after she gave away your purple cloud bamboo flute, you're still defending her? Such sibling affection." Huh. Lan Ziyu sneered. If Su Ming wanted to dig his own grave, he wouldn't stop him. Seeing Lan Ziyu remain silent, Su Ming continued pressing his luck. But before he could say more, Fang Chenglang pointed at him, his voice booming with fury. "Su Ming, how dare you criticize others? Have you looked at your own actions?" What did I do?" Su Ming's arrogance faltered, though he still tried to hold his ground. Nothing at all, right?" Fang Chenglang's face was so stormy, it looked like rain might pour. "Tell me, how many spirit stones have you borrowed from Yu Xiao over the years?" There was again Yu Xiao. She must have gone to complain to the eldest senior brother. This was beyond outrageous. Clenching his fists, Su Ming growled in frustration. "Yes, I borrowed some spirit stones, but I've already paid them back. And now she's tattling on me? She's really asking for it." With a sweep of his sleeve, Su Ming moved to storm off, only for Fang Chenglang to grab him by the collar and drag him back. "Some? You call that some? 698 spirit stones. 698 spirit stones in total. That's 7 years' worth of savings for little six, all wasted by you. And you're still acting so shamelessly." Fang Chenglang's voice trembled with rage. He had always known Su Ming borrowed spirit stones from Yu Xiao, but he had assumed it was small amounts, no more than a few dozen. He hadn't paid much attention. But when Zhao Jin Yu confronted him earlier with the staggering total, his shock and fury knew no bounds. No wonder Yu Xiao avoided using spirit stones to recover her spiritual energy or buying accessories other girls enjoyed. Fang Chenglang had assumed she was simply frugal, a holdover from her old habits. It never occurred to him that Su Ming's greed had drained her dry. The man was no better than a parasitic leech. 698 spirit stones? Lan Ziyu was equally astounded. He had initially felt Yu Xiao was being overly petty based on Su Ming's complaints. But learning the true scale of the situation made him reassess everything. If Su Ming had come to him for such a loan, he wouldn't have lent even half that amount, knowing it would be a dead loss. Yu Xiao's decision to lend the stones must have come with no expectation of repayment. But her actions today showed she was finally standing her ground. Adding it all up, Lan Ziyu's heart sank further, his expression turning grim. "I already repaid it all today," Su Ming muttered, lowering his head and avoiding Fang Chenglang's furious gaze. Fang Chenglang shook his head in disappointment at Su Ming's lack of remorse. Yu Xiao had spoiled him. Nearly 700 spirit stones were nothing to him anymore. But in the cultivation world, that amount was enough to spark a bloody conflict. Fang Chenglang's thoughts turned to Quan Yi, still out on an expedition. That troublemaker was just as reckless. Why was everyone on Lone Moon Peak so infuriating? Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother. A cheerful voice rang out, and Su Ming's face immediately lit up. He looked toward the sound, his dimples deepening as he grinned widely. Little junior sister, Fang Chenglang and Lan Ziyu softened visibly as Ye Cong Xin approached with a bright smile, their stern expressions melting away into faint smiles. "What are you three discussing here?" Ye Cong Xin asked, sitting down at the last empty spot at the stone table. Resting her chin in her hands, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fang Chenglang quickly responded with a warm smile. "Nothing important. Little junior sister, aren't you supposed to be cultivating under the master today?" Ye Cong Xin stuck out her tongue playfully. "Eldest senior brother, even cultivators need a rest. It's all about balance." Su Ming chimed in enviously. "Little junior sister, you're the only one who gets personal guidance from the master." For the senior brothers, Fang Chenglang had always been their guide. Only when they faced something even he couldn't solve did they seek help from the master. To them, Fang Chenglang was like a second master. "Third senior brother, don't be envious," Ye Cong Xin said sweetly. "It's only because I'm physically weak and the master worries about me. I actually envy you all. You can always learn from eldest senior brother. He's the kindest of all." Ye Cong Xion's playful charm quickly softened Fang Chenglang's heart, dispelling most of his frustration. Lan Ziyu and Su Ming, standing nearby, felt a wave of relief and grew even more grateful for Ye Cong Xion's presence. At that moment, Ye Cong Xion suddenly inquired, "I've heard fifth senior brother is returning soon. I wonder when fourth senior brother will finish his seclusion? They'll be so surprised to see I've become the youngest disciple of Lone Moon Peak." Ye Cong Xion's successful apprenticeship wasn't merely because of her close relationship with the members of Lone Moon Peak. More crucially, it stemmed from Yu Xiao injuring her publicly during a confrontation. To suppress the ensuing scandal, Master Qing Yin reluctantly accepted her into the sect. As a result, her initiation ceremony, while lively, was rather rushed. Cui Ju, the fourth-ranking disciple, was refining pills in seclusion, and Quan Yi, the fifth, was away training, causing both to miss her ceremony. Hearing Ye Cong Xion mention Quan Yi, Fang Chenglang's brow furrowed momentarily before quickly smoothing out. He thought to himself, better not tell junior sister about Quan Yi's situation. I don't want her to worry. His determination strengthened. I'll make sure she never suffers the same fate as sixth senior sister. Su Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully and grinned at Ye Cong Xion. Don't worry, junior sister. Cui Ju might even have a surprise waiting for you. Ye Cong Xion's eyes sparkled with delight, her heart filling with anticipation. Word had it that Cui Ju was working on a special pill during this seclusion. If true, it might be for her. Her investment of time and effort in winning Cui Ju's favor now seemed well worth it. Among her 5 senior brothers, she valued Cui Ju the most, as he was recognized as one of the most talented alchemists in the cultivation world. Even the arrogant alchemists of Greenwood sect envied him and wished to recruit him into their ranks. Ye Cong Xin, having asked casually, now felt her excitement rising. Noticing the favorable atmosphere, Su Ming enthusiastically presented a jade box to Ye Cong Xin. Junior sister, this is my gift to you for joining Lone Moon Peak. Open it and see if you like it. Really? Ye Cong Xin nodded eagerly, opening the jade box under Su Ming's expectant gaze. Inside lay a thumb-sized, radiant fire spirit pearl. Picking it up gently, Ye Cong Xin felt a warm current flow through her fingers and into her meridians. "Oh!" she exclaimed softly, her face lighting up with joy. Su Ming puffed out his chest in pride. "This pearl comes from the fire cloud sea. It repels cold and nourishes the body, making it perfect for you." Given Ye Cong Xin's cold constitution, the fire spirit pearl seemed tailor-made for her. It was a thoughtful and valuable gift. "Thank you, third senior brother. I love it," Ye Cong Xin said with genuine gratitude. Su Ming laughed heartily, clearly pleased with her reaction. However, Fong Chenglang, standing nearby, looked visibly displeased. The pearl's significant value suggested it was likely purchased with little 6 spirit stones. Yet, in front of Ye Cong Xin, he suppressed his displeasure, determined not to ruin her happiness. At the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Manager Liu was baffled to see Yu Xiao return so soon. He hurried over, speaking with polite enthusiasm. "Young fairy, Su Ming is no longer here. I believe he's gone elsewhere." Recalling the morning's events, Manager Liu dared not underestimate this seemingly frail young woman. Yu Xiao smiled faintly. "Manager Liu, I'm not here for Su Ming. I've come to see you." "Me? I'd like to propose a trade." Manager Liu's expression grew serious. "Please follow me." He led Yu Xiao to a private room on the 2nd floor. After serving her tea with utmost care, he asked, "What kind of trade does the young fairy have in mind?" Yu Xiao retrieved a black gold octagonal stone from her belongings, placing it on the table and pushing it toward him. "Manager Liu, could you assess this stone's value?" Despite her mistrust of the 5 Elements Dao sect, Yu Xiao preferred dealing with acquaintances. Manager Liu, as a businessman, would avoid actions as foolish as betrayal, especially knowing her background. Manager Liu's curiosity deepened when he recognized the stone. He had seen Su Ming flaunting it before, a mere black crystal stone, commonly used for crafting low-tier artifacts. Its unique shape made it suitable for display, but it wasn't particularly rare or valuable. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Liu declared, "This is a black crystal stone, worth about 1 mid-grade spirit stone." Yu Xiao's gaze flickered. She knew a black crystal stone wasn't worth 1 mid-grade spirit stone, especially not one of this small size. Clearly, Manager Liu was eager to curry favor by quoting a generous price. However, her expectations for the trade were far higher. She pulled out a sheet of paper covered in meticulously listed items and slid it to Manager Liu. "I want to exchange it for these." Manager Liu scanned the list. His eyes widened in shock. "Young fairy, are you joking?" The list included heart-protecting pills, spirit-nurturing grass, rootless liquid, and more. Over a dozen items, each worth far more than 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and in considerable quantities. Manager Liu's demeanor grew wary, his hand discreetly moving to a talisman tucked into his sleeve. Oblivious to his reaction, Yu Xiao maintained her serene smile. "Manager Liu, I never joke. This isn't a black crystal stone. Disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect were forbidden to exploit the sect's name for personal gain under penalty of expulsion." Yu Xiao, however, had no intention of using her sect's reputation as leverage. She gently pressed a finger to the stone's surface. Droplets of water formed, spreading across it until the stone was coated in a thin, glistening layer. Gradually, its black hue faded, revealing a transparent liquid. Manager Liu's skepticism gave way to astonishment. Rising to his feet, he pointed at the liquid, exclaiming, "Black crystal essence." Yu Xiao withdrew her hand. "Manager Liu, you're discerning. I does you credit." It took Manager Liu a moment to recover. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Young fairy, you flatter me. I almost mistook a treasure for an ordinary stone. How embarrassing." Yu Xiao smiled faintly. "So, what do you think of the trade?" "Absolutely feasible. Please wait here while I prepare everything." Manager Liu's excitement was palpable. The difference between black crystal stone and black crystal essence was like night and day. The value of the latter could easily surpass that of the entire 100 Treasures Pavilion. "Fairy, take care." Manager Liu stood at the doorway, watching the young woman's silhouette fade into the distance, his heart filled with admiration. As expected, no disciple of the Five Elements Tao sect was ordinary. Fairy Zhou and Fairy Yu each had their own strengths, yet compared to them, Su Ming fell far behind. Also, did Su Ming know the secret behind that black crystal stone? Manager Liu pondered briefly, then shook his head, deciding to keep it to himself. This transaction had earned him a considerable commission. Silence was his best option. To keep quiet meant living longer. Inside the cave dwelling, Yu Xiao sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. After a long while, she exhaled deeply, a spark of determination flashing in her gaze. Everything was in place, she just needed the final touch. Once she adjusted herself to peak condition, she could begin her foundation reformation. Yu Xiao retrieved a bottle of rootless liquid and drank it. The gentle liquid quickly transformed into pure spiritual energy, coursing through her limbs and bones. She held her breath, focusing on her breathing. Invisible blue light particles in the air seemed drawn to her by some unseen force, swarming toward her and quietly merging into her body. The spiritual energy in her meridians steadily grew. Unconsciously, she let go of all distractions, entering a state of complete focus. On Lone Moon Peak, an unusual bustle was taking place. Cui Ju, who had been in seclusion refining pills, and Quan Yi, who had been training outside, returned around the same time. Ye Cong Xin promptly decided to host a small gathering, inviting her 5 senior brothers to join her in a bamboo grove halfway up the peak. A clear stream ran through the forest, creating a serene atmosphere. Matching tables and chairs lined both sides, accompanied by a selection of fine wine and spiritual fruits. Su Ming, ever eager to attend lively gatherings, was the first to arrive after Ye Cong Xin. Seeing the elegant setup in the grove, his eyes sparkled. He couldn't stop praising his junior sister's meticulous care. In the past, their gatherings were far less elaborate. They'd simply find an open spot to sit and chat. This event, however, had a unique charm. The second to arrive was Fong Chenglang. His intention was to help with the preparations, but seeing everything already arranged, he felt both comforted and a little heartbroken. "Eldest senior brother, please have a seat. Today it's my show." Ye Cong Xin ran up to him, guiding him to a seat. Fong Chenglang couldn't refuse and smiled as he complied. No sooner had he sat than another figure appeared in the grove. "Ah, 4th senior brother is here." Ye Cong Xin's playful smile lit up her face, her crescent-shaped eyes glowing with excitement. Her face, which had recently lost its sickly pallor, now shone with youthful vibrancy and charm. Cui Ju parted the bamboo leaves blocking his path, only to be greeted by her delightful smile. His cold expression softened slightly. Junior sister, Cui Ju, who spent years refining pills, carried a faint medicinal fragrance. Coupled with his jade-like complexion and elegant demeanor, he resembled a celestial herb untouched by the mortal world. Having learned from their master that Ye Cong Xin had become the youngest disciple of Lone Moon Peak, Cui Ju harbored no objection. 4th senior brother, long time no see, Ye Cong Xin said, her cheeks tinged pink as she looked at Cui Ju, whose handsomeness was unmatched. Cui Ju retrieved a black jade bottle from his sleeve. A gift. Ye Cong Xin's heart skipped a beat. It was the pill she had long yearned for. She bit her lip lightly before taking the bottle. Thank you, fourth senior brother. Cui Ju nodded slightly before turning to greet his other senior brothers. Eldest senior brother. Third senior brother. Fong Chung Lang studied him, and, seeing Cui Ju in good spirits, asked with a smile, "Did your seclusion go well?" Cui Ju nodded, then fell silent. Fong Chung Lang, already accustomed to Cui Ju's reticent nature, didn't mind. Cui Ju only talked more when little Six was present. At this thought, Fong Chung Lang paused, his eyes darting toward the arrangement of seats. 4 on the left, 3 on the right. 7 seats, perfectly aligned with the 7 disciples of Lone Moon Peak. He sighed in relief, berating himself for his unfounded suspicions. His junior sister had a generous heart. She wouldn't exclude little Six. As for whether little Six would show up, Fong Chung Lang never doubted it. Eldest senior brother. Haha, I'm here. A loud, brash voice echoed through the bamboo grove. A robust figure strode in. The man had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, clad in the sect's standard attire. Yet his wild aura betrayed a touch of unruliness. Fong Chung Lang frowned. After a year apart, this man looked even more like a rogue cultivator. Fifth brother, you're finally back, and you. Su Ming spotted Quan Yi and immediately seized the chance to complain. However, he was promptly interrupted by Fong Chung Lang's cold command. Quiet. Su Ming closed his mouth reluctantly. Quan Yi glanced between the two but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he strode up to Ye Cong Xin, pulling out a handful of spiritual herbs, dirt still clinging to their roots. Junior sister, here's your meeting gift. The herbs were crudely bundled, yet Ye Cong Xin didn't mind at all. She accepted them with a sweet smile. These herbs, after all, were harvested from the thorny secret realm. Their potency far exceeded ordinary herbs. Quan Yi, satisfied, sat down with a thud, glancing around. We're just missing second senior brother and little sixth senior sister. Where are they? Second senior brother is always late, but the other one. Humph, Su Ming sneered, his tone laced with resentment. Even someone as straightforward as Quan Yi caught the sarcasm. Did you fight with sixth senior sister? Fight? She doesn't even MMPH. Fong Chung Lang shot him a warning glare and shoved a spirit fruit into Su Ming's mouth, signaling him to stop talking. He intended to resolve the siblings' conflict and wouldn't let Su Ming ruin it. Quan Yi exchanged glances with Cui Ju. Clearly, much had happened in their absence. Time passed. Finally, Lan Ziyu arrived, unhurried as ever. Yo, everyone's here, he said, nonchalantly taking a seat across from Fong Chung Lang. We can start now. Lan Ziyu's casual tardiness was no surprise. He was always the last to arrive. His presence signaled the start of their gatherings. But not this time. Ye Cong Xin spoke softly, second senior brother, we can't start yet. Sixth senior sister hasn't arrived. Her words elicited varied reactions. Cui Ju and Quan Yi, unaware, looked surprised. Lan Ziyu and Su Ming's expressions darkened, while Fong Chung Lang felt deeply conflicted. Yu Xiao had always considered Lone Moon Peak her home, her master and brothers her family. She had vowed never to miss a family gathering, but now she had broken her promise. Yu Xiao's cultivation in her past life had been severely hindered due to injuries that damaged her foundation. Her ability to absorb spiritual energy was significantly impaired. Half of the energy entering her body would be reabsorbed, while the other half would dissipate during her breathing cycles. This often left her feeling powerless and frustrated. However, in this life, her injuries had not yet reached an irreversible state. The impact was still minor, allowing her to relish the joy of cultivation once more. As Yu Xiao immersed herself deeper into cultivation, a sudden loud noise erupted outside her door. She abruptly awakened from her meditative state, her eyes flashing with a brief surge of hostility. Spreading her divine sense, she identified the figures of Fong Chung Lang, Ye Cong Xin, and others nearby. The source of the commotion was Kuan Yi, who was pounding furiously on her door. Yu Xiao let out a cold laugh. These people truly baffled her. In her past life, she had sought their closeness, only for them to avoid her like the plague. Now, when she had resolved to keep her distance, they wouldn't leave her alone. Her gaze flickered as a plan formed in her mind. She deliberately waited, ignoring Kuan Yi's increasingly frenzied pounding until she finally opened the door. Caught off guard, Kuan Yi nearly struck her by mistake. He frowned and grumbled, "Little six, you're so slow. If I hadn't been quick to react, I would have hit you just now. And you knew we had a gathering today, yet you're late, making us all wait. What a hassle." Without waiting for a reply, he turned to walk toward where Feng Chenglang and the others stood. But after a few steps, he noticed the absence of any sound behind him. Turning back, he found Yu Xiao still standing in the doorway, unmoving. His irritation deepened, and he barked, "Why are you just standing there? Let's go." His voice boomed like rolling thunder, oppressive and commanding. From a distance, Ye Cong Xin watched with concern. "What should we do?" Fifth senior brother and sixth senior sister seemed to be arguing. "Should we intervene?" "Don't." Su Ming quickly stopped her. "Those two are always like this. Just let it be." Feng Chenglang hesitated, feeling uneasy, and was about to step forward when Lan Ziyu firmly held him back. "Let's wait and see." Both Lan Ziyu and Su Ming shared the thought that Yu Xiao had grown too arrogant lately. They felt it was fitting for Kuan Yi to teach her a lesson. Feng Chenglang reluctantly stopped, though unease gnawed at him. Kuan Yi, though beginning to exhibit the makings of a future beast king, still retained a hint of boyish immaturity. Despite being around Yu Xiao's age, he was a head taller, forcing her to look up to meet his gaze. In that moment, Yu Xiao realized how calm she felt upon seeing Kuan Yi again. The fear she once harbored had vanished, as if extinguished by her previous death. Now, she could calmly utter words she would have never dared to say before. She asked, "Are you afraid of hitting me?" Kuan Yi froze, taking a moment to comprehend her question. When he finally did, anger flared in his eyes. "Yu Xiao." She found herself wanting to laugh. Within his rage, she detected a faint guilt he was desperately trying to conceal. So, he knew he'd gone too far before. Yet he still did it. Refusing to face his own shortcomings, he forbade anyone from mentioning them, especially her, the victim. "Am I wrong? Or do you want to hit me again?" Yu Xiao stepped closer, her lips curving into a mocking smile. "You don't dare defy master's orders, and you can't overpower the senior brothers. So you satisfy your pitiful self-esteem by bullying me, the weakest on Lone Moon Peak. Kuan Yi, you're a hypocrite." It wasn't until she was expelled from the Five Elements Tao sect in her past life that Yu Xiao understood why Kuan Yi targeted her. Initially, he had chosen sparring partners of equal strength within the sect. However, his heavy-handedness had prompted numerous complaints from the elders, leading Master Qin Yin to confine him to Lone Moon Peak. Deprived of outside targets, Kuan Yi redirected his overwhelming energy toward his fellow disciples. The eldest senior brother, Feng Chenglang, and second senior brother, Lan Ziyu, were both golden core cultivators. Although they occasionally sparred with him, their vast strength disparity denied him the visceral satisfaction he craved. Thus, his attention shifted to Yu Xiao, the weakest, most accommodating choice on Lone Moon Peak. Yu Xiao's words tore away the facade Kuan Yi had carefully constructed. Rage surged within him, and his long-ingrained habits spurred him to vent it on her. Whoosh! His massive palm swung down, the wind whistling in its wake. Yu Xiao quickly formed a hand seal, summoning a water shield while shielding her face with her arms. Splash! The palm smashed through the water shield and landed on her arms. Pain coursed through her limbs, forcing her to stagger back, her face flushing unnaturally. Kuan Yi, stop! Little Zhao, fifth senior brother. The others hadn't expected Kuan Yi to strike so suddenly. Caught off guard, they failed to intervene in time. Seeing Yu Xiao injured, Feng Chenglang lashed out, a streak of spiritual light darting toward Kuan Yi. Yet Kuan Yi, blinded by fury, ignored the outcry and delivered another punch. This time, Yu Xiao seemed to try avoiding him. A pillar of water rose beneath her, lifting her into the air. But before she could escape, A blurred shadow surged forward, striking her dantian. In an instant, the world fell silent. As everyone watched in horror, a faint cracking sound echoed. Quan Yi stared at Yu Xiao's ashen face in shock. An unthinkable realization dawned on him. No, it couldn't be. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto Quan Yi's face. He didn't dare wipe it away, frozen as he watched Yu Xiao plummet. The spiritual energy around her turned violent, and her internal energy rapidly drained away. Little 6. Fong Chenglang darted forward to catch her mid-fall. His fingers pressed to her wrist as his divine sense probed her dantian. The shattered spiritual vortex sent chills down his spine. Quan Yi. Fong Chenglang's voice trembled with rage, his eyes red with grief and fury. You're despicable. Little 6 foundation, it's shattered. You destroyed it with a single punch. Quan Yi staggered back a few steps, then fell to the ground in disbelief. The man, strong as an eagle, broke into tears as if his defenses had collapsed all at once. Staring at his trembling hands, he mumbled, How? How could this happen? He was sure he held back his strength. In the past, whenever he sparred with Yu Xiao, he used no more than 50% of his power. Occasionally, when excitement got the better of him, it would increase to 60 or 70%. Yu Xiao would suffer minor injuries, but never anything internal. So how had this happened? Quan Yi, you beast. You shattered Yu Xiao's foundation. You deserve to die. Hearing Fong Chenglang's words, Su Ming's body swayed. He then stormed forward, grabbed Quan Yi by the collar, and unleashed a tirade of furious shouts, punctuated with a punch square to his face. Then came his second punch, and the third. Quan Yi remained silent, allowing Su Ming to pummel him, his expression brimming with regret. That's enough. Stop it. Su Ming, his fury uncontrollable and fists bloody, was finally pulled away by Lan Ziyu. Even Fong Chenglang, though overwhelmed with grief, showed no intention of stopping the assault. Su Ming shoved Lan Ziyu away angrily. Second senior brother, don't stop me. I have to avenge Yu Xiao. Don't make things worse. Lan Ziyu's voice was icy. First, we need to deal with junior sister's condition. Leave fifth junior brother to master's judgment. Su Ming begrudgingly let go of his anger and hurried back to Yu Xiao's side. Cui Ju had just finished administering medicine. Yu Xiao's complexion showed a hint of warmth, and her chaotic breathing began to stabilize. Su Ming's heart ached at the sight. Yu Xiao's cultivation, which had barely reached the early foundation establishment stage, had now dropped to the 9th level of qi refinement. 3 years of hard work, gone in an instant. He dreaded how devastated she would feel upon waking up to this reality. Cui Ju put away the jade bottle and turned to Fong Chenglang with a solemn expression. He shook his head gravely. Her injuries have stabilized, but the shattering of her foundation is irreversible. She'll have to rebuild it from scratch. Fong Chenglang gazed down at Yu Xiao, her eyes closed tightly as if shielding herself from the pain of the world. Guilt gnawed at him. He had known Quan Yi's impulsive, uncontrollable nature. Zhao Jin Yu had even reminded him moments earlier. So why hadn't he stopped Quan Yi? He was as much at fault as Quan Yi. No, not just him. Everyone present, except for junior sister, was guilty. Fong Chenglang carried Yu Xiao to her cave, dwelling step by step, a heavy silence following in his wake. The moment they stepped inside, everyone froze in astonishment. Yu Xiao's cave was almost barren, furnished only with a few essential items. The place was stark and cold, resembling an icy cavern, nothing like the cozy retreat one might expect of a young woman. Fong Chenglang couldn't help but recall the lavish and meticulously decorated chambers of Ye Cong Xin, his heart aching with bitterness. His little 6 had been living in such hardship. For the first time, even Su Ming felt a pang of guilt toward Yu Xiao. He had never seen such a desolate dwelling. It reminded him of the austere quarters of ascetic monks. Yu Xiao had lived here all this time. No wonder she was frugal. Lan Ziyu and Cui Ju were also affected in their own ways. Perhaps they didn't know Yu Xiao as well as they thought. Fong Qinglang gently laid Yu Xiao on her stone bed. Stroking her hair softly, he spoke in a low, heavy voice. "Junior sister, forget it. Fourth junior brother, stay here and look after little six. The rest of you, come with me to see Master." His voice carried a chill that sent shivers down their spines. "Yes," they responded, knowing their eldest senior brother's rage was genuine. None dared to provoke him further. Cui Ju stayed behind in Yu Zhao's cave while Fong Chenglang dragged the utterly drained Quan Yi toward the summit of Lone Moon Peak, accompanied by Su Ming, Lan Ziyu, and Ye Cong Xin. Inside the cave, silence prevailed. Cui Ju sat by the bed, staring intently at Yu Zhao's sleeping face. After a long while, he broke the quiet with a soft murmur. "Does little Zhao not want to see fourth senior brother?" No response echoed in the cave. Yu Zhao lay still, her face serene. Cui Ju continued, unhurried. "Was it something I did wrong that made you unwilling to face me? Surely, it's still about the incident in the medicine garden. I scolded you, and you got upset, didn't you? Fourth senior brother didn't mean to blame you. I only wanted you to learn to be cautious and honest." Normally reserved and reticent, Cui Ju seemed more patient and animated when speaking to Yu Zhao. Yet no matter how many words he uttered, the person on the bed offered no reaction. Eventually, all his words condensed into a helpless sigh. Yu Zhao, feigning sleep, heard every word. Her heart remained unmoved, even feeling a hint of irritation. These words, she had heard enough of them in her past life. Whether it was Cui Ju, Fong Chenglang, or Su Ming, they always judged based on what they saw, never listening to explanations. Take the medicine garden incident, for instance. As an alchemist, Cui Ju required a steady supply of herbs, so he had established a dedicated garden on Lone Moon Peak. He entrusted its care to Yu Zhao, knowing she was meticulous and well-versed in herbal cultivation. For years, she managed it without incident. But one day, shortly before he began an intensive alchemy session, Cui Ju found the garden in disarray. Many herbs had withered, and a portion was dead. Upon inspection, he discovered traces of dragon tongue flower roots, a highly toxic substance, mixed in the water used for irrigation. The garden itself had a small patch of these flowers, and Cui Ju concluded that Yu Zhao must have been careless, contaminating the water with their roots. Yu Zhao adamantly denied the accusation. She had tended the garden for longer than Cui Ju, knowing its every requirement. It was inconceivable for her to make such a mistake. Moreover, she hadn't touched the dragon tongue flower during that period. Someone had deliberately sabotaged her. Yet Cui Ju dismissed her arguments as excuses. He believed no one else on Lone Moon Peak would bother tampering with the garden. Yu Zhao had no way to defend herself. The two parted on bad terms. To Yu Xiao, reborn and hardened by greater tragedies, this incident had long faded into irrelevance. She no longer cared. She had endured far worse injustices. Cui Ju, who once treated her as a sister, who coaxed her to sleep, who taught her about herbs, would one day poison her with his own hands. Watching her writhe in agony, clawing at her skin, convulsing as venom coursed through her veins, he had coldly declared, "This is the price for bullying little junior sister." How could she ever trust him again? How could she dare? Yu Zhao, disheartened by the duplicity of Lone Moon Peak's disciples, no longer wished to listen to Cui Ju's feigned concern. She shut off her five senses and began to review the moments leading to her injury. Her plan had been rushed, but fortunately executed without flaws. Initially, she intended to spend 3 years in seclusion. By the time senior sister Zhou faced a life-threatening tribulation, regardless of whether she succeeded in Foundation establishment, she would emerge from her retreat to help her. However, Quan Ye's interference forced her to adapt, turning his schemes against him while implicating him in her injury to avenge years of suffering. Master Qing Yin had long harbored dissatisfaction with Quan Ye's rebellious nature. Now, With this transgression, severe punishment was inevitable. For Yu Xiao, this was an opportunity to recuperate in peace while avoiding further entanglements. Two birds with one stone. As she anticipated, events unfolded as planned. Master Qing Yan, enraged upon hearing the news, sentenced Kuan Yi to 10 lashes and 5 years of reflection at the Cliff of Reflection. This cliff, devoid of spiritual energy and ravaged by relentless gales and lightning, was a feared punishment for most disciples. But for someone like Kuan Yi, who trained in body refinement, it was also a grueling yet valuable training ground. Nevertheless, he would endure considerable suffering, a penalty Master Qing Yan had deliberated carefully. To appease Yu Xiao as the victim, Master Qing Yan gifted her a 4th-rank restorative pill to aid her recovery and rebuild her foundation. Several senior brothers, led by Feng Chenglang, along with Ye Cong Xin, also offered her numerous restorative pills and spirit stones. Yu Xiao accepted everything without hesitation, sealed her cave dwelling, and began her extended seclusion. 3 years later, eldest senior brother, a soft, clear voice brightened Feng Chenglang's spirits. He turned to see Cong Xin bounding toward him like a lively deer. His brief flicker of disappointment was quickly masked with a warm smile. Junior sister, Ye Cong Xin, oblivious to his fleeting change in expression, grasped his sleeve and pleaded sweetly, "Eldest senior brother, can I join the expedition to Dragon Roar Valley in 3 days? I promise I won't cause trouble or hold anyone back." Her fluttering lashes and pleading gaze gave her the appearance of innocence itself. Feng Chenglang frowned slightly. Recently, the cultivation world had been abuzz with news of a rare sighting. A male 3-ranked 7-colored deer in Dragon Roar Valley. The importance? Only immature male deer had antlers with soft, velvet fur, antlers coveted for alchemy. Furthermore, the sinews, blood, and bones of the 7-colored deer were exceptional materials for both alchemy and artifact crafting. This rare creature was, quite literally, a treasure trove. Naturally, the news drew cultivators from far and wide. For the wealthy 5 Elements Dao sect, the deer itself was less significant. Their purpose for the expedition was twofold: provide disciples with valuable training and demonstrate the sect's dominance. The leader of the mission was Zhao Jin Yu, the sect master's eldest disciple, with Feng Chenglang serving as deputy leader. The participating disciples, chosen by the sect master and elders, totaled 20, primarily those at the Golden Course stage. From Lone Moon Peak, only Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu were selected. Feng Chenglang hesitated to bring Ye Cong Xin. Compared to the other disciples, her cultivation was significantly weaker. Additionally, due to her frail health since childhood, she lacked battle experience. Bringing her along would inevitably divide his attention, making it harder to fulfill his duties as deputy leader. After careful thought, Feng Chenglang prepared to refuse. Junior sister, as deputy leader, I must ensure the safety of the group. I cannot. Eldest senior brother, I could take care of myself. And with second senior brother there, you don't need to worry about me. She cut him off anxiously, but he hesitated, still unconvinced. Ye Cong Xin grew more emotional, her voice trembling. Eldest senior brother, I truly wish to go. I've never left the 5 Elements Dao sect. Do you want me to remain confined here forever? Her desperation escalated into tears. I want to see the outside world. I don't want to die knowing only this place. Please, eldest senior brother. In the end, her tears broke his resolve. He sighed. If Master permits it, I'll bring you along. Thank you, eldest senior brother. I'll inform Master immediately. He will agree. Ye Cong Xion's face lit up with joy as she bowed and rushed toward Master Qing Yan's dwelling at Lone Moon Peak Summit. Once she was out of earshot, her cheerful expression darkened. Although Feng Chenglang had relented, satisfaction eluded her. 3 years ago, after Yu Xiao's injury, she had noticed a subtle change in him. Though he remained gentle, their former closeness was gone, replaced by an invisible barrier. This sense of alienation unsettled Ye Cong Xin. Among her 5 senior brothers, Feng Chenglang had the strongest fortune and was the easiest to approach. To absorb his luck and accelerate her cultivation, she needed to rekindle their bond. This expedition to Dragon Roar Valley was her chance. She would not let it slip away. Ye Cong Xin hurried to Master Qing Yan's cave. Breathless from her haste, she paused outside to catch her breath. Suddenly, a familiar yet distant voice drifted from within. "Master, I request permission to join the expedition to Dragon Roar Valley alongside my fellow disciples." Yu Xiao. It was Yu Xiao's voice. She had emerged from seclusion. Why now of all times? And why was she also joining the expedition? Was it a coincidence? Or deliberate? Conflicting emotions swirled in Ye Cong Xin's mind, tightening her chest. A sudden wave of suffocation left her clutching at her heart, gasping in anguish. For a brief moment, Ye Cong Xin felt she might suffocate and die. But in that critical moment, her emotions steadied. She knew Master Qing Yin would not abandon her. Indeed, the next moment, her body lightened, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in Master Qing Yan's sanctuary. A warm flow of energy surged steadily into her body. The dizziness gradually subsided. Ye Cong Xin weakly blinked her eyes, then mustered a pale, pitiful smile and silently called out, "Master." Master Qing Yan's face showed traces of anger, though his voice remained calm. "Little seven, your body is already slightly weaker than others. You must cherish it more." "Master, it's because I heard six senior sisters' voice and got anxious." "It won't happen again." Ye Cong Xin obediently lowered her head, revealing her slender, pale neck as she admitted her mistake. Master Qing Yin reluctantly accepted her apology, but couldn't help but offer a few more words of caution. Ye Cong Xin responded to each one earnestly. The back and forth between the two made Yu Xiao, who had arrived earlier, feel like an unnecessary extra. Yu Xiao lowered her gaze, standing quietly to the side, treating herself as mere furniture. In her past life, such a harmonious scene of a loving master and filial disciple would have filled her with jealousy. When Yu Xiao first became Master Qing Yan's disciple, the master was immersed in a breakthrough in his cultivation and left all her matters to eldest senior brother Fong Chenglang. It wasn't until Yu Xiao chose to practice Master Qing Yan's bright moon over the sea technique that they began spending more time together. To be fair, Master Qing Yin wasn't the most responsible teacher. Aside from Fong Chenglang, he invested little time in his other disciples. A genius by nature, he taught Yu Xiao with a simple and direct approach. He handed her all the techniques and spiritual energy methods at once, letting her practice on her own and only permitting questions when she encountered problems. The bright moon over the sea technique was quite profound. Yu Xiao had to balance her daily cultivation with fulfilling the endless requests from her senior brothers, leaving her stretched thin and unable to progress quickly. Master Qing Yin, ever the perfectionist, could not tolerate his sole female disciple being seen as unskilled and mediocre. It was likely from that point that Master Qing Yin began to grow cold toward Yu Xiao, even to the point of disdain. Yu Xiao's failure became a cautionary tale. After taking Ye Cong Xin as a disciple, Master Qing Yin completely changed his approach. He spoke gently, teaching thoroughly. The stark difference once made Yu Xiao doubt herself. Yu Xiao, snapping out of her thoughts, Yu Xiao looked up to meet a pair of disapproving eyes. She cupped her hands and bowed. "Master, little seven called you. Why did you ignore her?" As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted in the hall. Yu Xiao felt her shoulders weigh down, and her knees hit the floor with a bang. Her expression remained calm as she looked toward Ye Cong Xin, who was completely unaffected, and replied in an icy tone. "Having been in seclusion for too long, I was momentarily distracted and didn't hear little junior sister calling me. It's my fault. I asked for her forgiveness." Ye Cong Xin, preoccupied earlier with Master Qing Yin, had barely noticed Yu Xiao. Now hearing her apology, she turned to Yu Xiao and was taken aback. It had been 3 years since they last met, and Yu Xiao had changed so much. Ye Cong Xin remembered Yu Xiao as a youthful girl, her eyes blazing with defiance and a strange hatred for the world. Now, though Yu Xiao's features remained the same, it was as if she were a different person, especially her eyes, dark, deep, exuding an air of aloofness. Though apologizing, her tone was detached, as if discussing something unrelated to her. Was this still Yu Xiao? Ye Cong Xin hesitated for a moment before murmuring, "It's not senior sister's fault. My voice was too soft." Yu Xiao didn't continue the conversation. After offering another apology, she turned to Master Qing Yan, redirecting the topic. "Master, I wish to join the expedition to Dragon Roar Valley in 3 days. I hope for your approval." Master Qing Yan's punishment of kneeling was just a light reprimand, so he didn't press further. He glanced at Yu Xiao and nodded slightly. To have rebuilt your foundation establishment stage in 3 years is commendable. Ye Cong Xin was startled and alarmed. Yu Xiao's progress was faster than she anticipated. Even after restarting her cultivation, Yu Xiao had caught up to her. Such talent with her water spiritual root was extraordinary. Worse, Master Qing Yan's tone hinted at approval. A team could only accommodate so many foundation establishment cultivators before it became a liability. Adding another would create tension, even if Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu vouched for her. The other disciples would surely harbor complaints. Most importantly, with Yu Xiao present, how could Ye Cong Xin draw closer to Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu? She had to stop Yu Xiao. Her eyes shifted as she knelt down as well. "Little 7. Master!" Ye Cong Xin's voice rang out. "Master, little 7 and 6 senior sister are connected in spirit. I also wish to go to Dragon Roar Valley. Please allow me. It's happening." Yu Xiao smirked inwardly. In her previous life, Ye Cong Xin had also joined the Dragon Roar Valley expedition. That was when senior sister Zhao Jin Yu, covering their retreat, died in an ambush. Feng Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and many others were gravely injured. Only Ye Cong Xin remained unharmed, gaining fortuitous opportunities that furthered her cultivation. What seemed accidental in the past was now clearly Ye Cong Xin's malicious scheme. If Ye Cong Xin wanted to harm others, Yu Xiao wouldn't interfere. But if Zhao Jin Yu was her target again, Yu Xiao would defend her. And if Ye Cong Xin tried her tricks, Yu Xiao would make sure Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu suffer the consequences of her schemes instead. Nonsense. Master Qing Yan's expression darkened. The journey to Dragon Roar Valley is fraught with danger. "Little 7, I forbid it." "Master." Tears welled in Ye Cong Xin's eyes. "Master, I'm also a cultivator. I'm your disciple. I don't want others to call me useless. I want you to be proud of me. Master, if even you don't believe in me, who will?" Her heartfelt plea was moving and full of emotion. Yu Xiao doubted Master Qing Yan could resist. Sure enough, he sighed deeply. Fine, fine, you may go." His tone was filled with the helplessness and affection of an elder. "Thank you, Master." Ye Cong Xin's eyes brimmed with joy. But her excitement wasn't about Master Qing Yan's words. It was about the chance to grow closer to Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu. By stealing their fortunes, she could survive. She never wanted to endure the torment of illness again. Besides, if such fools could become legends in the cultivation world, why couldn't she? She, Ye Cong Xin, would become the most legendary female cultivator. She would make the name Ye Cong Xin echo throughout the cultivation world. Ye Cong Xin's ambitions were clear as day to Yu Xiao, who had lived through another lifetime. Their master, Master Qing Yan, only felt pity for Yu Xiao. Master Qing Yan was about to offer more advice when he noticed Yu Xiao still kneeling. His voice turned cold. "This time, the Dragon Roar Valley training will be left to your junior sister. I won't hold you accountable for changing your cultivation technique." Master Qing Yan's discerning eyes had already noticed that Yu Xiao's current technique was no longer his bright moon over the sea technique. To him, it was an affront for Yu Xiao to abandon his original creation. However, Yu Xiao's initiative to change techniques was also a relief, providing a convenient excuse to deny her request. Yu Xiao, knowing full well that Master Qing Yan would always side with Ye Cong Xin, accepted the outcome without fuss. She bowed and departed promptly. Leaving Master Qing Yan's cave, Yu Xiao made her way straight to the main peak. After 3 years of seclusion, the Five Elements Dao sect was unchanged. Rumors about Yu Xiao had faded, replaced by newer gossip. Her appearance at the sect stirred little attention as she arrived at the main peak. Senior Sister Zhao Jin Yu, busy preparing for the training 3 days away, turned at the sound of Yu Xiao's voice. Her face lit up with joy. Yu Xiao, seeing Zhao Jin Yu again, filled Yu Xiao with an indescribable sense of comfort. She stepped forward, only to be seized by Zhao Jin Yu, who immediately inspected her. What happened? You know Quan Yi is a reckless brute. Why provoke him? When news spread that your Dantian was destroyed and you'd never cultivate again, I was ready to grab my sword and find Fong Chung Lang to settle the score. Yu Xiao felt deeply moved by Zhao Jin Yu's concern. Senior Sister Zhao, those were just rumors. Zhao Jin Yu rolled her eyes. Of course, I knew they were rumors. Otherwise, Quan Yi wouldn't be peacefully reflecting on the cliff of reflection. I'd have begged Master to expel him from the sect. She examined Yu Xiao more closely, her eyes brightening. Mid-foundation establishment. Not bad at all. Seems starting over didn't hinder your progress. I can finally stop worrying. Having not seen Yu Xiao for a long time, Zhao Jin Yu's chatter seemed endless. She alternated between venting her frustrations about Lone Moon Peak and sharing updates about her life. Midway through, she suddenly stopped and frowned. Yu Xiao, I feel like you're different after your seclusion. Reflecting on their reunion, Zhao Jin Yu realized Yu Xiao had barely spoken, playing the quiet listener while she carried the conversation. Something wasn't right. Had seclusion dulled her mind? Or had her new technique gone awry? Zhao Jin Yu, facing such an unusual situation for the first time, frowned in concern. Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh at her overthinking. Since her illusory tides technique had already been revealed to Master Qing Yan, she saw no need to hide it and explained honestly. Her experiences from her past life made her emotionally mature in this one, enabling her to cultivate the illusory tides technique with ease. With prior preparation and the restorative pills gifted by Master Qing Yan, her seclusion progressed smoothly. Within the first year, she successfully mastered the first layer of the technique and reached foundation establishment. Over the next 2 years, she advanced from the early to mid-stage of foundation establishment and gained a unique artifact. Had it not been for the time limit, Yu Xiao would have preferred 2 more years to solidify her progress and aim for the late stage. Illusory Tides Technique? I've never heard of it. Which senior created it? Zhao Jin Yu, though not a water attribute cultivator, was familiar with famous techniques in the cultivation world. This one drew a blank. It's an original technique by Bright Moon Hermit, a senior water attribute cultivator. Unfortunately, the version I have is incomplete. Zhao Jin Yu nodded in understanding. An incomplete technique. No wonder it's not well known. Still, she hesitated. Why would Yu Xiao abandon the Bright Moon over the Sea technique for an obscure, incomplete one? Wasn't that cutting off her future? Seeing Zhao Jin Yu's unspoken doubts, Yu Xiao deftly changed the subject. Senior Sister Zhao, I'd like to join the Dragon Roar Valley training in 3 days. Zhao Jin Yu, predictably, shifted focus. Junior Sister, it's not that I disagree. The sect master and elders approve this. If you want to participate, you need Master Qing Yan's permission. I already asked. He refused. Then there's nothing I can do, but he approved for Junior Sister Yi to attend. Zhao Jin Yu's expression shifted. It was my request that he denied first, Yu Xiao added. I'll handle it. Zhao Jin Yu gritted her teeth. She had long been indignant about the unfair treatment Yu Xiao endured on Lone Moon Peak. Now, Yu Xiao's words reignited her resolve. As the sect master's senior disciple, she had both the responsibility and duty to fight for justice on Yu Xiao's behalf. Both Yu Xiao and Ye Cong Xin were mid-foundation establishment cultivators, but Ye Cong Xin's delicate constitution would make her a burden in such a dangerous venture. The journey to Dragon Roar Valley was fraught with demonic beasts and unpredictable challenges. Adding Ye Cong Xin to the team only meant trouble. As the team leader, Zhao Jin Yu foresaw the headaches this would cause. However, since Master Qing Yin insisted on Ye Cong Xin's participation, adding Yu Xiao wouldn't worsen the situation. It might even serve as a wake-up call to Feng, Chenglang, and others. If they continued to neglect Yu Xiao's value, Zhao Jin Yu wouldn't hesitate to recruit her to the main peak as her personal junior sister. They couldn't see her worth, but Zhao Jin Yu could. Junior sister Yu, 3 days from now, meet at the Sect Square at dawn. Yu Xiao blinked. She hadn't even used her backup plan, and it was settled. Senior sister Zhou was truly formidable. After arranging to participate in the upcoming trial 3 days later, Yu Xiao did not linger further. She bid farewell to Zhao Jin Yu and immediately headed back to her residence. 3 days, she needed that time to prepare. Upon returning to her secluded residence, Yu Xiao sealed the gates, pulled out a blank piece of paper and a brush, and carefully wrote 4 large characters, Dragon Roar Valley. In her previous life, Yu Xiao had not participated in the Dragon Roar Valley trial. At that time, her 4th senior brother, Cui Ju, was in seclusion, and she had to help him tend the medicine garden. Additionally, Ye Cong Xin had expressed her desire to join the trial for the first time. Master Qing Yin, worried that Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu might not adequately protect her, refused to let Yu Xiao participate, fearing her presence might divide their attention. Thus, Yu Xiao remained in the sect, learning about Dragon Roar Valley only later through the disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect, including the tragic news of Zhao Jin Yu's death. Now, Yu Xiao planned to write down everything she had heard about the valley in her past life, details critical to her upcoming plans. The first piece of information she recorded was, the 7-colored deer in Dragon Roar Valley is likely a false rumor. The spread and subsequent disappearance of rumors about the 7-colored deer lasted for 2 whole years. Yet, during that time, no one mentioned it again, as though the deer were merely a mirage used to lure cultivators, vanishing once the goal was achieved. Of course, it was possible someone had discovered the deer but chose to keep it secret. Yu Xiao believed the latter was unlikely. She decided to investigate further once she arrived at Dragon Roar Valley. Next, she wrote down, a 4th-level demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Lion, resides in Dragon Roar Valley. A 4th-level demonic beast was as powerful as a nascent soul cultivator, and this particular lion was responsible for the deaths and injuries of many 5 Elements Dao sect disciples. This situation was peculiar. Although Dragon Roar Valley was a gathering place for demonic beasts, the nearby sects had conducted frequent purges. Most remaining beasts were 1st or 2nd level, with only a few 3rd-level beasts. Typically, when a 3rd-level beast was about to break through, it would leave the valley on its own. This balance was why many sects used Dragon Roar Valley as a training ground. Yet, a 4th-level Scarlet Flame Lion appeared in the valley, and the 5 Elements Dao sect disciples happened to encounter it. Was this merely coincidence? Fortunately, the lion had just given birth and was severely weakened. Otherwise, Zhao Jin Yu's death would not have been the only tragedy. The entire group of disciples might have perished. This information, that the Scarlet Flame Lion was a newly postpartum mother, was revealed later when the sect master personally visited the valley. Both the mother lion and her cub were offered as sacrifices to honor Zhao Jin Yu's memory. The 3rd note Yu Xiao recorded was a name, Wu Xiaozhan. She circled it for emphasis. While she felt confident in addressing the 7-colored deer rumor and the Scarlet Flame Lion, Wu Xiaozhan's name evoked a chill in her heart. In her past life, Yu Xiao first heard of Wu Xiaozhan 5 years later, during the Grand Cultivation competition. The competition was divided into sect and individual events. Sect events involved 7-member teams from each sect, while individual events were for solo participants. Wu Xiaozhan claimed victory in the individual event, surpassing countless elite disciples. His overwhelming strength earned him instant fame, along with widespread curiosity about his background. Wu Xiaozhan had once been the young master of a cultivation family, gifted but unruly. While his family faced destruction, he alone survived, vowing to grow stronger. He sharpened himself by braving countless life and death trials. Alone in the world, Wu Xiaozhen had no kin, only a single confidant. That confidant was none other than Ye Cong Xin. It was said they first met in Dragon Roar Valley when Ye Cong Xin saved a gravely injured Wu Xiaozhen. From then on, their bond was unbreakable. Ordinarily, their connection should have had nothing to do with Yu Xiao. However, Wu Xiaozhen's unwavering devotion to Ye Cong Xin made him her staunch ally, sharing her joys and sorrows. And as Ye Cong Xin's adversary, Yu Xiao naturally became Wu Xiaozhen's mortal enemy. The Wu family excelled in the art of Gu insects, and Wu Xiaozhen not only mastered their techniques, but innovated new ones. To avenge Ye Cong Xin, he planted a peach blossom Gu in Yu Xiao. The peach blossom Gu, also known as the lover's Gu, caused the host of the child Gu to fall uncontrollably in love with the mother Gu's owner. Yu Xiao became an obsessive shadow, pursuing Wu Xiaozhen relentlessly. Even when lucid, she found herself bewildered by her own actions. Upon seeing Wu Xiaozhen, however, her rationality drowned beneath overwhelming affection. Her infatuation turned her into the laughingstock of the cultivation world. To her fellow disciples, she was a disgrace. It wasn't until her fifth senior brother, Quan Yi, was gravely injured that she regained some clarity. She cut her wrist to save him, inadvertently forcing the child Gu out of her body. Only then did she awaken to the nightmare of her past. Her subsequent confrontation with Wu Xiaozhen ended with him feigning innocence, while her sectmates sided against her, dismissing her claims as slander. If her sectmates and master had once offered warmth, Wu Xiaozhen had brought her nothing but humiliation. And humiliation demanded repayment in blood. Yu Xiao speculated that Wu Xiaozhen's injuries in Dragon Roar Valley must have been severe for him to value Ye Cong Xin so deeply. This was her best chance to kill him. Her hatred burned fiercely, but she didn't underestimate his talent. She needed to strike decisively, leaving no chance for him to retaliate. After reviewing her notes, Yu Xiao wrote one final line: "Save lives, take lives." This was her mission. She clenched the paper in her hand, allowing a stream of water to blur the ink into shapeless smudges. Opening her palm, she let the shredded remains scatter like drifting snowflakes. The room fell into a still silence. Three days later, Fong Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and Ye Cong Xin arrived at the sect square early in the morning. By the time they arrived, other disciples set to accompany them had already gathered. Seeing the three approach, their eyes lit up. Fong Chenglang stood tall and poised, a gentle smile on his face, exuding a refreshing warmth. Lan Ziyu, with his strikingly handsome features and an air of rebellion revealed by his slightly upturned eyes, seemed both aloof and carefree. Walking between them was Ye Cong Xin, her fair skin so radiant it made her pink lips look soft and tender. Her white dress fluttered gracefully with her every step, as if blooming flowers trailed her path. Both Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu were outstanding among their peers. Their every movement carried a natural confidence and subtle intimidation. Ye Cong Xin's presence, however, softened their sharp edges, creating a harmonious and captivating scene. "Greetings, Senior Brother Fong, Senior Brother Lan. Junior Sister Yi, long time no see. Junior Brother Zhang." The two groups exchanged courtesies and soon began chatting warmly. Unexpectedly, the conversation shifted to Yu Xiao. Someone asked curiously, "I heard Junior Sister Yu ended her seclusion 3 days ago. Has she fully recovered?" Fong Chenglang's expression froze momentarily before he quickly masked it with a smile. "Thank you for asking, Junior Brother Zhang. Our sixth junior sister is doing well now." Zhang Ju nodded in understanding, but then asked with some confusion, "Then why didn't Junior Sister Yu join you? Isn't she participating in the Dragon Roar Valley training?" At this, the expressions of Fong Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and Ye Cong Xin all changed. Fong Chenglang asked, "Where did you hear this?" Lan Ziyu and Ye Cong Xin's gazes also landed on Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, more surprised than they were, replied, "They didn't know?" Senior sister Zhou personally petitioned the sect master, and he agreed. It happened 3 nights ago, the very day junior sister Yu came out of seclusion. As the second disciple of the sect master of the Five Elements Dao sect and Zhao Jin Yu's fellow disciple, Zhang Jun's words carried significant credibility. The trio fell silent. In truth, Fang Chenglang and Lan Ziyu hadn't even seen Yu Xiao since her return, let alone heard any news about her. Only Ye Cong Xin had briefly encountered her at Master Qing Yan's cave. Fang Chenglang felt a pang of discomfort. Little Six had clearly distanced herself from him. She hadn't even discussed something as important as this training with him. Lan Ziyu, on the other hand, thought Yu Xiao hadn't changed her ways. Upon learning about their little junior sister's participation, she had undoubtedly caused a fuss to join, even going as far as petitioning the main peak. Such behavior, in his eyes, was disgraceful to Lone Moon Peak. Ye Cong Xin gripped her palms tightly to maintain her composure. She had underestimated Yu Xiao. Realizing the path through Master Qing Yin was closed, Yu Xiao had turned to the sect master and successfully got her way. The potential complications Yu Xiao might cause during the journey filled Ye Cong Xin with unprecedented hatred. Zhang Jun and the others quickly noticed the tension among the Lone Moon Peak disciples. As fellow sect members, they tactfully changed the subject to avoid further awkwardness. Fang Chenglang played along, engaging in the new conversation and easing the awkwardness, though the atmosphere remained less harmonious than before. As they talked, time passed quietly. Near the hour of Chun, Yu Xiao and Zhao Jin Yu finally arrived at the square. Senior sister Zhou is here. With a shout, all eyes turned toward the square's entrance. 2 figures walked side by side into view, drawing gasps from the crowd. Is that Yu Xiao? Has junior sister Yu grown up? Or is it just me? She looks like a completely different person. Did you notice? Standing next to senior sister Zhou, Yu Xiao's presence isn't overshadowed at all. 3 years of seclusion, and she's changed so much. Everyone was astonished by the transformation in Yu Xiao. Strictly speaking, Yu Xiao was as well known in the Five Elements Dao sect as Zhao Jin Yu, albeit for entirely different reasons. One was infamous, the other renowned. But today's sight overturned their impressions. Yu Xiao seemed reborn, exuding an aura of untouchable elegance. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Fang Qinglang stared blankly at the girl, so different from his memories, an inexplicable fear rising in his heart. She felt both familiar and foreign, making him question whether his memories of Little Six were illusions. Had they ever been close? You're here too? Must you oppose our little junior sister to feel satisfied? Let me make this clear. I won't protect you, and neither will senior brother Fang. If you get hurt, you'll have only yourself to blame. The sight of Yu Xiao ignited a smoldering anger in Lan Ziyu, and he wasted no time unleashing a string of sarcastic remarks. Ye Cong Xin pressed her lips together, ready to fan the flames further, but Yu Xiao's cold voice cut through the tension. Don't worry, second senior brother. I won't trouble you this time. Just focus on protecting little junior sister. Her safety is far more important than mine. Lan Ziyu froze, unprepared for such a response. After a moment, he grudgingly replied, "Humph, at least you're sensible." Zhao Jin Yu nearly exploded with rage. What kind of nonsense was this? Little junior sister was a treasure while Yu Xiao was grass? What garbage logic? Yu Xiao gently held Zhao Jin Yu back, shaking her head to calm her down. After Zhao Jin Yu composed herself, Yu Xiao greeted Fang Chenglang and Ye Cong Xin politely. Senior brother, little junior sister. Her courtesy was flawless, yet distant. Fang Chenglang wanted to speak, but hesitated in front of the crowd, forcing a stiff smile instead. Zhao Jin Yu soon counted the attendees and, seeing that everyone had arrived, spoke in a loud, clear voice. Fellow disciples, I will lead this journey to Dragon Roar Valley, with senior brother Fang Chenglang as my deputy. Our goal is to train, with the capture of the 7-colored deer as a secondary objective. Above all, prioritize your safety. As leader, I will do my utmost to protect everyone. Her voice, though not delicate like her appearance, carried a resolute strength. Listening to her, Yu Xiao's eyes stung. Zhao Jin Yu's actions had always proven her words true. Even in her final moments, she had delayed the Scarlet Flame Lion to allow her teammates to escape. From Zhao Jin Yu, Yu Xiao drew an unparalleled sense of security. Finally, I must emphasize that during this mission, all actions will be under my command. Unauthorized moves or harming fellow disciples will result in punishment according to sect rules. Ye Cong Xin clenched her teeth. Zhao Jin Yu's last statement felt pointed, especially since her gaze seemed to land directly on Ye Cong Xin. Zhao Jin Yu and Yu Xiao were clearly on the same side. Dragon Roar Valley. A burly middle-aged man slapped his frail companion on the head, his voice filled with anger. "Skinny monkey, are you trying to fool me?" Skinny monkey winced in pain, shrinking his neck as a fawning smile spread across his face. "Brother Blade, even if I borrowed 3 more guts, I wouldn't dare deceive you. All those people we've met recently came to Dragon Roar Valley looking for the 7-colored deer. And where's that 7-colored deer? I haven't even seen a single strand of its fur." Brother Blade spat on the ground with irritation written all over his face. Lately, Dragon Roar Valley had become a rare hub of activity, teeming with experts of all sorts. The two of them had been wandering here for over half a month, but hadn't found anything worthwhile. Instead, they'd encountered plenty of trouble. Fortunately, both were Foundation establishment cultivators. Skinny Monkey's quick thinking and Brother Blade's strength had allowed them to escape with their lives, though not without accumulating a fair share of injuries. Brother Blade knew Skinny Monkey wouldn't dare lie about something like this. Still, he was frustrated, and without an outlet, he felt like he might explode. After smacking Skinny Monkey, his anger subsided slightly. Glancing around, he said, "Let's find a place to rest. That woman today looked so harmless, yet she hit like a demon. It's a success." His words trailed off into a sharp intake of breath as his wounds protested. Skinny Monkey, exhausted himself, dared not voice any objections. Thinking for a moment, he pointed east. "Brother Blade, I remember there's a stream where we passed a few days ago. How about we rest there? If we're lucky, we might even spot a demonic beast coming to drink. All right, let's go there." Recalling the location, Brother Blade found it agreeable. Waving his hand, he signaled for them to head out immediately. After walking for half an hour, the air grew damp and the ground felt softer underfoot. Both men's faces brightened as they quickened their pace. Soon, they emerged from a patch of low shrubs to see a sparkling stream flowing gently ahead. Brother Blade laughed heartily and strode to the water's edge, plunging his head into the stream for a deep, refreshing drink. "Ah, that's the stuff." Skinny Monkey, by contrast, drank with more refinement, cupping water in his hands and sipping it bit by bit, a satisfied look spreading across his face. After quenching their thirst, they searched for a place to sit. Their eyes landed on a peculiar rock near the stream. The rock, a deep brown color, was about 10 feet wide but only 1 foot tall, with both its top and bottom unusually flat, resembling a natural stone slab. Worn out from their days of wandering, the two men eagerly approached the slab and stretched out on it comfortably. "Ah!" Brother Blade exhaled deeply, his rugged face relaxing. Skinny Monkey also felt at ease, though his vigilance never waned. His body stretched, but his hand rested on the storage pouch at his waist, ready for any sudden danger. Brother Blade, eyes closed, grumbled, "Skinny Monkey, don't be so tense. Relax." "Hee, got it, Brother Blade," Skinny Monkey replied while inwardly scoffing, as if he hadn't noticed Brother Blade's arm stealthily gripping his weapon beneath his head. In a place like this, caution was the key to survival. "You're too green. Back in the day, Buzz." Brother Blade stopped mid-sentence, his ears pricking at a barely audible hum. He bolted upright, his blade swinging defensively in front of him, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Skinny Monkey reacted even faster, leaping onto the slab with two long black rods appearing in his hands. "Did you hear?" "I heard," Skinny Monkey interrupted firmly. The two men exchanged a glance before simultaneously leaping in opposite directions to escape. "It's too late." A raspy voice broke the tension. Before they could react, the humming sound intensified, and a swarm of brown flying insects engulfed them in an instant. "Ah!" Their agonized screams echoed through the valley, startling countless birds into flight. Moments later, two skeletons crashed to the ground, their bones scattering. A young man clad in peculiar attire emerged from the nearby forest. Leaping nimbly, he landed by the remains and retrieved their fallen storage pouches, stuffing them into his basket. Then, he removed a cloth bag from his waist and unfurled it. Whistle! The brown insects swarming in the air seemed drawn by an invisible force, forming an orderly line as they entered the bag. When the last insect disappeared inside, the young man tied the bag tightly, his lips curving into a wicked grin. The notes of the great ancestor were right. For corpse-eating insects to evolve quickly, they must consume plenty of cultivator flesh. Just a couple more times, and my corpse-eating insects will evolve again. He took a deep breath, savoring the metallic scent in the air, before disappearing back into the dense forest. The hunt continues. "Senior Sister Zhou, there's a cultivator city ahead. Shall we rest there for the night?" Zhao Jin Yu turned to glance at Fong Chenglang, who was supporting a pail, Ye Cong Xin. Slowing her pace, she called out, "We're almost at Lantern City. We'll rest there tonight." Fong Chenglang nodded in gratitude and softly reassured Ye Cong Xin, "Junior sister, hang in there. We're almost there." Ye Cong Xin forced a weak smile, apologizing. "I'm sorry, senior brother. I've been holding you all back." "Don't say that," Fong Chenglang consoled her. "You've done really well." Lan Ziyu chimed in. "He's right, junior sister. It's impressive you've lasted this long. I'm about to drop from exhaustion myself. We could all use the rest." Ye Cong Xin managed a faint smile, but cast a sideways glance at Yu Xiao. The other woman's composed demeanor and steady breathing betrayed no sign of fatigue. For the first time, Ye Cong Xin felt humiliated in Yu Xiao's presence. Zhao Jin Yu had deliberately slowed their pace to accommodate the few Foundation establishment disciples in the group. Yet Ye Cong Xin still struggled to keep up. Despite being at the same mid-Foundation establishment stage as Yu Xiao, her own frail body made her fall short in every way. The bitterness of defeat stung. She vowed this wouldn't happen again. Her gaze subtly swept over Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu, finally settling on Lan Ziyu. Fong Chenglang's recent behavior toward her had been peculiar, making him a riskier target. Lan Ziyu, on the other hand, seemed more vulnerable. Ye Cong Xin licked her lips. After all, Lan Ziyu's fortune wasn't bad either. An hour later, the group from the Five Elements Dao sect arrived at Lantern City. Outside the city gates, Zhao Jin Yu turned to the group and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go pay the entrance fee with spirit stones." It was often said that scholars could disrupt laws with their words, and knights might break rules with their martial prowess. Cultivators, possessing power far beyond ordinary means, required regulation to prevent chaos. Thus, to enter a cultivation city, cultivators were required to pay a fee in spirit stones to maintain order, a widely accepted custom in the cultivation world. The disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect nodded in agreement. Two young cultivators guarding the city gates had noticed Zhao Jin Yu and her group as they approached. Seeing their elegant attire and imposing demeanor, the guards guessed they were sect disciples and grew nervous. As Zhao Jin Yu approached, even before she could speak, the two guards immediately bowed. "Greetings, senior. The entrance fee to Lantern City is 1 low-grade spirit stone per person." They dared not meet her gaze, keeping their eyes respectfully fixed on the ground. Zhao Jin Yu paid the required spirit stones for the group, and they were allowed to enter the city without issue. Lantern City, famous for its exquisite lanterns, wasn't large. Beautiful lanterns hung along every street and alley. Yu Xiao glanced at a glazed lantern hanging from a roof eave, her emotions momentarily in turmoil. She had visited Lantern City once before. In her previous life, when Ye Cong Xin heard of a lantern festival being held in the city, she persuaded their 5 senior brothers to take her there. Feng Chunlang and the others had gladly agreed. On the day of the festival, the 6 of them left the 5 elements Dao sect together, but Yu Xiao had been either deliberately or inadvertently forgotten. She only learned of their trip when she saw 5 exquisite palace lanterns hanging outside Ye Cong Xin's cave dwelling. What stung most was that none of her 5 senior brothers had even thought to invite her, nor had they brought her even the cheapest lantern. Later, under the pretense of training, Yu Xiao traveled alone to Lantern City and spent an entire night viewing the lanterns. The night was indeed breathtaking, with countless lanterns lighting up the darkness. But at the time, Yu Xiao couldn't truly appreciate the beauty. Now, revisiting the city and its lanterns, Yu Xiao found the sight of the dazzling display. Blazing trees and silver blossoms, utterly enchanting. Zhao Jin Yu, evidently familiar with Lantern City, efficiently led the group to an inn. The inn was short on rooms due to their numbers, but the innkeeper cleared out the back rooms for them, allowing everyone to barely settle in. As soon as Yu Xiao entered her room, she began meditating. In the past, she had wasted too much time on trivial matters. Now, with her foundation steady and her path clear, she couldn't afford to squander time. In another room, closing the door behind her, Ye Cong Xin retrieved a formation disc from her storage pouch and placed it on the table. Infusing it with spiritual energy, a thin light barrier quickly enveloped the room. Relaxing slightly, Ye Cong Xin addressed the seemingly empty space. System, check Lan Ziyu's favorability. A crisp mechanical voice responded. Ding. Lan Ziyu's current favorability is 80 points. 80 points, still 10 short of the goal of 90. Ye Cong Xin's face briefly contorted with frustration. It was all Yu Xiao's fault. 3 years ago, Lan Ziyu's favorability toward her had already reached 80 points. But because Yu Xiao gifted him that purple cloud bamboo flute, his favorability toward Ye Cong Xin had plummeted to 50 points, nearly driving her to vomit blood. Over the past 3 years, Ye Cong Xin had painstakingly worked to regain his favorability, finally bringing it back to 80 points. Yet she remained short of the system's goal. Reflecting on the system, Ye Cong Xin couldn't help but feel conflicted. At the age of 8, after a severe illness nearly claimed her life multiple times, she awoke to find a mysterious system embedded in her consciousness. Initially, she feared it was a heart demon, dismissing its guidance as devilish whispers. Terrified, she ignored everything it said. That changed when she fell gravely ill again, and the system used her father's fortune value to save her. Only then did she realize the system's extraordinary nature. The system revealed that if someone's favorability toward her reached 90 points, she could siphon their fortune value and exchange it for anything she desired. Lifespan, cultivation, beauty, even a spiritual root. Her weak and fragile body had long been her greatest wish. Upon learning the system's use, she immediately exchanged some of her father's fortune for 5 points of physique, improving her health significantly, though she remained weaker than the average person. The system's miraculous capabilities filled Ye Cong Xin with both astonishment and elation. She realized that with enough favorability points, she could transform her destiny and ascend to greatness. Determined, she abandoned her reclusive habits, actively socialized, and crafted a persona that everyone would like. At first, her plans went smoothly. New disciples were naive and easily swayed, making favorability gains effortless. Over the years, Ye Cong Xin had exchanged with the system more than a dozen times. Physique, spiritual power, even beauty. But she soon discovered favorability alone wasn't enough. Fortune was the ultimate currency for her goals. A person's fortune value was finite. Mediocre cultivators, like her father, could only provide enough for 4 exchanges despite being a golden core cultivator. To achieve her ambitions, Ye Cong Xin began targeting those with immense fortune. Lone Moon Peak naturally drew her attention. From Master Qing Yan to disciples like Feng Chenglang and Lan Ziyu, everyone on Lone Moon Peak radiated unparalleled fortune. If she could elevate their favorability to 90 points, Ye Cong Xin could achieve unparalleled power and status. Thus, she subtly infiltrated Lone Moon Peak with an almost imperceptible charm offensive. Currently, her highest favorability came from Master Qing Yan at 88 points. Lan Ziyu followed at 80, with Feng Chenglang at 75, Su Ming at 72, Cui Zhu at 70, and Quan Yi at 60. Just 10 more points, I must achieve it before returning to the sect. Muttering to herself, Ye Cong Xin's eyes glinted with determination. A plan began to form in her mind. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock on his door, Lan Ziyu smiled faintly. Opening the door, he found a fresh and elegant figure before him. Ye Cong Xin, dressed in a flowing aqua gown with a graceful flying cloud hairstyle and a green silk sash, looked particularly serene and lovely. Second senior brother, shall we go see the lanterns? She asked with a tilt of her head and an inviting smile. Lan Ziyu nodded, and the two went to find Feng Chenglang to propose the outing. Feng Chenglang, ever amiable, readily agreed. Closing his door, he joined them as they headed out. Just as the trio was about to leave the inn, Feng Chenglang suddenly halted. Almost forgot. Let's invite 6th junior sister. Wait here, I'll be right back. Feng Chenglang stood hesitantly outside a room, his hand raised but then slowly lowering again. His clean, handsome face showed rare signs of inner turmoil. Remembering Lan Ziyu and Ye Cong Xin waiting downstairs, he summoned his courage again and was about to knock on the door when it suddenly opened. Senior brother, Yu Xiao greeted him, standing less than a foot apart, separated only by a low threshold, the two locked eyes. Yet the indifference on Yu Xiao's face was so pronounced that Feng Chenglang felt as if an insurmountable chasm stretched between them. Caught off guard, Feng Chenglang didn't know what to say and could only silently gaze at her. Yu Xiao frowned briefly. Senior brother, is there anything else? If not, I'll return to my room to cultivate. Jolted back to reality, Feng Chenglang pushed his thoughts aside and forced a smile. Little 6, junior sister, suggested we go see the Lantern Festival. Lan Ziyu and I both agreed. We're just waiting on you. Oh, then you all go. I'm not interested in lanterns, Yu Xiao replied curtly, ready to close the door. Little 6. Feng Chenglang pressed a hand against the door, his tone urgent. It's rare to go out. The lanterns in Lantern City are unique, and missing them would be a shame. Cultivation isn't just about relentless effort. It's also about balance. Don't overwork yourself. Yu Xiao released her hold on the door and raised an eyebrow. But senior brother, that's not what you used to say. Feng Chenglang froze. What had he said before? Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. Rest breeds laziness, and indulgence is merely an excuse for idleness. Only those lacking ambition would seek enjoyment. I haven't misremembered, have I, senior brother? She emphasized, her words laced with bitterness. Feng Chenglang felt as though lightning had struck him. Yu Xiao's words dragged him back to a past he had tried to forget. He could now clearly recall how he had harshly rebuked her, listing her flaws with righteous indignation, treating her as if she were irredeemable. All this because she had been exhausted from prolonged cultivation and playfully asked for a break. At that moment, Feng Chenglang understood. Yu Xiao's distance wasn't something that had happened overnight. It was the culmination of countless grievances and frustrations, finally reaching a breaking point. The Black Prison incident was simply the last straw. Little 6, his voice cracked and his eyes reddened. Unmoved by Feng Chenglang's visible emotion, Yu Xiao shut the door heavily. Left standing outside, Feng Chenglang lingered for a long while before leaving, his steps heavy with desolation. Downstairs, Lan Ziyu and Ye Cong Xin were growing restless when Feng Chenglang finally appeared, alone. Senior brother, where's sixth senior sister? Is she not at her room? Ye Cong Xin asked, barely able to hide her delight. Lan Ziyu's face darkened instantly. What does she mean by this? Does she expect us to beg her? Ridiculous. Ye Cong Xin pursed her lips. Second senior brother, sixth senior sister probably doesn't mean it that way. Maybe she's unwell or preoccupied. What could she possibly be busy with? This is deliberate. She's just trying to stir trouble and show off. Second senior brother, please stop. Let's hear what senior brother has to say first. Ye Cong Xin interjected gently. Lan Ziyu snorted, but reluctantly fell silent, though his anger was evident. Fang Chunglang's chest tightened. Lan Ziyu's hostility toward Yu Xiao felt chillingly unwarranted. They had no serious enmity, yet Lan Ziyu spoke of her as though she were an enemy, always seeking to discredit her. And Fang Chunglang had allowed this behavior to pass unchallenged, as if it were normal. Fixing Lan Ziyu with a sharp gaze, Fang Chunglang asked, Lan Ziyu, Yu Xiao is your junior sister. Why must you judge her with such malice? Both Lan Ziyu and Ye Cong Xin were stunned by the sudden question. After a moment, Lan Ziyu scoffed. Malice? This is just her true nature. Fang Chunglang pressed further. Her true nature? I raised her myself. How is it that I've never seen this nature you speak of? Lan Ziyu sneered. Yu Xiao has been jealous of junior sister Yi for a long time, resorting to underhanded tactics. During their sparring match, she even intentionally injured her severely. I saw it all with my own eyes. Are you saying it's not true? Fang Chunglang remained silent for a long moment before turning to Ye Cong Xin. Junior sister, do you think the same? No. I think there must be a misunderstanding. Sixth senior sister isn't like that. Ye Cong Xin replied quickly, shaking her head. Ever the epitome of kindness and understanding, Ye Cong Xin portrayed herself as incapable of speaking ill of others, even when they erred. Fang Chunglang nodded thoughtfully and then looked back at Lan Ziyu, who stiffened with defiance. Meanwhile, Ye Cong Xin exhaled quietly in relief. Despite Fang Chunglang's efforts to reason with Lan Ziyu and clear Yu Xiao's name, Lan Ziyu refused to budge. The disagreement escalated, leaving their outing to Lantern City soured and lifeless. Not even Ye Cong Xin's attempts to mediate could salvage the mood. In the end, the outing concluded with both men buying lanterns for Ye Cong Xin and leaving hurriedly. The next day, after a night of rest, the Five Elements Dao sect group resumed their journey. Traveling in a large and formidable group, they encountered no trouble. Several days later, by dusk, they arrived at Dragon Head Mountain. Dragon Roar Valley lay beyond, connecting Dragon Head Mountain to Dragon Tail Mountain. Zhao Jin Yu surveyed the sky and addressed the disciples. We'll camp at the foot of Dragon Head Mountain tonight and proceed to Dragon Roar Valley tomorrow. With numerous cultivators converging along their path, it was clear that Dragon Roar Valley was far from peaceful. Tomorrow would likely bring their first battle. Rest tonight was critical. The disciples quickly found spots to settle, and Yu Xiao chose a patch of grass to sit and meditate. Before long, Zhao Jin Yu approached and sat beside her. Senior Sister Zhou, Yu Xiao, we may face cultivators tomorrow. Are you nervous? Zhao Jin Yu asked warmly. Yu Xiao hesitated, then nodded slightly. Zhao Jin Yu chuckled. Now I'm confused. Are you nervous or not? Yu Xiao pondered and replied, a little, I suppose. Her concerns, however, were not what Zhao Jin Yu imagined. When Yu Xiao died in her past life, she had already been a nascent soul cultivator, having fought in countless battles over 1,000 times. Naturally, she wouldn't feel nervous about a mere training mission. What she cared about was that soon, in the Dragon Roar Valley, she would meet Wu Xiaozhen, and he would be gravely injured. Revenge was within her grasp. If not for practicing the illusory tides technique, which helped her control her emotions, Yu Xiao's blood might have already been boiling with excitement. Zhao Jin Yu, however, didn't notice Yu Xiao's unusual behavior and suddenly let out a soft sigh. Yu Xiao glanced at her curiously. Zhao Jin Yu raised her head, gazing at the sky with a solemn and melancholic expression, looking deeply troubled. Yu Xiao asked, "Senior Sister Zhou, is something worrying you?" Zhao Jin Yu shook her head, remaining silent. For some reason, the closer they got to the Dragon Roar Valley, the more uneasy she felt, as if something terrible was about to happen. But as the team leader, she couldn't allow her intuition alone to spread negativity among her team. It was a strict taboo in leadership. Still, the anxiety refused to leave her. Though she appeared calm in front of her companions, now that she had relaxed, her true emotions inevitably showed on her face. Yu Zhao thoughtfully touched her chin, her eyes glinting with an idea. "Got it," she murmured. Zhao Jin Yu, still worried about the upcoming mission, suddenly felt something smooth and slick being thrust into her hands. Startled, she looked down to find a dark, glossy, heavenly divination shell resting in her palm. The shell was about the size of her hand, its surface black and unadorned, exuding a natural rustic charm. On instinct, she shook it lightly, and a crisp, rattling sound echoed from within. Divination? Zhao Jin Yu turned to Yu Xiao in confusion. None of the disciples from Lone Moon Peak were known to specialize in such techniques. In the Five Elements Tao sect, where diverse practices thrived, divination wasn't uncommon, but most disciples only saw it as a supplementary skill. Rarely did anyone dedicate themselves entirely to it. Yu Zhao explained, "Senior Sister, think about your questions silently, then shake the shell. Repeat this 6 times. Zhao Jin Yu complied, closing her eyes and gently shaking the shell. The items inside clinked rhythmically. Nearby, Zhang Jun and a few other familiar disciples overheard the sound and approached out of curiosity. Yu Zhao gestured for them to remain quiet, and Zhang Jun nodded in understanding. After a while, the rattling stopped. Zhao Jin Yu opened her eyes and handed the shell back to Yu Zhao. "What happens next?" Yu Zhao smiled mysteriously, placing her palm over the shell. A flow of intricate and obscure information surged into her sea of consciousness, momentarily dazing her. When her awareness returned, she was met with 2 pairs of expectant and curious eyes. Yu Zhao chuckled softly. "Is there a result?" Zhao Jin Yu asked eagerly. Yu Zhao replied, "Senior Sister, your question was about our upcoming journey, wasn't it?" Her confident tone surprised Zhao Jin Yu, who immediately felt reassured. "That's right. Senior Sister, you can relax. There may be some minor obstacles, but overall, the trip will be smooth. Everyone will emerge unscathed in the end." As Yu Zhao finished, a series of sharp cracking sounds interrupted her. Zhao Jin Yu lowered her gaze to find that the heavenly divination shell in Yu Zhao's hands had fractures running through its belly as if it had been scorched by intense fire. Its once glossy surface had turned dim and charred. It didn't take her long to realize that using the shell for divination came with limitations. This confirmed that Yu Zhao's words weren't baseless. "Junior Sister Yu, I was merely uneasy. There is no need for you to use such a precious artifact to divine for me," Zhao Jin Yu said, touched yet guilty. Divination had always been mysterious and entangled with karmic consequences. Those who cultivated it were often cursed with misfortune and untimely deaths. Unsurprisingly, the number of powerful diviners in the cultivation world could be counted on one hand, and they rarely divined for others. Thus, it was clear how valuable the heavenly divination shell was. Feeling that her worry had wasted an irreplaceable opportunity, Zhao Jin Yu couldn't help but feel heartache on Yu Zhao's behalf. But Yu Zhao remained indifferent. This shell, the heavenly divination shell, originates from an ancient divination master. It contains a strand of his Tao intent, allowing 3 divinations without requiring cultivation in divination techniques. After that, its intent fades, and the shell is destroyed. In her previous life, the shell was unearthed 50 years later. Su Ming had accidentally discovered it among discarded items in a storage space, unaware of its true purpose. At first glance, it resembled a decorative trinket, devoid of spiritual energy, impossible for even someone as powerful as Master Qing Yan to uncover its secrets. That's why Su Ming had traded it to Yu Zhao in exchange for 12 seemingly mundane treasures, unknowingly giving away a priceless artifact. In the end, the heavenly divination shell caused a storm in the cultivation world, with countless cultivators vying to claim it. For a time, disciples of the five elements Tao sect dared not venture out alone, fearing ambush by desperate or deranged rivals. Ultimately, only Master Qing Yin could quell the chaos. Yet, to Yu Xiao, the so-called supreme treasure was nothing more than a convenient tool. Senior sister, to me, our lives are far more valuable than any artifact. Zhao Jin Yu's eyes filled with tears as she gripped Yu Xiao's hand, ready to swear sisterhood on the spot. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun sat awkwardly to the side, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Had junior sister Yu just omitted him completely from her consideration, even though he was right there? Worse, she hadn't even mentioned the other disciples. Did this mean, in Yu Xiao's eyes, none of them mattered as much as senior sister Zhou? He could grudgingly accept this, but what about senior brother Fong or senior brother Lan? Didn't she care about them either? Zhang Jun stared at Yu Xiao, full of questions he dared not ask. Yu Xiao and Zhao Jin Yu walked shoulder to shoulder, their heads close together, chatting with ease and laughter. Their closeness radiated warmth and harmony. Fong Chenglang watched the scene in silence, a sharp, needle-like pain twisting in his chest. Little six, leave him. Lan Ziyu, who had been speaking with Ye Cong Xin, noticed the change in Fong Chenglang's expression. Following his gaze, Lan Ziyu's own mood darkened. Throughout their journey, Yu Xiao had not initiated a single conversation with them. Anyone with eyes could see the tension, some even subtly pried for more details. Lan Ziyu felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. It wasn't him who hurt Yu Xiao. That was Quan Yi. It wasn't him who borrowed money and didn't return it. That was Su Ming. As for the purple cloud bamboo flute, Yu Xiao had gifted it to someone else first. From start to finish, he hadn't done anything to harm her. So why was she giving him the cold shoulder? Clearly, she was the one at fault. After Ye Cong Xin finished speaking and received no reply from Lan Ziyu, she turned to him in confusion. Noticing his and Fong Chenglang's unwavering gaze on Yu Xiao, her irritation grew. Resting her chin in her hands, she remarked with a tinge of envy, "Senior sister Zhou and senior sister, you have such a great relationship. They seem more like real sisters than fellow disciples. Some people are just pretentious, sucking up to those above them while looking down on their peers. All they want is to curry favor with the sect master's disciples," Lan Ziyu muttered coldly. Fong Chenglang glanced at him, then shook his head in disappointment. Lan Ziyu's words were sharp and baseless. Within the five elements Tao sect, the only lineage that could rival the main peak was their own, Lone Moon Peak. Yu Xiao didn't need to curry favor with anyone. If she was getting along so well with Zhao Jin Yu, there was only one explanation: compatibility. Ye Cong Xin, mistaking Fong Chenglang's silence as agreement, couldn't help but smile knowingly. She had initially thought Yu Xiao had grown wiser after her time in the Black Prison, but it seemed she had overestimated her. Using the tactic of playing hard to get too much would only backfire. Yu Xiao's growing closeness with Zhao Jin Yu would only push Fong Chenglang and Lan Ziyu further away. In this way, Yu Xiao's presence wasn't a bad thing. Her pretense only served to highlight Ye Cong Xin's own warmth and understanding. She was getting closer to winning over Lan Ziyu. After a night of rest, the group's energy was fully restored. Before setting out, Zhao Jin Yu once again emphasized the importance of discipline before leading them forward. Their destination for the day, Dragon Roar Valley. Dragon Roar Valley lay at the intersection of two mountains. The unique howling sound produced by the wind gave the valley its name. The valley was lush with spiritual energy, vibrant greenery, and flourishing life. Yu Xiao, Zhao Jin Yu, and Zhang Jun formed a triangular search pattern through the forest. After entering the valley, Zhao Jin Yu had opted to split the group into smaller teams. Each team maintained a distance that allowed for independent movement while still enabling quick support if needed. Be careful. Watch out for snakes, insects, and other pests lurking in the forest, Zhao Jin Yu advised from the lead, scouting the path ahead. Though the creatures in the forest weren't overly venomous, their bites could still be quite unpleasant. Yu Xiao and Zhang Jun nodded silently, their movements soundless. Soon, the trio emerged from the forest into a grassy clearing. Yu Xiao immediately noticed an unusual plant in the center of the clearing. Drawing from her years of tending to the medicine garden, she recognized it as a second-grade spiritual herb. Quietly, she tugged on Zhao Jin Yu's sleeve and pointed towards the plant. "Senior Sister Zhao, there's a spiritual herb up ahead." Zhao Jin Yu's eyes lit up. Since entering Dragon Roar Valley, they hadn't found anything. This was their first discovery. "Let's go check it out." The three of them hurried to the spot Yu Xiao had indicated. After a long moment of staring at the grass, Zhao Jin Yu and Zhang Jun exchanged a puzzled glance before turning to Yu Xiao. "Junior Sister Yu, where's the herb you mentioned?" Zhao Jin Yu asked. It wasn't that she doubted Yu Xiao, but to her untrained eye, all the plants looked the same. Yu Xiao chuckled. Bending down slightly, she plucked a small plant from among the grass and handed it to Zhao Jin Yu. "Here, Senior Sister Zhao. This is it." Zhao Jin Yu scrutinized the plant closely, then compared it to the grass beneath her feet. She remained utterly baffled. Patiently, Yu Xiao explained, "This is called tiger fawn grass. Notice how its leaf edges resemble sharp tiger fangs. Normally, it has no medicinal value, but there's a chance it can mutate. Mutated tiger fawn grass has greatly enhanced properties and, when combined with ginseng wood, golden autumn seeds, and crushed star sand, serves as the main ingredient for the third-grade elixir body-breaking pill." To clarify further, Yu Xiao picked a normal tiger fawn grass and demonstrated the mutated variety has thicker leaves, sharper edges, and a yellowish tint. With Yu Xiao's guidance, Zhao Jin Yu and Zhang Jun finally discerned the subtle differences between the two types of grass. "Junior Sister Yu, your knowledge of spiritual herbs is truly impressive," Zhao Jin Yu praised. The differences between regular and mutated tiger fawn grass were so minute that even seasoned cultivators visiting Dragon Roar Valley often overlooked it. The disciples of Lone Moon Peak must have been blind to disregard such a gem, mistaking a pearl for a pebble. Yu Xiao smiled modestly. Zhao Jin Yu stored the mutated tiger fawn grass in her storage pouch and prepared to lead the group onward when her expression suddenly hardened. "Be alert. Someone's coming," she warned in a low voice. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps rustled through the forest. 7 or 8 men emerged from the undergrowth. Both groups sized each other up, silently assessing their respective strengths. The men, confident in their numerical advantage and noting the youth of Zhao Jin Yu's group, believed they had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin Yu and Zhang Jun quickly judged the intruder's lack of notable strength. They were confident the odds favored them. Both sides' gazes grew increasingly audacious. "What are you looking at, Brad?" One of the burly men finally snarled, stepping forward and glaring at Zhang Jun. Unfazed, Zhang Jun shot back. "What, is being ugly an excuse to stop people from looking? You got a death wish, kid. Let me help you out." The man roared, rolling up his sleeves and striding towards the trio, a sly gleam in his eyes. It was a familiar tactic. One man would provoke the target to test their reaction. If the target backed down, the group would overwhelm them. If the target retaliated, they would decide whether to retreat or press their attack based on the response. The man's strides were large, and he reached them in just a few steps. Swinging his arm, he aimed a heavy slap at them. His thick, meaty palm sliced through the air with force, enough to knock out 3 teeth if it landed squarely. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed across the grassland. The entire scene fell silent. Zhang Jun shook his slightly numb hand, clicking his tongue in disgust. Such thick skin. It wasn't until the stinging pain registered that the man realized his attempt to slap someone had backfired, and he had been slapped instead. His face alternated between anger, shame, and resentment before finally settling on a deep fear. In the world of cultivation, the thoughtless didn't survive long. Zhang Jun's slap was faster and more precise, starkly illustrating the gap between their levels of cultivation. If Zhang Jun had been more ruthless, the man's head would already be rolling on the ground. At times like this, it was customary for someone to step in and resolve the matter. Kuei Zi apologized to these seniors immediately. A slender, slightly effeminate man stepped out from the group, his tone sharp. The man, called Kuei Zi, instantly clutched his swelling cheek and groveled. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have judged you by appearances or disturbed you, seniors. It's my fault." Zhang Jun was speechless. Though the other party's attitude was good, being lenient now felt distasteful, like swallowing a fly. Yet, pursuing the matter further would make him seem petty. Annoyed, he waved his hand. "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." "Yes, yes." Kuei Zi bent low, cautiously retreating to his group. They all bowed respectfully before scrambling away as fast as they could. Throughout the encounter, Zhao Jin Yu and Yu Xiao watched without interfering. Once the group left, Zhao Jin Yu clapped Zhang Jun on the shoulder. "Well done." Disciples of the five elements Tao sect didn't bully others, nor did they shy away from trouble. Since the other party had conceded, the matter ended there. If Zhang Jun had pressed further, Zhao Jin Yu wouldn't have shown mercy either. Zhang Jun grinned sheepishly. Zhao Jin Yu turned to Yu Xiao. "Junior sister Yu, if you ever face such a situation, you mustn't back down. People like them bully the weak. Unless you overpower them decisively, they'll cling to you like leeches, making your life miserable." Having faced similar situations before, Zhao Jin Yu knew well the consequences of being too kind. Yu Xiao, on her first journey outside, lacked such experience, so Zhao Jin Yu couldn't help but offer advice. "I understand, senior sister Zhao," Yu Xiao replied, appreciating Zhao Jin Yu's good intentions. In truth, Yu Xiao thought Zhao Jin Yu and Zhang Jun were too merciful. The group's heavy aura of bloodshed clearly indicated they were no strangers to murder. Such scum, guilty of countless lives, deserved nothing less than a trip to the underworld. Zhao Jin Yu wasn't aware that her seemingly sweet and docile junior sister was already imagining ways to bury those men as fertilizer beneath the grass. Standing still, Zhao Jin Yu used the unique communication method of the five elements Tao sect to contact scattered sect disciples and confirm their safety. Then she led Yu Xiao and Zhang Jun onward to search for the seven-colored deer. Meanwhile, the seven men who had clashed with Zhao Jin Yu's group were discussing them. Kuei Zi spat out blood-streaked saliva and cursed bitterly. "Those three must be disciples from a major sect. They look young but are shockingly skilled. Today's just not my day." The others grumbled in agreement, their words tinged with envy and resentment. Without backing from a sect or family, they were the lowest in the cultivation world, forced to band together just to survive. The effeminate man scoffed. "The news of the seven-colored deer has spread like wildfire. Even the big sects couldn't resist butting in, leaving no room for us to breathe." His words stirred anger in the group. The effeminate man's gaze swept across his companions. "There are bound to be other sect disciples coming to Dragon Roar Valley. If we come across anyone alone, we'll just—" He drew his finger across his neck in a slitting motion. The others nodded without hesitation, eyes gleaming with a feverish light. A sinister smile spread across the effeminate man's face as the group, now invigorated, chose a new direction to avoid crossing paths with those three again. But before long, they ran into three more young cultivators. The familiar configuration rendered them speechless. Second senior brother, Ye Cong Xin whispered, fearfully hiding behind Lan Ziyu and clutching his robe tightly. "Don't be afraid, junior sister." Lan Ziyu's soothing voice calmed her. Without restraint, he unleashed the full pressure of a golden core cultivator. The seven men felt as though their hearts were being crushed and almost collapsed to their knees. A golden core cultivator? This young? Another major sect disciple, no doubt. Why did they keep running into them? "Esteemed seniors, we mean no harm. We'll leave right away." Bowing and scraping, the seven hurriedly retreated, wishing they could bury their heads in the dirt. They backed away even faster when they saw no intention to stop them. One of them tripped in his panic, but quickly scrambled up and continued fleeing. In just moments, they were gone from Ye Cong Xion's sight. Her heart raced, and her eyes sparkled. Watching their disarray filled her with a smug satisfaction. She began to imagine what it would be like if Lan Ziyu's talent and spiritual roots belonged to her. How glorious would her life be then? Pretending to be a fox borrowing a tiger's might could never compare to becoming the tiger herself. But she needed Lan Ziyu's goodwill to siphon his fortune. Second senior brother, you're amazing, she said, looking up at Lan Ziyu with stars in her eyes. Lan Ziyu, a little embarrassed but also pleased, replied modestly, they're just low-level rogue cultivators, not worth mentioning. Ye Cong Xin lavished him with praises, her words growing more extravagant. Lan Ziyu's eyes narrowed in enjoyment. Watching them, Fang Chenglang, their deputy leader, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and helplessness. Despite Lan Ziyu's experience, when he was with Ye Cong Xin, his vigilance seemed to vanish completely. Their mission was to find the seven-colored deer, but if they continued like this, their chatter would scare it away long before they even saw it. Moreover, the valley housed not only the deer, but also numerous other beasts and ill-intentioned cultivators. A single careless mistake could lead to disaster. As their senior, Fang Chenglang would bear the brunt of the consequences. He warned, this area is crowded. Lower your voices. Ye Cong Xin quickly clamped her mouth shut. Yes, senior brother. Lan Ziyu, however, was dismissive. Senior brother, with our skills, we can handle anything in Dragon Roar Valley. You're being overly cautious. Fang Chenglang stared at him incredulously, hardly believing what he had just heard. Lan Ziyu frowned. Senior brother, have you forgotten what Master said before we left? Our mission isn't to find the seven-colored deer, but to protect junior sister. As long as she returns safely, our task is complete. The deer can wait. Zhao Jin Yu's group can handle it. Fang Chenglang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation at Lan Ziyu's bold and arrogant demeanor. Just as the two seemed ready to start an argument, Ye Cong Xin tugged gently on Lan Ziyu's sleeve and softly reassured Fang Chenglang, senior brother, we'll keep it in mind. Lan Ziyu snorted, turning his head away, but refrained from making any further contrary remarks. Seeing this, Fang Chenglang suppressed his dissatisfaction and let it go. Though the two appeared to reconcile, a subtle yet unnoticeable rift had been sown. Damn it, how unlucky. The seven-member group scrambled for their lives, running dozens of miles before finally collapsing, gasping for breath. Relief at having survived, mixed with resentment and hatred, was written all over their faces. Those sect disciples always seemed to enjoy heaven's blessings, smoothly ascending to golden core cultivation. If they had the same talent, they might already be nascent soul masters by now. Why should they endure such humiliation? Kuei Zi, who had suffered a slap earlier and then ran tirelessly for miles, was now both hungry and exhausted. His anger had significantly dissipated. He made an impulsive suggestion. Dragon Roar Valley is too dangerous. Brothers, let's not stay here to stir up trouble. Though fortune is sought amid danger, one must know their limits. Now that even sect disciples were involved, their chances of sneaking in unnoticed had drastically decreased. One misstep, and their lives could be forfeit. Was it worth it? The others were visibly tempted by his words. United, they could intimidate a few scattered cultivators, but facing a real powerhouse, they were utterly helpless. The recent events were a stark reminder of that. Still, as the group's decision-maker hadn't spoken, they didn't dare voice their thoughts openly. Instead, they all turned to the effeminate man, waiting for his decision. As the strategist, the effeminate man was already thinking far ahead. He had realized the rumors about the seven-colored deer were likely a scam. Even so, leaving empty-handed felt demoralizing. With the situation now stacked against them, persisting would only bury their remaining years in this valley. He made a decisive call. We're leaving Dragon Roar Valley now. We're done playing with them. The others couldn't hide their relief, quickly nodding in agreement. But as they prepared to head toward the valley's exit, a low, raspy voice echoed chillingly. Apologies, everyone, but none of you are leaving today. The seven froze, drawing their weapons as they warily eyed the source of the voice. A lean, poised figure emerged from the shadows. The man appeared young, dressed in an unfamiliar, peculiar outfit, with a silver necklace around his neck and lips red as blood. After confirming he was alone, the group subtly relaxed. The effeminate man signaled, and Kuei Zi, as usual, stepped forward to provoke. Boy, you've got some nerve. Do you think the Ean Mountain Seven Tigers are pushovers? Scram, or we'll take your life. Provocation required finesse. Against genteel-looking types like Zhang Jun, a bold approach could intimidate. But with enigmatic figures like this, threats were often the best tactic to scare them off. Pitiful rabble. Wu Xiao sneered coldly, his voice dripping with disdain and malice. The seven were incensed by his indifference. With a quick exchange of glances, they unleashed their spiritual power in a burst of multicolored attacks. Sword energy, blade flashes, and wind blades, all aimed straight at him. Wu Xiao didn't move an inch, standing calmly in place. The effeminate man's expression turned suspicious. A moment later, his face twisted in terror. Run! The dazzling array of attacks struck Wu Xiao, but his body scattered like sand, exploding with a puff. No blood splattered. Instead, a swarm of insects buzzed into view, covering the sky as they swarmed toward the group. Each insect, about the size of a thumb, was a sinister dark red with sharp, gleaming mandibles. The seven panicked, scattering like startled birds. Yet, no matter how fast they ran, the insects were faster. The first to fall was Kuei Zi, the weakest of them. Blocked on all sides, Kuei Zi collapsed in despair, falling to his knees. He knocked his head against the ground repeatedly, desperate. Senior, I'll serve you faithfully, anything you wish. Spare me. I don't want to die. Please, don't let me die. A worthless worm like you should be honored to serve as nourishment for my goo insects. The raspy voice passed judgment. Kuei didn't even have time to scream before the ravenous insects devoured him, leaving behind a gleaming white skeleton. Ha! None of you will escape. Ha! The effeminate man's chest burned with every breath, as if a fire was raging within. Though his spiritual energy was drained and his body felt leaden, he dared not stop running. He had witnessed Kuei Zi's gruesome end with his divine sense, a helpless meal for the repulsive swarm. He refused to meet the same fate. He had to run, no matter what. But soon, the shadow of death loomed over him again. The ominous hum of wings grew louder behind him. That man was coming. Despair sprouted like weeds in his heart. His teeth clenched, his expression contorted. If resistance was futile and death inevitable, he would at least die with dignity. Just as he prepared to make a final stand, his right foot snagged on a vine, flinging him sideways. He crashed toward a vine-covered boulder. There would be no chance of survival after such an impact. So, heaven truly sought to end him. A silent wail rose in his heart, his eyes hollow with resignation. Wu Xiaozhen's lips curled in sadistic delight. Yet, as both expected his death, the effeminate man vanished just before hitting the boulder. Wu Xiaozhen froze, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He had seen it clearly. The man disappeared without warning as he neared the boulder. There was something unusual about that rock. A secret realm? A formation? Wu Xiaozhen smirked, intrigued by the unexpected discovery during his impromptu ambush. After recalling his satiated goo insects into their pouch, he approached the boulder alone. Carefully inspecting the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he pressed his palm against the rock. Whoosh! A light breeze swept past, stirring the fallen leaves. Roar! Dry leaves rustled in the violent gust caused by the beast's roar. A monstrous creature, covered in hideous black scales, burst out from the forest with a fierce growl. Its bloodthirsty eyes glinted as it bared its enormous, stinking maw. Drool dripped down its fangs, leaving a slimy trail on the ground. Ahead of its charging path stood a frail-looking woman. She appeared rooted to the spot, seemingly petrified by the sudden threat. Not far away, Zhang Jun, who was in hiding, felt his scalp prickle with fear. Sword in hand, he prepared to rush forward, but Zhao Jin Yu grabbed him firmly. Senior sister, junior sister Yu Xiao, is in danger. Zhang Jun was beside himself with worry. The sect had sent its disciples to Dragon Roar Valley to hone their skills through trials. Zhang Jun and Zhao Jin Yu, as seasoned seniors, understood the importance of real combat for cultivators. Thus, they had planned for Yu Xiao to face the demonic beast alone while they stood by to assist if needed. However, Zhang Jun had not anticipated that Yu Xiao would freeze in fear at the very first encounter. The beast's tough scales made it highly resilient. A single swipe or bite from it could cause serious harm to any cultivator. Zhang Jun couldn't bear to watch his junior sister suffer and was eager to step in and rescue her. Zhao Jin Yu whispered, "Yu Xiao has a plan. Don't mess things up." When someone is startled or relaxed, their reactions vary. Yu Xiao's sharp, focused gaze and composed demeanor showed she was far from panicked. She was utterly confident. Zhang Jun steadied himself, scrutinizing the situation more carefully, and indeed, he saw the difference. He sighed with relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. In just a moment's time, the beast was less than a yard away from Yu Xiao. With a guttural roar of excitement, the creature tensed its limbs and leaped. Its massive body soared into the air, blocking out the sun. Zhang Jun couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He turned his head and complained, "Senior sister, you're hurting me." Zhao Jin Yu, realizing she had been gripping Zhang Jun's arm too tightly, quickly let go and apologized, though her eyes never left the scene. Zhang Jun let it slide, keeping his gaze fixed on the beast, his sword ready. What happened next left them both dumbfounded. The beast, instead of attacking Yu Xiao, leaped over her and clashed violently with a cluster of towering trees. The sound of crashing echoed through the forest as the beast howled and collided with the trunks. Splinters of wood and shards of scales flew through the air. Dust swirled. Amid the chaos, Yu Xiao stood apart, her snow-white features cold and serene. Before long, the beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its body was riddled with gory, jagged wounds, its thick lips curling into a strange smile. It had killed itself? Zhang Jun stammered in disbelief. Even though the scene had unfolded right before his eyes, it was difficult to accept. Had the beast gone mad? Otherwise, why would it suddenly fly into a frenzy and self-destruct? Zhao Jin Yu snapped out of her shock and hurried to Yu Xiao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Junior sister Yu Xiao, how did you do it?" Compared to the arduous battles they usually endured to defeat such creatures, Yu Xiao's method was practically bloodless. Zhao Jin Yu had never seen such a peculiar tactic before, and her curiosity was piqued. Yu Xiao smiled faintly and revealed a lotus incense burner in her palm. Illusion techniques, aided by special incense. Yu Xiao practiced the illusory tides technique, rooted in illusion magic. Her mentor, Bright Moon Hermit, achieved enlightenment through a detached heart, observing the voids in others' minds and ensnaring them with illusions. Once mastered, the technique could trap opponents in a vivid illusion with just a glance. Though Yu Xiao had only reached the second level of the illusory tides technique, requiring tools like enchanted artifacts, formations, or alchemical aids to craft illusions, she excelled at using them creatively. Before setting out, Yu Xiao had prepared a calming incense and placed it in the burner. As the soothing aroma spread, her illusion silently took hold. Even intelligent cultivators would struggle to notice, let alone a simple-minded beast. Zhao Jin Yu's eyes sparkled. An illusion? How ingenious! Why didn't I think of that? Time apart had brought startling changes to Yu Xiao, not just in her appearance, but in her demeanor and skill. Zhao Jin Yu marveled at how the talents of someone like Yu Xiao had gone unnoticed for so long, buried by the obscurity of Lone Moon Peak. "Junior sister, I've never fallen for an illusion before. Could you let me experience it?" Zhang Jun asked with an eager, slightly mischievous grin. Yu Xiao glanced at him. "Sure." She snapped her fingers. Zhang Jun waited expectantly for the illusion to take effect. One breath, two breaths. After a while, his smile faded. Junior sister Yu Xiao, I don't feel anything. Be patient, senior brother. All right. He waited some more. Still nothing. He frowned and muttered, why is it taking so long? This time, Yu Xiao gave no explanation, simply watching him with a calm expression. Zhang Jun grew irritated under her gaze and raised his voice. Junior sister, why aren't you answering me? Meanwhile, Zhao Jin Yu stood frozen, staring at Zhang Jun in utter disbelief. He was rambling at thin air. Zhao Jin Yu was astounded. Yu Zhao's cultivation was at foundation establishment, while Zhang Jun had reached the golden core stage, an entire realm higher. Could Yu Zhao really challenge someone at such a level? As if sensing Zhao Jin Yu's thoughts, Yu Zhao said softly, it's not that simple. Zhang's senior brother is caught because he trusts us and knows I mean no harm. A stranger at the golden core stage would sense something amiss within 3 breaths. A cultivator with a strong, stable mind was less likely to succumb to illusions, making distractions essential for creating vulnerabilities. Rustle. As Yu Zhao and Zhao Jin Yu discussed, soft footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. Zhang Jun blinked, his mind clearing. He glanced around but saw no sign of Yu Zhao. Meeting Zhao Jin Yu's amused gaze, he forced a bitter smile. This illusion technique, capable of trapping someone so seamlessly, was terrifying and impossible to guard against. A natural caution toward Yu Zhao stirred within him. May I ask if you 3 are disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect? A voice interrupted. Zhao Jin Yu, Zhang Jun, and Yu Zhao exchanged subtle glances when they heard the question, their minds instantly on high alert. They carried no identifiable emblems of the 5 Elements Dao sect, and the 5 strangers approaching them were completely unfamiliar faces. Yet, these strangers had unerringly identified their affiliation. Zhao Jin Yu replied cautiously, before seeking answers, might you first share your names? My apologies, came the response. As they spoke, 3 men and 2 women stepped into view. The group looked to be of similar age to Zhao Jin Yu and her companions, standing tall with striking appearances. Their mere presence exuded a refined and indescribable air. Yu Zhao keenly detected a faint medicinal scent wafting in the breeze. Her thoughts stirred. The next moment, her suspicions were confirmed. Fellow cultivators, we are disciples of the Greenwood sect. We encountered other members of the 5 Elements Dao sect in the forest earlier, which led us to make this bold guess. Please forgive us, said the young woman at the center of the group. The speaker, dressed in green, had a clear gaze and a sincere tone. She even produced her Greenwood sect identity token for Zhao Jin Yu to inspect, adopting a deferential stance. The 5 Elements Dao sect and Greenwood sect were among the most prominent sects in the cultivation world. While their relationship wasn't particularly close, it was amicable on the surface. The Greenwood sect was especially renowned for its expertise in alchemy, boasting most of the cultivation world's top alchemists. As such, disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect were careful not to offend them. After confirming the other group's identity, Zhao Jin Yu's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. So, you're disciples of the Greenwood sect. My apologies for any offense. I am Zhao Jin Yu of the 5 Elements Dao sect, and these are my junior siblings, Zhang Jun and Yu Zhao. Are you senior sister Zhao Jin Yu? The green-clad woman asked excitedly. Reputation precedes a person. As the top-ranked sect in the cultivation world, the 5 Elements Dao sect attracted considerable attention. Zhao Jin Yu, as the sect master's direct disciple and a paragon of talent and virtue, was widely known. After a few modest exchanges, the 2 groups formally introduced themselves. The woman in green was Mu Yi, a disciple of the Pill Hall in the Greenwood sect at the late foundation establishment stage. To understand the significance of the Pill Hall, one must first delve into the structure of the Greenwood sect. The sect was divided into 3 branches: Pill Hall, Medicine Hall, and Martial Hall, based on talent and spiritual roots. Pill Hall disciples possessed exceptional talent for alchemy, making them the rarest and most esteemed within the sect. Medicine Hall disciples had an innate affinity for spiritual herbs and specialized in their cultivation, tending, and harvesting. Martial Hall disciples, lacking aptitude for alchemy or herbal cultivation, earned resources like pills and spirit stones by completing sect missions. Although Martial Hall disciples were less privileged than those in the other branches, their role within the Greenwood sect was highly sought after. The sect's open exchange policy, offering even the rare fourth-grade pills to any disciple who amassed enough points, drove cultivators to vie for a place in its ranks. Among Mu Ye's team, she was the sole Pill Hall disciple. The remaining four, Dai Xia, Chun Qing, and Tian Han and Guoming Yin, were Martial Hall disciples, tasked with protecting her. All four were at the early Golden Core stage. After exchanging further pleasantries, their groups naturally grew closer. Mu Yi asked, "Senior Sister Zhou, you arrived at Dragon Roar Valley 2 days before us. Have you seen any trace of the seven-colored deer?" Zhao Jin Yu shook her head and sighed. "Not a single clue. I'm beginning to think the seven-colored deer might be nothing more than a fabricated rumor." Mu Yi sighed as well. The seven-colored deer was a dubious lead. The timing of its appearance was suspicious, and its sudden lack of follow-up details raised many red flags. Still, Mu Yi wasn't ready to give up. She had come specifically for the seven-colored deer, even offering her prize pills as payment for her escorts. Leaving empty-handed would feel like a waste. But her disappointment was fleeting. She quickly consoled herself with the thought that meeting Zhao Jin Yu and her companions was a fortuitous outcome. Just as she considered returning home, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Rocks bounced as if alive. Whoosh, whoosh. Flocks of birds rose in alarm from the forest. Beastly roars echoed from all directions. The skies seemed to darken as if shrouded in ominous clouds, emanating a palpable sense of dread. Yu Xiao's pupils contracted. She shouted, "Be on guard. A great beast is near." In the cultivation world, only beasts at the nascent soul stage or higher were classified as great beasts. Their presence warped the heavens and stirred miniature beast tides. A great beast, everyone's faces turned pale. Nascent soul cultivators were powerful enough to establish their own factions, and nascent soul great beasts were even more formidable, boasting unparalleled resilience and vitality. Zhao Jin Yu had never expected such danger during what was meant to be a routine training exercise. Her heart pounded as she steeled herself. "Senior Sister Zhou, we should leave immediately," Mu Yi urged, instinctively looking to Zhao Jin Yu as their leader. "No." Zhao Jin Yu rejected the idea firmly. "My junior siblings are still in danger. I cannot abandon them. Zhang Jun, Yu Xiao, contact the others and arrange a meeting point nearby where everyone can regroup. Junior Sister Mu, if you can leave, go now. If not, I, Zhao Jin Yu, will protect you at all costs." Crisis revealed character. Though Zhao Jin Yu was amiable in everyday interactions, her decisive authority and unyielding resolve as the eldest senior sister shone in moments of peril. Mu Yi glanced at her four fellow disciples, hoping for their guidance, but they wore only looks of panic. In contrast, Zhang Jun and Yu Xiao had already begun coordinating with their fellow five elements, Dao, sect members, through their sect's unique communication methods. The difference was stark. Clenching her teeth, Mu Yi declared, "Senior Sister Zhou, I'll stay with you." Her trust wasn't blind. Though Zhao Jin Yu was essentially a stranger, Mu Yi found her composure and leadership far more reassuring than that of her own companions. Such was the magnetic charisma of Zhao Jin Yu, a quality that inspired loyalty even among those who barely knew her. With time running out, Zhao Jin Yu didn't waste time comforting the others. Once Zhang Jun and Yu Xiao identified a suitable rendezvous point, she led the group toward it without hesitation. By her Dao heart, Zhao Jin Yu vowed to safeguard every disciple's escape from Dragon Roar Valley, no matter the cost. When Zhao Jin Yu and her group arrived at the meeting point, several disciples from the Five Elements Dao sect were already waiting. The moment they spotted Zhao Jin Yu, their faces lit up with relief. "Senior Sister Zhou," one of them stepped forward hesitantly, as if wanting to speak. However, Zhao Jin Yu silenced him with a sharp glare before swiftly turning to count their numbers. They were still 8 people short. Contact Fang Chenglang, Zhu Ming, and the others. Find out where they are, Zhao Jin Yu ordered. Not long after, Fang Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, and Yitzong Xin arrived in a rush. Shortly afterward, Zhu Ming and the remaining 5 disciples also showed up. The weight on Zhao Jin Yu's heart eased slightly. Everyone was accounted for. Now, she had to get them out safely. The training is terminated early. Everyone will follow my commands and retreat immediately. Fang Chenglang, you lead the way. I'll stay at the rear. Foundation Establishment disciples stay in the middle of the group. No one is allowed to lag behind during the journey. Given the current situation, Zhao Jin Yu didn't need to explain further. Her tone carried an undeniable authority as she laid out their evacuation plan. Yes, the disciples of the 5 elements Tao sect responded in unison. The group of over 20 people moved swiftly and in an orderly manner toward the valley's exit. Along the way, the path was littered with the mutilated bodies of demonic beasts. These beasts hadn't fallen to cultivators. Rather, their slow speed during their panicked escape had caused them to be trampled by their own kind. After repeated crushing, their blood and flesh had merged with the soil, filling the air with an overwhelming stench of blood. The once serene and harmonious valley had turned into a living hell in the blink of an eye. Many disciples, witnessing such a gruesome scene for the first time, turned pale, their stomachs churning. Don't look. Keep moving. Zhao Jin Yu remained stoic at the rear of the group, urging them forward with a cold voice. Only the pallor of her lips betrayed her discomfort. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to tell that she, too, was affected. The disciples, hearing her command, forced themselves to focus, doing their best to ignore the harrowing surroundings and continue their march. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar echoed through the valley, followed by an overwhelming pressure that spread like waves in all directions. Zhao Jin Yu reacted instantly. Defend! The disciples barely had time to raise their spiritual energy shields before a powerful blast of air threw them into the air. Yu Xiao was among them. She tumbled forward for over 10 rolls, crashing into 3 trees before finally coming to a stop. Turning around, she saw a massive beast approaching them with alarming speed. The creature's fiery red fur resembled a blazing flame as it ran, distorting the space around it. Its powerful limbs propelled it forward, and its long tail, resembling a whip forged from minerals, sliced through the air with sharp, whistling sounds. Even from a distance, the sheer pressure exuded by this demonic beast was suffocating. 4th-tier demonic beast, Scarlet Flame Lion, Yu Xiao muttered, her gaze fixed on the rampaging beast. This was the very creature responsible for senior sister Zhou's tragic death. Her eyes showed no hint of fear, only fierce determination and cold, killing intent. Fang Chenglang, Zhang Jun, continue leading the group away. I'll find a way to buy you some time, Zhao Jin Yu commanded, her voice steady. Her words caused the already shaken disciples of the 5 elements Tao sect to falter further. Senior sister, are you insane? That's a 4th-tier demonic beast. Zhang Jun shouted, his voice hoarse. Zhao Jin Yu remained unmoved. She knew she stood no chance against such a beast, but if she could buy even a sliver of hope for her fellow disciples, she was willing to make the sacrifice. Senior sister Zhou, I'll stay. Yu Xiao suddenly stepped forward. Don't be reckless. Zhao Jin Yu's eyebrows furrowed as she barked at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, lead the others to retreat now. That's an order. No, I'm not leaving. Zhang Jun summoned his life-bonded flying sword, his youthful face full of defiance. I'm not leaving either, another disciple shouted, wiping his face with determination. Disciples of the 5 elements Tao sect live and die together. How can a cultivator fear a single battle? One by one, the disciples declared their resolve, none willing to abandon their comrades. The nearby disciples of the Greenwood sect were deeply moved by this display. Mu Yi, who had always believed the difference between the Greenwood sect and the Five Elements Tao sect lay solely in the number of elite cultivators, realized there was more to it. At this moment, she saw clearly that the unity and resilience of the disciples were also what made the Five Elements Tao sect a dominant force in the cultivation world. In their presence, even life and death seemed trivial. Their unwavering beliefs were their eternal strength. A sense of admiration for the Five Elements Tao sect began to grow in her heart. Junior Sister Mu, what about us? Tianhan from the Greenwood sect hesitated. While he respected the courage of the Five Elements Tao sect disciples, it didn't mean he was willing to die with them. With a chance to survive, why throw it away? His thoughts were easy to read. Mu Yi shot him a sharp look. If you want to leave, go ahead. But I won't. I have my pride as a disciple of the Greenwood sect. As one of the most talented alchemists of her generation, Mu Yi had her dignity and backbone. Letting the Five Elements Tao sect fight to the death while the disciples of the Greenwood sect fled would destroy her reputation. How could she face the world? Tianhan and the other four disciples' faces turned red. They could leave Mu Yi behind, but returning to the Greenwood sect after abandoning their mission to protect her would lead to severe punishment. Staying or leaving, neither option seemed favorable. Meanwhile, the Five Elements Tao sect disciples had reached a consensus. Zhao Jin Yu and the others realized there was no convincing anyone to leave. The Scarlet Flame Lion was now so close that escape was no longer an option. Their only choice was to fight together. Fang Chenglang, Lan Ziyu, Zhang Jun, Zhao Jin Yu called out several names in one breath. In a moment, we'll attack from the front to draw its attention. The rest of you will strike from other directions. If you encounter danger, call for help immediately. Don't overestimate yourselves. Understand. Understood. Finally, Zhao Jin Yu turned to Yu Xiao and Ye Cong Xin. Her expression turned stern. The two of you don't have the strength to harm a beast. I only have one request. Stay away from the battlefield and protect yourselves. Can you do that? Ye Cong Xin nodded fervently. Yes. I won't cause any trouble. She breathed a silent sigh of relief. With her newfound caution, Ye Cong Xin was determined to survive, and Zhao Jin Yu's arrangement gave her a perfect excuse to avoid combat. With Zhao Jin Yu and others at the forefront, she felt confident she could make it out alive. Zhao Jin Yu's gaze fell on Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao remained silent, her expression unreadable. Junior Sister Yu. Zhao Jin Yu's words were cut short as her expression abruptly shifted. She cast Yu Xiao a profound look before turning and heading towards the Scarlet Flame Lion, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Sixth Junior Sister, Little Junior Sister, wait for us to return, Fang Chenglang said in his usual gentle tone. Without looking back, he followed Zhao Jin Yu. Next were Lan Ziyu, Zhang Jun, Zhu Ming. Yu Xiao watched her familiar fellow disciples abandon fear of death, marching towards a gamble where their lives were the stakes. Her heart churned with countless emotions. In that instant, Yu Xiao finally understood the true meaning behind senior sister Zhou's sacrifice. Shame engulfed her. In both her past and present lives, her vision was confined to trivial emotions. She had valued her sect too highly and belittled herself too much. Given the chance to live again, her focus wasn't on achieving immortality or cultivating her Tao, but on making those who had wronged her regret their actions. Her emotions were narrow and selfish. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in her mind. The confusion in Yu Xiao's eyes cleared entirely, replaced with a bright and steadfast gaze. At the same time, the spiritual energy around her seemed to answer an unspoken call, surging toward her and forming a small vortex. This energy poured into her limbs and bones through every pore. Her spiritual power surged upward, breaking through the bottleneck of the mid-foundation establishment stage to reach late foundation establishment. Now, among those who remained, only Yu Xiao, the 5 disciples of the Greenwood sect, and Ye Cong Xin lingered. The commotion caused by Yu Xiao's breakthrough was impossible to ignore. The Greenwood sect disciples were dumbfounded. Achieving enlightenment and breaking through during such a dire moment? What kind of monstrous talent was this? Jealousy burned in Ye Cong Xin's eyes. She suddenly recalled that long ago, Yu Xiao had also been a prodigy of the Five Elements Tao sect, a genius filled with promise. If not for Yu Xiao's excessive attachment to emotions, wasting time on trivialities, she would not have stagnated for years. A trace of alarm and fury flashed in Ye Cong Xin's eyes. The former Yu Xiao was back. The feeling of enlightenment was surreal. Yu Xiao lost control of her body, but could vividly sense everything around her. She saw Ye Cong Xin's subtle expressions, her senior brothers and sisters battling the Scarlet Flame Lion and the corpses strewn across Dragon Roar Valley. She even saw, thousands of miles away, the Five Elements Tao sect perched atop of Verdant Mountain. Who dares spy on the Five Elements Tao sect? Yu Xiao's body jolted, and her drifting consciousness snapped back into place. She took a deep breath. That voice, so familiar, it seemed to belong to the sect master. This wasn't an illusion. Yu Xiao felt certain that her peculiar experience would profoundly affect her future. Despite her disappointment at being interrupted, she felt immense gratitude. If the sect master hadn't broken her trance, senior sister Zhou and the others would have been in peril. Infusing spiritual power into her feet, she shot forward like a comet, disappearing into the forest in mere moments. Muyi was shocked. Yu Xiao was clearly heading towards the Scarlet Flame Lion. She stomped her feet anxiously. With Yu Xiao's current cultivation, going there was akin to throwing away her life. She's too reckless. Gritting her teeth, Muyi followed after her. No matter what, she had to go all out as well. Junior sister Mu. The four other Greenwood sect disciples paled. Seeing Mu Ye's unwavering determination, they exchanged hesitant glances, unable to muster the courage to follow. Ye Cong Xin noticed their hesitation, her eyes mocking. Golden core cultivators, yet so afraid of death, such individuals were unworthy of heaven's favor or great fortune. Deeming them useless, Ye Cong Xin wasted no more time pretending. She lifted her chin and left, seeking a hidden spot to wait for the final outcome. What was once a lush and vibrant Dragon Roar Valley had turned into scorched earth, with thick smoke rising from cracks. Sparks of fire scattered like stars, distorting the air with searing heat. Zhao Jin Yu stood on the parched ground, holding a dark golden longbow in her left hand. Her right hand, riddled with red marks, trembled uncontrollably at her side. Her once elegant Taoist robe clung to her in disarray, bearing marks of burns and revealing her battered state. She surveyed the surroundings. The others were in worse condition than she was. Fong Chunglang's usually pristine azure robe was stained with blood and grime. Lan Ziyu, unable to dodge in time, had his face scorched, with blood dripping continuously from his wound. Several junior brothers and sisters had already lost their ability to fight, hovering on the edge of unconsciousness. Zhao Jin Yu's heart grew heavier than ever. They were nearing their limits. After only 3 rounds against the Scarlet Flame Lion, they had exhausted all their usable artifacts, talismans, and hidden weapons, managing only to inflict minor injuries on the beast. Now drained of spiritual energy, they struggled to even mount another attack, let alone defend against the next onslaught. The 4th-tier demonic beast's intelligence rivaled that of humans. Realizing its opponents were at their wits' end, it paused its assault, sweeping its cruel gaze over them as if selecting its prey. Each person froze under its scrutiny, holding their breath instinctively, their bodies rigid. The shadow of death loomed over them all. Under the crushing pressure, someone let out a soft sob. That faint sound immediately drew the Scarlet Flame Lion's attention. Its gaze locked onto the source of the noise. It bared its sharp teeth, its eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. No! Zhao Jin Yu's pupils constricted. Suppressing the fear and uncertainty buried deep within her heart, she summoned endless courage. Fong Chunglang, Lan Ziyu, take everyone and leave. Leave the rest to me. Her voice, carried by the howling wind, reached every disciple of the five elements Tao sect. No, senior sister, I won't leave. Zhang Jun cried, tears streaming down his face. Everyone knew what staying behind meant for Zhao Jin Yu. She intended to sacrifice herself to carve a path to survival for them. I am a leader. This is an order, Zhao Jin Yu said coldly. The five elements Tao sect can go without Zhao Jin Yu, but it cannot lose all of you. Even if you won't think of yourselves, think of the sect. Now, go. A single life versus 20. It was a choice Zhao Jin Yu didn't need to deliberate on. Go. We will leave. It was Fang Qinglang who spoke. Overshadowed by Zhao Jin Yu's leadership, his presence as the deputy leader had always been minimal. But at this moment, he had to step up and make a decision, even if it meant facing the sect's scorn upon their return. Duty left no room for hesitation. Fang Qinglang approached a disciple kneeling on one knee, placing a hand on his shoulder to help him retreat. The others followed suit, mimicking his actions. Zhang Jun, his eyes brimming with tears, gazed intently at Zhao Jin Yu's back. This might be the last time he ever saw their grand senior sister. Clenching his fists, he swore silently to himself. Grand senior sister, I will be like you one day, protecting the sect and our fellow disciples with my life. Zhao Jin Yu did not turn back, but she could hear the sound of their retreating footsteps. A contented smile graced her face. Knowing they could escape safely, she felt no regret. No, that wasn't entirely true. There was one lingering regret in her heart. Junior sister Yu's divinations were terribly unreliable. She couldn't help but think, I'll never trust them again. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Lion made no move as the disciples of the five elements Tao sect retreated. Instead, it leisurely raised its right paw, licking the fur between its claws in an almost disdainful manner, as if it didn't even register the humans as a threat. However, just as the last disciple was about to leave the area, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and spewed a blazing red flame. Simultaneously, it dashed forward like lightning, its powerful limbs propelling it towards the disciples. Your opponent is me, Zhao Jin Yu snarled coldly, shoving a large handful of alchemy pills into her mouth. A surge of intense, spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, nearly causing her body to explode. She suppressed the discomfort, gripping her dark golden longbow in her left hand and rapidly drawing the string with her right. One after another, golden arrows streaked through the air like a storm, their tails trailing long plumes of light as they shot towards the Scarlet Flame Lion. The beast didn't dodge. Instead, the sharp arrows clanged against its body, sparks flying with each impact, but its speed remained unhindered. Within the span of 3 breaths, it had closed the distance to less than 10 miles. From this proximity, Zhao Jin Yu could see the beast's flowing whiskers and its chilling, menacing eyes. The oppressive aura of a 4th-tier demonic beast bore down on her. Her hands trembled briefly before steadying again. She knew her death had to create maximum value. Only by holding the Scarlet Flame Lion at bay could she give her comrades a sliver of hope to escape. So she couldn't retreat. Closer, even closer. Meanwhile, Fang Qinglang and his group were speeding through the forest, flying swords underfoot. Their movements were unsteady, their paths erratic, rising and falling unpredictably, yet none of them dared to stop for adjustments. Their eyes burned with hatred, and their spiritual energy was pushed to its limit. The swords howled as they cut through the air. Eldest senior brother, a timid voice suddenly called out from the forest to their right. Keep going. Don't stop. Fang Qinglang commanded the group before veering towards the source of the voice. Little junior sister, is that you? He asked anxiously. From the trees emerged the delighted face of Ye Cong Xin. It's me, eldest senior brother. Before she could say more, Fang Qinglang used his spiritual energy to lift her onto his flying sword. Hold on tight. The sword transformed into a streak of light as it sped off again. Fang Qinglang's brow furrowed deeply. His face was pale as a sheet, his lips bloodless, already heavily injured. Carrying 2 disciples while fleeing made the task even harder. But whenever he thought of Zhao Jin Yu holding off the Scarlet Flame line for their sake, his body filled with strength. He had to stay focused. He must lead the team out of Dragon Roar Valley alive. Yet just then, Lan Ziyu's voice rang out nearby. "Little junior sister, where's Yu Xiao? Why isn't she with you?" The words hit Fong Chenglang like a hammer, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He'd only rescued little junior sister. What about little six? Once again, he'd lost her. His momentary lapse caused his flying sword to wobble out of control. At the back, Ye Cong Xin, seeing their erratic trajectory veering towards a mountainside, screamed in panic. The scream jolted Fong Chenglang back to his senses. Pouring the last of his strength into his sword, he narrowly avoided crashing, but the effort left him completely drained, and he fell from the sky. Eldest senior brother Fong. The other disciples, already emotionally strained, stopped immediately. They couldn't bear to lose another comrade. Lan Ziyu leaped from his flying artifact, rushing to Fong Chenglang's side and grabbing his hand in worry. Eldest senior brother, are you okay? Fong Chenglang tightly gripped his hand, his voice anguished. Ziyu, Little six didn't make it. I lost her again. What? Lan Ziyu's face contorted in rage. Where's Yu Xiao? Where is she? Let's go get her right now. He turned to leave, but Fong Chenglang held him back firmly. We can't go back. Fong Chenglang's bloodshot eyes locked onto Lan Ziyu's. Lan Ziyu's expression twisted as though he'd heard the world's cruelest joke. Fong Chenglang, that's Yu Xiao, our junior sister. How can you abandon her? I'm the team leader. I can't risk everyone's lives for hers alone. Zhou's senior sister gave her life for us to escape. Do you want her sacrifice to be in vain? Fong Chenglang's heart ached, but he couldn't afford to act recklessly. He had to think of the bigger picture. Lan Ziyu collapsed to the ground, devastated. His despondent figure struck a chord of sorrow among the others. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, you can't save little six. She's already gone to find Zhou's senior sister. Ye Cong Xin finally spoke, unable to hold back any longer. If they wasted time arguing instead of fleeing, they'd be doomed. Lan Ziyu and Fong Chenglang, along with the others, stared at her in shock. Even against a fourth-tier demonic beast, Yu Xiao had willingly stepped forward to help. What was she thinking? She insisted on helping. Ye Cong Xin added, her voice trembling. No matter how I tried to stop her, she called me a coward who only cared about my own life. I didn't want to burden everyone. The group fell silent, their faces darkening. Yu Xiao's accusation weighed heavily on their hearts. They had already felt ashamed for fleeing. Her words were salt in the wound. Taking a deep breath, Fong Chenglang staggered to his feet. If that's her choice, then we have no right to interfere. Keep moving. We must leave here before nightfall. Yes, senior brother, the others responded weakly, mounting their swords again. Just as they were about to leave, a deafening roar erupted behind them. The ground trembled violently as a shockwave swept through the area, scattering dust and debris. The group turned in horror. Tears streamed down their faces. Zhou's senior sister had fallen. Fong Chenglang and the others flew forward in a daze, their faces ashen, looking like lifeless shells of people. Even though they didn't want to believe it, the sounds they had just heard were unmistakably caused by Senior Sister Zhou. During the first 2 rounds of attacks, Senior Sister Zhou had already exhausted all the artifacts she could use. The only means left to cause such a commotion would have been self-detonation. This was the last choice any cultivator wanted to make. Self-detonation didn't just mean the destruction of the body, it obliterated the soul as well. Once a soul was scattered, there was no reincarnation, no future. Someone couldn't help but sob aloud. The crying spread quickly until it became a collective wail. Zhang Jun cried the hardest. He hated himself for being so powerless, unable to save Senior Sister Zhou or anyone else. He felt utterly unworthy of facing their master. Clenching his fists tightly, tears poured from his eyes as guilt consumed him entirely. In his blurred state of mind, he thought he heard her voice again. Second junior brother. Ugh. Zhang Jun could no longer hold it in and began sobbing uncontrollably. Amid his wails, he kept calling out to his senior sister. Anyone who saw or heard this would have been deeply moved, their hearts aching in sorrow. Many disciples, affected by his grief, also began crying out loud. Ye Cong Xin, under the guise of wiping her tears, discreetly curled her lips in disdain. Hypocrites! Suddenly, a crisp smack echoed. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. The sudden slap nearly sent Zhang Jun flying. He staggered, turning around in disbelief. There stood Zhao Jin Yu, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at him. Behind her stood Yu Xiao and Mu Yi, a disciple of the Greenwood sect. Mu Yi waved cheerfully. Hi there, senior sister. It's really you. Zhang Jun was stunned, his joy overwhelming him. The other disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect turned around at the commotion. Seeing Zhao Jin Yu and her companions alive and well, they looked equally astonished. Grand senior sister, Zhang Jun, like a bird returning to its nest, threw himself at Zhao Jin Yu. She was carrying Yu Xiao and Mu Yi on her sword, so there was nowhere to dodge. Zhang Jun grabbed hold of her tightly. Annoyed, Zhao Jin Yu turned her face away in disgust. But soon, she felt warm drops trickling onto her neck. Her stern expression softened. She gently patted Zhang Jun's back. You've worked hard. Zhang Jun was too emotional to speak, shaking his head as tears and snot smeared across Zhao Jin Yu's face. She endured it as long as she could. Finally, with a swift kick, she sent him flying. Enough already. Don't push it. But the next moment, she regretted it. Because even more disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect surrounded her, all tearfully calling out senior sister Zhou as they threw themselves at her. Yu Xiao and Mu Yi were squeezed out of the crowd. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Having shared a life-and-death experience, they had become true friends. Looking back at the thrilling rescue earlier, Yu Xiao still felt lingering fear. If they had been a moment too late, Zhao Jin Yu would have perished along with the Scarlet Flame Lion. She had nearly lost such a wonderful senior sister again. With a faint smile, Yu Xiao felt a deep sense of gratitude and joy that Zhao Jin Yu had been saved. But just then, three people she didn't want to see appeared in front of her. Fong Chunlang's disheveled appearance couldn't hide the concern on his face. Little Six, are you all right? Lan Ziyu said nothing, but his eyes scanned Yu Xiao from head to toe, as if trying to examine every strand of her hair. Ye Cong Xin clasped her hands tightly at her chest, a tear at the corner of her eye, looking pitiable. Six senior sister, it's so good to see you safe. Mu Yi looked at Yu Xiao with envy, silently praising the camaraderie and deep bonds among the disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect. Since her recent breakthrough in understanding, Yu Xiao had gained clarity on things that once confused her. She could tell Fong Chunlang and Lan Ziyu's concern was genuine, not feigned. But their feelings had come too late. She no longer needed others' affection to fill the emptiness in her heart. She now understood what she wanted and was determined to pursue it unwaveringly. In her past life, she had clung too tightly to her obsessions and suffered the consequences. In this life, they would only be strangers. I'm fine, Yu Xiao replied with a faint smile. Fong Chunlang initially breathed a sigh of relief. But when his gaze fell on Yu Xiao's smile and her empty, emotionless eyes, his expression froze. Little Six, without proper etiquette, you can't stand firm. Even if you meet someone you dislike, you can't show them a cold face. You need to learn polite smiles. Polite smiles mean your face smiles, but your eyes remain still and your heart remains untouched. It's simple. Let me teach you. Just smile like this. The words echoed in Fong Chunlang's mind, and a sharp pain gripped his chest, nearly knocking him off his feet. When Little Six had ignored them before, he had comforted himself, thinking it was just childish temper. He thought he could coax her back. But now, Little Six smiled at them, and his heart was filled with dread. Had she already lumped him among the people she hated? Would Little Six never forgive him? Little Six, don't smile like that. Please don't smile like that. Fong Qinglang's voice trembled as he gazed at Yu Xiao, his eyes red with a mix of sorrow and despair. Yu Xiao hadn't expected Fong Qinglang to be so perceptive. She had intended to use her smile to brush him off. But since her intentions had been seen through, she made no effort to hide them. With a serene expression, Yu Xiao raised her gaze, the calm depths of her eyes reflecting Fong Qinglang's figure. For the first time, Fong Qinglang clearly saw a pitiful, despicable version of himself in her eyes. At that moment, he realized with piercing clarity that Little Six no longer needed him. A deafening buzz filled his ears as the world around him seemed to fade into silence. His heart ached so much it felt like he couldn't breathe. His trembling hand reached out for Yu Xiao, but a white haze clouded his vision and his consciousness dimmed. Then, he collapsed backward, unconscious. Eldest senior brother. Lan Ziyu and Ye Cong Xin panicked, rushing to catch Fong Qinglang. Lan Ziyu checked his condition. Luckily, he's just exhausted and passed out. He'll be fine after some rest. Lan Ziyu reassured Ye Cong Xin. Ye Cong Xin wept tears of joy. Thank goodness. Lan Ziyu turned to tell Yu Xiao the news, but he froze. Yu Xiao stood in place, looking down at them with a face as calm and indifferent as still water. Lan Ziyu was incredulous. Eldest senior brother had fainted, yet Yu Xiao remained completely unmoved. She didn't even show a trace of concern. Did she not care about eldest senior brother at all? Was this still Yu Xiao? A chill ran through Lan Ziyu's body, sinking deep into his bones. He didn't dare to think further. What? Junior sister, you saved the senior sister? How is that possible? Yeah, Yu Xiao is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Wait, when did she break through? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Excitement faded as the disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect surrounded Zhao Jin Yu, demanding to know how she managed to defeat a fourth-level Scarlet Flame Lion. After hearing her account, they were stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. According to Zhao Jin Yu, she had done nothing. In a critical moment, Yu Xiao and Mu Yi suddenly appeared. Mu Yi distracted the lion while Yu Xiao seized the opportunity to unleash an artifact, defeating the Scarlet Flame Lion in one swift strike, turning the tides of the battle. The audience was dumbfounded. Ignoring how Yu Xiao managed to subdue such a formidable beast, her behavior today was a stark contrast to the person they thought they knew. They had always believed Yu Xiao to be jealous and petty, especially toward junior sister Yi. But in 3 years, she had transformed into someone completely unrecognizable. With her head held high, Zhao Jin Yu declared, "Humph, you're cultivators, yet you don't understand the saying, 3 days apart, and one must view someone in a new light? If you don't believe me, ask junior sister Mu from the Greenwood sect, who was also present." Everyone turned to Mu Yi in unison. Blushing slightly, Mu Yi nodded earnestly. Recalling the scene where Yu Xiao charged in to save lives still made her heart race. She had believed her life would end under the claws of the monster, but fate took an unexpected turn, proving the disciples of the Five Elements Dao sect to be truly extraordinary. Junior sister Yu, you saved senior sister Zhou. I must kowtow to you. Zhang Jun, though no longer crying, was still visibly emotional. He marched up to Yu Xiao, dropping to his knees in an attempt to bow. This startled not only Yu Xiao, but also Zhao Jin Yu and the others. They hurried to stop him, and Yu Xiao sighed helplessly, saying, "Senior brother Zhang, senior sister Zhou isn't just your senior. It was my duty to help. I don't care. I'll remember your kindness and repay it someday." Zhang Jun vowed passionately. And me, another burly disciple, stepped forward. "Junior sister Yu, I once listened to slander and wrongfully judged you. Worse, I spoke ill of you behind your back. That was my fault. I apologize sincerely. I'm sorry." He bowed deeply as he finished. "Junior sister Yu, I also owe you an apology. You're incredible. We were wrong. Yes, it's all my fault too. Please forgive me." The other disciples chimed in, each expressing their regrets. Through this ordeal, They had come to understand Yu Xiao's true nature and were ashamed of their previous behavior. Yu Xiao hadn't anticipated this outcome. Her initial goal had been to save senior sister Zhou. The opinions of others had little to do with her, and she had cared even less about their views. Still, watching her normally haughty peers bow their heads in apology felt rather satisfying. Amidst this scene, a hateful glare pierced through the crowd. Yu Zhao's senses heightened as she turned to find Ye Cong Xin glaring daggers at her from the edges of the group. The moment their eyes met, Ye Cong Xin quickly lowered her gaze, her lips pressed into a tight line. Yu Zhao smirked coldly. Losing composure so soon? Ye Cong Xin. Since her rebirth, Yu Zhao had not acted against Ye Cong Xin. Yet, Ye Cong Xin's hatred for her seemed bone deep. Yu Zhao was curious. What schemes would Ye Cong Xin devise this time, now that she, Yu Zhao, had clarity and resolve? And what was the sinister force dwelling within Ye Cong Xin? Junior sister Yu. Zhao Jin Yu suddenly placed a hand on Yu Zhao's shoulder. With a solemn expression, she remarked, "We owe you our lives this time." Who could have expected a fourth-level demonic beast to appear in the Dragon Roar Valley? As the person involved, Zhao Jin Yu understood better than anyone how dire the situation had been. She had been moments away from self-detonation, burning her soul to save others. Senior sister Zhou, don't you find it odd? Ling Xiao Villa has purged Dragon Roar Valley multiple times. A beast of this level shouldn't exist there. And the intelligence we received indicated the presence of a 7-colored deer, which no one has seen even now. Zhao Jin Yu's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. You think someone deliberately lured us here to ambush us? It's very possible, Yu Xiao replied. Those listening to their exchange erupted in anger. Damn, who would dare target the 5 elements Dao sect? Are they tired of living? So someone's been plotting against us. No wonder we've been so unlucky. Find them, drag them out, and kill them. Frustrated after their narrow escape, the disciples finally found a target for their pent-up rage. They wanted nothing more than to drag out the perpetrator, beat them half to death, and cripple their cultivation. Zhao Jin Yu, her expression grim, remained silent. As the sect master's disciple, her thoughts naturally ran deeper than the others. Could this be a conspiracy against the 5 elements Dao sect? Were other sects involved? And what was their ultimate goal? Senior sister Zhou, I have a proposal, Yu Xiao said. Go on, Zhao Jin Yu replied. Yu Xiao smiled faintly. I suggest we retrace our steps. Let's first collect anything of value from the Scarlet Flame Lion's body. Then we can follow its trail to its lair. We might uncover some clues there. When Yu Xiao made the suggestion, she wasn't entirely confident. She knew Zhao Jin Yu and the others were likely eager to return to the sect. But Yu Xiao wanted to stay. She still hadn't found Wu Xiaozhen, who was injured. Missing this chance meant she didn't know when she would get another opportunity to kill him. If she asked to stay behind alone, the group would undoubtedly object. She had to take a gamble. Zhao Jin Yu pondered for a moment before turning to the others. What do you all think? The disciples exchanged glances. After a while, Zhang Jun gritted his teeth and said, Senior sister, I think junior sister you makes a lot of sense. If someone dared target us from the shadows, we can't let them off so easily. The 5 elements Dao sect has its pride. Exactly. That vile coward can't get away with this. I agree. I'll develop a heart demon if I don't vent this rage. The disciples of the 5 elements Dao sect weren't ordinary people. They were prodigies, envied and respected by all other cultivators. The idea of enduring such humiliation and pretending nothing happened was unacceptable to them. Zhao Jin Yu surveyed their determined faces and smiled in satisfaction. Good. That's the spirit of the 5 elements Dao sect. Everyone, take half an hour to rest. Then we'll retrace our steps. Yes. Invigorated, the disciples responded loudly, their frustration replaced with newfound determination. On the sidelines, Ye Cong Xin seethed with anger. Finally, they had escaped, yet now they were returning? Idiots. A bunch of complete idiots. She felt like vomiting blood from sheer rage. You, Senior Yu. You, can I call you Yu Xiao? Yu Xiao sat in place, taking a break. Muyi shuffled closer, hesitating for a while before finally managing to string a complete sentence together. Yu Xiao nodded. She had a good impression of Muyi. Even though they were neither family nor friends, Muyi was the only one among the 5 disciples of the Greenwood sect willing to step forward and help in a dangerous situation. For that alone, Yu Xiao couldn't bear to treat her coldly. Muyi chuckled and plopped down beside Yu Xiao, speaking bluntly. I can't find my people, so I'd like to tag along with your group. Is that okay? Muyi had already made up her mind about her teammates. She would rather stick with the disciples of the 5 Elements Dao sect than stay with that group of cowards. Yu Xiao pointed to Zhao Jin Yu. You should ask our team leader. Muyi nudged her gently with her arm. You're so close to your team leader. If you agree, she surely won't refuse. Muyi had figured it all out. In the 5 Elements Dao sect team, Zhao Jin Yu was the backbone, while Yu Xiao was more of a fringe member. The stark difference between their roles didn't affect their bond. They were the best of friends. Yu Xiao wouldn't have risked her life to save Zhao Jin Yu otherwise. Convincing Yu Xiao was essentially the same as convincing Zhao Jin Yu. Yu Xiao thought for a moment. Having an alchemist in the group would certainly enhance their safety. I'll talk to senior sister Zhao first. Muyi beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Go ahead. I'm waiting for your good news. Yu Xiao approached Zhao Jin Yu and explained Muyi's request. As expected, Zhao Jin Yu didn't object, and Muyi successfully joined the team as a new member. Half an hour later, Zhao Jin Yu walked over to Lan Ziyu and frowned at Fong Chenglang, who was still unconscious. Junior brother Fong shows no signs of waking. Lan Ziyu shook his head bitterly. Zhao Jin Yu sighed. Junior brother Fong needs constant care, and you're already looking after junior sister Yi. I'll have Zhang Jun and the others take turns helping. We'll move together without leaving anyone behind. Thank you, senior sister Zhou. The wounds on Lan Ziyu's face had started to scab, but still looked horribly disfigured. His spirits were low, his eyes clouded with a heavy gloom, a stark contrast to his previously vibrant demeanor. Zhao Jin Yu shook her head and summoned Zhang Jun and the others to assist with Fong Chenglang. The team resumed their journey. 5 Elements Dao Sect. In the grand discussion hall, the sect master addressed the gathered elders and peak masters. I've summoned everyone here because, moments ago, an unidentified entity used their divine sense to probe our sect. Although I managed to repel them, I felt it necessary to inform you all to stay vigilant. The announcement startled everyone present. Who would dare to use divine sense to intrude upon the 5 Elements Dao sect? This was an audacious act bordering on provocation. Who has the gall to behave so recklessly? Are they tired of living? Clearly a provocation. This is blatant disrespect for our sect. I think otherwise. If they harbored ill intentions, they wouldn't have been discovered so easily. There might be more to this. The room erupted into a flurry of opinions. The sect master silently listened until the hall gradually quieted. His eyes narrowed, focusing on Master Qing Yan, who had remained silent throughout. Master Qing Yan, what's your take? All eyes turned to him. Master Qing Yan replied flatly. Trivial scoundrels, not worth mentioning. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Master Qing Yan's confidence was as unyielding as ever. The sect master furrowed his brow, about to respond when a sudden twitch in his left eyelid caught him off guard. He gasped, instinctively pressing his hand to his eye and standing up abruptly. His strange reaction drew concerned questions from the elders. Sect master, did you discover something? He shook his head, unable to speak. A sudden and overwhelming sense of dread had washed over him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The sect master's thoughts raced. The sect's protective formation was active, and all elders were present. The danger couldn't possibly originate from within. That left only, his pupils contracted. It had to be the disciples, out on a mission. Zhao Jin Yu's team. The sweat beaded on his forehead as realization struck. That group included some of the sect's most talented young members. If anything happened to them, without hesitation, The sect master dashed out of the hall, ignoring the elders' calls. The elders exchanged confused looks. Is something amiss? Should we follow? Before they could decide, the sect master reappeared, laughing loudly. False alarm. It's all fine now. He sank back into his chair, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably as he beamed with relief. The elders were baffled. Sect master, what just happened? Yeah, if you're under too much pressure, you should share it with us. We can help. Please, don't overwork yourself. Their words only made the sect master laugh harder. He waved them off, unwilling to explain. How could he? The dread had vanished the moment he decided to leave the sect, replaced by a feeling of joyous anticipation. Whatever the crisis had been, it was over, and something good had happened instead. He resolved to question Zhao Jin Yu's team thoroughly upon their return. The entire ordeal had been nerve-wracking, too thrilling even for him. With the sect master back to normal, the discussion returned to the mysterious divine sense. After much deliberation, they agreed to wait and observe. If the intruder had no malicious intent, a warning sufficed. However, if the offense persisted, the Five Elements Dao sect would not tolerate any further provocations, prioritizing both their security and reputation. Just as the sect master adjourned the meeting, Master Qing Yin vanished from the hall. Everyone's lips twitched in exasperation. Oh, you never change. This is just too ugh. On the scorched ground, pools of red and yellow, unidentified fluids mixed together, emitting an unbearable stench. Zhang Jun tried his best to hold it in, but he couldn't. He bent over and started retching violently. The others, witnessing this grotesque scene, felt their stomachs churning. As soon as Zhang Jun's retching reached their ears, they couldn't help but follow suit. Yu Xiao, Mu Yi, and Zhao Jin Yu turned away in disdain, stepping further from the group. Senior sister. After throwing up until there was nothing left, Zhang Jun weakly raised his head, pitifully looking at Zhao Jin Yu. The sight was too much for him. He felt utterly miserable. The others looked similarly drained, their exhaustion causing Zhao Jin Yu to shake her head in disapproval. Junior sister Yu, how did you manage to leave nothing of the fourth-rank demonic beast behind? Not even a complete corpse? Hearing Zhang Jun's question, Yu Xiao smiled faintly. It's not due to my own strength, but because I had a water attribute spirit treasure in my possession. Everyone suddenly understood. Spirit treasures, crafted by nascent soul cultivators, contained a single attack of a nascent soul cultivator. These were often used as life-saving measures in dire moments. However, crafting spirit treasures was an intricate and resource-intensive process, even for nascent soul cultivators. Thus, they had become exceedingly rare. None of them expected Yu Xiao to possess such a rare item, let alone one perfectly countering the Scarlet Flame Lion. The Scarlet Flame Lion had indeed died unjustly. I always thought junior sister Yu was overlooked on Lone Moon Peak, but it seems I was mistaken. Master Qing Yin must value her deeply to bestow her with a spirit treasure for protection. Someone's casual comment resonated with the group's thoughts. In their minds, Yu Xiao had always been a neglected and pitiful disciple, unloved by both master and peers. It seemed all those rumors were lies. Where did such harmful gossip even come from? Ye Cong Xin's jealousy flared, her eyes reddening. How could their master be so biased? He gave Yu Xiao a spirit treasure, but only handed her an assortment of useless junk. She had naively believed their master cared for her more than others. Now, it was clear Yu Xiao held a higher position in their master's heart. If that were the case, she no longer needed to hesitate. She was determined to claim Master Qing Yan's luck for herself. Among everyone present, only Lan Ziyu doubted the origin of the spirit treasure. He knew their master, Master Qing Yan, was neither gentle nor attentive, much less someone who would waste time crafting a spirit treasure for a disciple's safety. However, he said nothing, only casting a deep, probing glance at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao let the group speculate, offering no explanation. No one would ever imagine the spirit treasure wasn't from Master Qing Yan, but from her third senior brother, Su Ming. This treasure was the key to her confidence in saving Zhao Jin Yu. Yu Xiao even regretted not being ruthless enough back then, failing to extract more items from Su Ming. Those feeling unwell can rest here. Those who are still capable, come with me to clean up the battlefield. Zhao Jin Yu's words were met with a chorus of groans. Senior Sister Zhou, the Scarlet Flame Lion is in pieces. There's no point in cleaning up, right? Exactly, its body is completely shattered. There probably isn't much of value left. Senior Sister Zhou, let's just leave. If we stay here any longer, I might throw up everything I ate yesterday. The disciples of the 5 elements Tao, sect, weren't exactly short of resources. They would rather abandon potential gains than search through a pile of mangled remains for valuable materials. Zhao Jin Yu raised an eyebrow. This trip was meant to train you. If you can't handle even this, how will you survive in the cultivation world? She pointed at Yu Xiao and Mu Yi, who were already working. Both junior sisters are braver than you. Aren't you ashamed to retreat now? With Zhao Jin Yu's firm stance, the group had no choice but to sulkily get to work. At first, the gruesome task made them uncomfortable, but as they adapted, they began to focus on their search. They even grew excited when they found something intact, like a single piece of unbroken beast bone. Mu Yi crouched down, carefully extracting liquid from the blood vessels of a dark red mass. Drop by drop of dark golden liquid flowed into her jade bottle, turning the surrounding flesh pale. When she finished collecting the liquid, she turned to Yu Xiao, shaking the bottle triumphantly. This is lion heart blood, more valuable than the 7-colored deer's blood. Once we return, I'll refine a batch of blood-replenishing pills and share some with you. Thank you in advance, Yu Xiao replied with a nod. No need for thanks. Come, let's collect some of its tail too. What appeared chaotic and repulsive to others was heaven to alchemists. Mu Yi, like a mouse falling into a jar of rice, was utterly absorbed in her work. An hour later, the group reconvened. Though many appeared pale, their eyes sparkled with determination. Zhao Jin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Breaking through their psychological barriers meant they had taken a significant step forward. This trip to Dragon Roar Valley was worth it, despite the dangers. Wait, danger? No, it had been thrilling but safe. Zhao Jin Yu suddenly recalled Yu Xiao's earlier divination results. They matched this outcome exactly. It was eerily accurate. The last traces of unease in Zhao Jin Yu's heart faded completely. A bright smile spread across her face. While you were cleaning the battlefield, I scouted ahead. The Scarlet Flame Lion came from the west. We'll head that way. If we find nothing in 2 days, we'll return to the sect. Any objections? None, the group replied in unison. Good. Let's move out. Zhao Jin Yu shot forward like an arrow, quickly disappearing from view. Mu Yi watched her disappear, full of admiration. Senior Sister Zhou is amazing. She always leads from the front. Being with her feels so secure. Yu Xiao silently agreed. Zhao Jin Yu had the most charisma of anyone she knew. As a friend, you'd never worry about her betraying you. Mu Yi glanced at Yu Xiao. You're not bad either. You might not realize it, but you're much calmer than the others. Meeting you and Senior Sister Zhou on this trip is the luckiest thing that's happened to me. If you ever visit the Greenwood sect, I'll make sure you're well stocked with pills. Yu Xiao's eyes lit up. She had heard the Greenwood sect was built atop a premium fire vein, which was split into 108 branches with alchemy rooms built above each. For someone like Yu Xiao, whose water-aligned spiritual roots hindered her control over fire, the Greenwood sect's alchemy rooms would be invaluable for crafting her illusory tides technique artifact. Without hesitation, Yu Xiao accepted Mu Ye's invitation, silently marking the Greenwood sect on her future itinerary. Huff! Huff! Wu Xiaozhen collapsed weakly to the ground. His entire body ached as if all his bones had been crushed into fragments, leaving him in unbearable pain. If not for the faint sound of his own breathing, he would have believed himself already on the road to the afterlife. He curled the corners of his lips in bitter self-mockery. One reaps what one sows. Not long ago, he had accidentally stumbled into a secret realm and discovered several scarlet flame lion cubs. Though only cubs, the essence in their flesh and blood far surpassed that of most Foundation establishment cultivators. In a moment of greed, he used his goo insects to devour 3 of the lion cubs, inadvertently incurring a disastrous calamity. It turned out that within the secret realm, There was a fourth-stage scarlet flame lion demon. It immediately sensed the death of its cubs and launched a relentless pursuit. Wu Xiao fled desperately from the secret realm to the Dragon Roar Valley, yet he couldn't shake off the scarlet flame lion. The beast toyed with him as though he were a mere plaything. In the end, Wu barely managed to deceive it by transforming the majority of his goo insects into duplicates of himself. He had narrowly escaped with his life, but at a great cost. His body bore severe injuries, and the painstakingly cultivated goo insects had been nearly annihilated. Most critically, he had lost the ability to move. If he encountered danger now, he'd be utterly defenseless and left at the mercy of fate. Wu Xiaozhan shut his eyes in despair as fragments of his life flashed through his mind. One by one, his family members had fallen in a sea of corpses and blood, refusing to reveal his whereabouts. He was Wu Xiaozhan, the last descendant of the Wu family. The bloodline of the Wu family could not be extinguished. Help me. Someone, please save me. I don't want to die. Wu Xiaozhan's lips trembled as he murmured faintly. His rational mind told him that no one could hear his cries for help, but he couldn't stop himself from uttering them. Second senior brother, I think there's someone over there. Amid his hazy thoughts, the clear voice of a young woman cut through the darkness like sunlight piercing through storm clouds, lighting up Wu Xiaozhan's bleak world. A sudden surge of energy from deep within his body drove him to open his eyes. A figure dressed in pale, yellow unexpectedly entered his vision. He froze momentarily, and elation surged in his heart. He was saved, but in the next instant, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly as she heard the commotion not far away. Could it be you? Wu Xiaozhan. Second senior brother, senior sister Zhou. He looks so pitiful. Let's help him. Ye Cong Xin pleaded, gazing at the battered and bruised man on the ground with a look of pure sympathy. Lan Ziyu and Zhao Jin Yu exchanged glances, but said nothing. They had tracked the scarlet flame lion's footprints to this spot, their divine sense constantly monitoring their surroundings. Yet they hadn't noticed this man's presence until Ye Cong Xin pointed out the faint cries for help. This man was gravely injured and lying in the path of the scarlet flame lion. There was likely a strong connection between the beast's appearance and him. So, to save or not to save? Zhao Jin Yu and the others couldn't immediately decide. Seeing their hesitation and noticing the man's increasingly faint breath, Ye Cong Xin grew more anxious. This person was marked by the system as a significant figure of destiny, someone whose fortune rivaled that of her senior brothers. Saving him would earn her more valuable rewards. Second senior brother, he's still a human life. We are disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect, a renowned righteous sect. Are we really going to let him die? Ye Cong Xion's tone turned imploring again. Lan Ziyu hesitated. If this person were an innocent victim, leaving him to die would indeed contradict their sect's teachings. He turned to Zhao Jin Yu, seeking her opinion with his eyes. After a moment's thought, Zhao Jin Yu decided it was worth preserving the man's life. They could question him once he regained consciousness. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Xiao stepped forward from the rear of the group. Senior sister Zhou, this man must not be saved. Everyone looked at Yu Xiao in surprise. Ye Cong Xion's resentment flared uncontrollably in her heart. Her again. She always had to oppose her, didn't she? Junior sister Yu, why do you say so? Zhao Jin Yu asked curiously. Zhao Jin Yu wasn't doubting Yu Xiao. Ever since Yu Xiao had risked her life to save her, Zhao Jin Yu regarded her as an ally. She simply wanted to understand if Yu Xiao had noticed something suspicious. Yu Xiao pointed at a few inconspicuous stains on the ground. Senior sister Zhou, look at those marks. They're the remains of goo insects. This man is likely a goo master. I've heard that the corpses of goo insects reveal their diet. Black insect corpses signify they were fed with spiritual herbs, while red ones indicate they were fed with blood and flesh. Everyone followed her gaze to the reddish stains, faintly resembling goo insects. Yu Xiao continued. These goo insect corpses suggest a blood-fed cultivation method. Such goo masters are typically wicked individuals. Saving him could lead to even more bloodshed in the future. Therefore, we mustn't save him. Yu Xiao's logical reasoning swayed the group. The sympathy in their eyes gave way to disdain. As disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect, they upheld orthodox practices and naturally despised those who cultivated by sinister means. Such an evil cultivator deserved no pity in death. No, it's not like that, Ye Cong Xin murmured tearfully, trying to defend the man. However, neither Lan Ziyu nor the other disciples paid her much attention. Lan Ziyu even patted her head gently, advising, "Little junior sister, he's a bad person. You don't need to feel guilty or indebted." He brought this upon himself. Ye Cong Xin felt a bitter frustration she couldn't voice. She had always been obedient and understanding, so defying her senior brothers and sisters wasn't an option. Yet abandoning such a chance to earn favor and fortune left her deeply unwilling. Her gaze lingered on the unconscious man, and an idea formed in her mind. She failed to notice Yu Xiao's steady gaze fixed on her. As Ye Cong Xin finalized her plan, Yu Xiao smiled faintly from a distance. She had recognized the near-lifeless figure as Wu Xiaozhen the moment she saw him. If this was where Ye Cong Xin and Wu Xiaozhen first met, things were about to get interesting. Though Ye Cong Xin outwardly presented herself as kind-hearted and altruistic, Yu Xiao knew her true nature, opportunistic and calculated. The friends she acknowledged were all exceptional individuals. At this point, Wu Xiaozhen was still an unknown in the cultivation world with no connection to Ye Cong Xin. Yet, she seemed certain he would achieve greatness, go to great lengths to save him, even plotting behind the scenes when openly opposed. Thinking back on the fallen prodigies from the previous life, Yu Xiao had a good guess about how Ye Cong Xin chose her targets and stole their fortunes. It was unlikely any of her admirers, who once placed her on a pedestal, would have guessed that their beloved heavenly moon was, in fact, a scythe of death. Yu Xiao, your thoughts are malicious, constantly making things difficult for the little junior sister. You are unworthy of being my junior sister, and even less worthy of being a disciple of Lone Moon Peak. Half asleep, Fang Qinglang heard someone speaking close to his ear. The voice wasn't loud, but carried an infinite fury. He was stunned for a while, before realizing that it seemed to be his own voice. As he pondered, the voice grew clearer. Yu Xiao, I regret it deeply. From now on, do not call me senior brother. If you do, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. The cold, ruthless words echoed within Fang Qinglang's sea of consciousness. He could hardly believe it. No, those were not his words. How could he say something so hurtful to Little Six? The thing he regretted least was becoming Little Six's senior brother. Even though an irreparable rift now existed between them, she would forever remain his junior sister. Shut up. The little junior sister's heart is pure and kind. How dare you slander her maliciously? This sword is my final lesson to you as your senior brother. No, no, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop now. Fang Qinglang wanted to stop it all, but his consciousness seemed trapped in a confined space with no exit or light. Like a headless fly, he collided repeatedly within this space, unable to break the solid constraints or find an escape. As his anxiety grew, he heard the sound of a sword piercing flesh and Yu Xiao's painful whimpers. No. At this moment, it was break time. Lan Ziyu leaned against the trunk of a tree, having placed Fang Qinglang on the grassy patch to his right for easier care. Taking a sip of water, he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest when he caught sight of Fang Qinglang sweating profusely in his sleep. His brows furrowed tightly, and his face was marked by unease. Senior brother, wake up, senior brother. Lan Ziyu was startled. He called out to wake Fang Qinglang while asking someone to fetch senior sister Zhou for help. Zhao Jin Yu and Zhang Jun quickly arrived. Fang Qinglang was already injured, his face devoid of color. Whatever dream he was having caused him to bite his lip so hard that crimson blood seeped out, staining his pale lips with an eerie shade of red. What's happening to him? Zhao Jin Yu asked with a frown. Lan Ziyu shook his head. I don't know. He suddenly became like this. Zhang Jun stroked his chin before saying, Senior Brother Fong must be under a nightmare. While cultivators were generally resolute and seldom troubled by dreams, they were not entirely immune. Considering the many recent ordeals they'd faced, coupled with Fong Chunglang's injuries, it wasn't far-fetched for his unsettled mind to be vulnerable to a nightmare. Zhao Jinyu nodded in agreement with Zhang Jun's assessment. We should wake him up first. All right. Lan Ziyu, now using not only his voice but also his hands, shook Fong Chunglang. Yet the latter remained unresponsive, deeply ensnared in his dream. Helpless, Lan Ziyu's lips quivered with worry. Step aside. Unable to watch any longer, Zhao Jinyu shoved Lan Ziyu aside, gathered her strength, and slapped Fong Chunglang's face with a resounding crack. The slap was shockingly loud. Zhao Jinyu flexed her hand, inwardly lamenting that junior sister Yu Xiao wasn't present to witness this satisfying moment. Lan Ziyu and Zhang Jun stood frozen in shock. Senior sister Zhou is terrifying. Ugh. Finally, Fong Chunglang groaned and struggled to open his eyes. Lan Ziyu was overjoyed and immediately leaned closer to ask with concern, Senior brother, are you all right? You scared me to death just now. You. Fong Chunglang, still unable to shake off the despair, stared blankly at Lan Ziyu for a while before slowly speaking. Yes, it's me, Senior brother. You had a nightmare. Do you realize that? Was it just a dream? Fong Chunglang appeared distracted. Was it only a nightmare? He couldn't believe it. The voices in the dream had been so real, so familiar, as if he had lived through them himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Struggling to sit up, he exclaimed, Where's little Six? Where's little Six? I must see her. Lan Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Senior brother, calm down. I must see little Six. Let me see her. Little Six. Fong Chunglang was like a man possessed, ignoring Lan Ziyu's words and shouting frantically. The commotion drew the attention of nearby disciples, who looked on in astonishment. Fong Chunglang, known as the gentleman sword of the five elements Tao sect for his upright and gentle demeanor, had never shown such madness. Yu Xiao is Lan Ziyu faltered. He had already checked with his divine sense and knew Yu Xiao wasn't nearby. He had no idea where she'd gone and couldn't locate her. Second senior brother, Yu Xiao is our junior sister. You should address her as little junior sister, not by her name. Fong Chunglang scolded Lan Ziyu, his tone disapproving. Watching this, Zhao Jin Yu suddenly found the situation laughable. When junior sister Yu Xiao still cared for them, they treated her like discarded baggage. Now that she had completely given up on them, they suddenly wanted to reconcile. But spilled water cannot be retrieved, nor can a shattered mirror be restored. Junior brother Fong, junior sister Yu Xiao isn't here now. When she returns, I'll let her know you wish to see her. Whether she agrees will depend on her. For now, focus on your recovery and stop worrying others. With Fong Chunglang awake, Zhao Jin saw no reason to linger. She turned sharply and left. Zhang Jun, her ever-loyal follower, trailed behind immediately. Finally calming down, Fong Chunglang lay back and closed his eyes. Lan Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was never particularly thoughtful or good at caring for others. Without the little junior sister around, he felt entirely at a loss. Sneaking a glance at Fong Chunglang, Lan Ziyu couldn't help but wonder what the senior brother had dreamed to lose control so utterly. Could have been about Yu Xiao. Where did little junior sister go? Fong Chunglang croaked. Lan Ziyu replied. She said she wanted to take a walk nearby. She hasn't been feeling well. Ye Cong Xin's illness, carried from birth, made her sensitive to both winter cold and summer heat. She couldn't exert herself or experience emotional extremes without risking difficulty breathing. So when she asked to take a stroll to clear her mind, Lan Ziyu had considered it carefully before agreeing. Dragon Roar Valley's demonic beasts had largely fled, frightened off by the scarlet flame lion. It would likely take 4 or 5 years for the valley's usual activity to recover. With disciples of the 5 elements Dao sect occupying the area and Ye Cong Xin not wandering far, Lan Ziyu saw little reason for concern. Receiving the answer, Fong Qinglang gave a faint response and stopped asking. The two sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Rustle, rustle. In the silent valley, devoid of birds, beasts, and insects, even the slightest sound was amplified endlessly. Ye Cong Xin moved swiftly and cautiously through the forest, gripping a talisman tightly in her hand. Before long, she spotted a figure lying on the ground ahead, and her eyes lit up with joy. Thankfully, he was still there. Displaying a rare agility, she darted to his side. Despite the thick crust of blood on his face, his fine features were still faintly discernible. The corners of Ye Cong Xin's mouth lifted briefly as she retrieved a 4th-rank restorative pill from her storage space. The pill gleamed like a piece of pure white jade, exuding a rich herbal fragrance. Ye Cong Xin hesitated for a moment, gazing at the pill with a hint of reluctance, before gritting her teeth and quickly pushing it into his mouth, watching him intently. This pill, a gift from Master Qing Yan when she became her disciple, was meant to nourish the body. Ye Cong Xin had kept it close for emergencies. I paid a steep price to save you. Don't let me down, she thought, clenching her fists nervously. Moments later, the pill's effects began to manifest. The man's external wounds started healing visibly, and his faint breathing grew steadier, although he showed no signs of waking up. Ye Cong Xin grew anxious, frequently glancing back over her shoulder. She had left under the pretense of taking a break, but couldn't stay away too long. If Lan Ziyu and the others noticed her prolonged absence, they would inevitably come searching for her. After waiting a little longer, Ye Cong Xin decided she could delay no further. She hesitated briefly before removing a moonlight stone hairpin from her hair and placing it on the ground. This type of gemstone emitted a natural glow that became brighter in darker surroundings. She cast one last, lingering look behind her before reluctantly departing. Her thoughts were entirely preoccupied with this so-called child of great fortune, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching her from nearby. After Ye Cong Xin disappeared into the distance, Yu Xiao emerged slowly from the shadow of a rock. She walked toward Wu Xiaozhen step by step, her movements deliberate and steady. Wu Xiaozhen, though renowned in the cultivation world for his meteoric rise and undefeated record, had faced many hardships in his youth. While many admired Wu Xiaozhen, Yu Xiao was not among them. She had never desired any connection to him. Yet, due to her conflict with Ye Cong Xin, he had used cruel, insidious methods to turn her into a madwoman consumed by disgrace. Yu Xiao's hatred for Wu Xiaozhen surpassed even her grudge against Ye Cong Xin. She could never forget how she had been forced to abase herself before Wu Xiaozhen, enduring his mockery like a toy. The shame he brought upon her was her darkest memory. Now, as Yu Xiao stood over Wu Xiaozhen's prone form, she felt a twisted sense of wonder. In her past life, she had been powerless against him, like a feeble weed, unable to resist the storms of fate. But now, their roles were reversed. Wu Xiaozhen lay defenseless at her feet. A mere gesture from her could end his life. Wu Xiaozhen, this is the end of our 2 lifetimes of enmity, she declared coldly. With a swift motion, her blade plunged into his chest. Blood spurted out, some droplets splashing onto Yu Xiao's face. She smiled faintly and, without hesitation, stabbed again, this time directly into his dantian. Wu Xiaozhen lay as lifeless as a corpse, completely still. His life force faded rapidly, becoming nearly undetectable. Yu Xiao did not stop. She stabbed his neck and temple for good measure, ensuring there was no chance of survival, before finally withdrawing her blade. Her vengeance complete, Yu Xiao felt a profound sense of relief. It almost seemed as though, with a brief period of meditation, she could soon ascend to the Golden Core stage. Having achieved her goals in Dragon Roar Valley, Yu Xiao was eager to return to the Five Elements Tao sect and focus on cultivation. She left without a backward glance, leaving Wu Xiao Zhen's body lying quietly on the ground. The cycle of time continued. The pungent scent of blood drew countless creatures from the depths of the earth. Swarming over Wu Xiaozhen's corpse, they began their feast, stripping his flesh until only pale bones remained. Amidst the frenzy, one beast suddenly bit down on the forelimb of its companion. The victim managed a single, pitiful cry before its limb was torn off and swallowed whole. The aggressor's blood-red eyes glinted ominously. "Junior sister Yu, you've returned," Zhao Jin Yu called out cheerfully, waving at Yu Xiao. As Yu Xiao approached, Zhao Jin Yu caught a faint whiff of blood, but said nothing, instead recounting recent events with a smile. "Junior brother Fong wants to see you, but his mental state seems unstable. You might want to think twice before meeting him," she advised. Yu Xiao shook her head. In her past life, she had suffered much on Lone Moon Peak, some of it self-inflicted, but much of it imposed by Fong Chenglang and his companions. However, as a once-abandoned orphan, she owed her life to Master Qing Yan and the care of Fong Chenglang and the others. Now, with debts repaid, she wished to sever ties and move forward. Zhao Jin Yu smiled approvingly, though she couldn't help feeling some regret. If she had known earlier about the nature of Lone Moon Peak's disciples, she would have intervened when Fong Chenglang brought Yu Xiao to the main peak. A sweet, obedient junior sister like Yu Xiao was far preferable to any dim-witted junior brother. Zhang Jun sneezed repeatedly in the distance, rubbing his nose and thinking, "The sect master must be missing me." After a night of rest, the disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect resumed their mission. Fong Chenglang, much improved after his recovery, no longer needed assistance, though his expression remained grim. He frequently cast conflicted glances at Yu Xiao, standing beside Zhao Jin Yu, lost in thought. Normally, Ye Cong Xin would have noticed his strange behavior. However, her mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the person she had saved. Caught between them, Lan Ziyu attempted to make conversation, but with one silent and the other distracted, he gave up in frustration. "Grand Senior Sister, look, the Scarlet Flame Lion's tracks end here," Zhang Jun called out excitedly. After a day and night of pursuit, they had finally located the beast's initial trail. Zhao Jin Yu, Yu Xiao, and Mu Yi quickly gathered to inspect the scene. Sure enough, they confirmed that these were the last footprints of the Scarlet Flame Lion. Zhang Jun frowned. "Strange. The Scarlet Flame Lion is massive and can't fly. How could it have suddenly appeared here?" Yu Xiao and Zhao Jin Yu exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The Scarlet Flame Lion couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. It must have been summoned through a medium. This medium could either be a teleportation array or an unknown secret realm. Naturally, Zhao Jin Yu and Yu Xiao hoped for the latter. Everyone spread out and search. Look for anything unusual or any spiritual energy fluctuations nearby, Zhao Jin Yu instructed. The disciples of the Five Elements Tao sect immediately fanned out to search. Yu Xiao also chose a direction and began her meticulous search. She advanced slowly, her gaze fixed on the ground, examining every inch as if she intended to dig 3 feet deep. After walking over 100 paces, she stopped in front of a large rock. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary stone. No spiritual energy, no signs of life, indistinguishable from any other stone in Dragon Roar Valley. Yet, Yu Xiao felt an inexplicable intuition. This rock was hiding something. Placing her palm against the stone, Yu Xiao channeled spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, a strange wave enveloped her. A powerful sense of weightlessness hit her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. The sky was gray and overcast, and a vast expanse of withered, yellow vegetation stretched as far as the eye could see. Death permeated the air, and at the far end of her sight, dense fog obscured a stone bridge. When Yu Xiao tried absorbing spiritual energy, she discovered that the energy here was extremely thin, leaving her disappointed. This secret realm was collapsing. Its owner was likely long dead, and the spiritual energy that once sustained it was gone. Before long, the void would consume this place entirely. Looking around more carefully, Yu Xiao noticed a charred corpse and several massive footprints. As she suspected, the Scarlet Flame Lion had come from here. Suddenly, the strange spatial waves struck again. One by one, Zhao Jin Yu and the others appeared around her. Zhao Jin Yu visibly relaxed upon seeing Yu Xiao unharmed and approached to inquire about her condition. Meanwhile, the others marveled at their surroundings. This secret realm looks so desolate, and the spiritual energy is so thin. It's nothing like the secret realms of our 5 Elements Dao sect, someone remarked. I thought we'd found a treasure trove, but it's just a wasteland. What a letdown. Did the Scarlet Flame Lion come from here? Could there be other beasts lurking around? The group fell silent, their previous enthusiasm replaced with unease. Another encounter with a 4th-level Scarlet Flame Lion would spell the end of their expedition. Stay together. Don't wander off, Zhao Jin Yu instructed firmly, her voice calming their nerves. We'll explore further ahead. The team moved deeper into the realm, their steps rustling the brittle grass beneath them. Yu Xiao kept her divine sense spread as far as it could reach, ready for any sudden threats. Though the secret realm didn't seem large, it took them 3 hours to reach its end. There they found a stream with a stone bridge spanning it, connecting the 2 sides. The thick fog beyond the bridge concealed everything, leaving them uncertain of what lay ahead. Senior Sister Zhou, the disciples turned to Zhao Jin Yu for guidance. 3 of us will cross first to scout. If it's safe, the rest will follow, Zhao Jin Yu decided decisively. The group agreed. To minimize risk, the scouting party had to be the strongest. Naturally, Zhao Jin Yu was among them, alongside Zhang Jun and Lan Ziyu. Had Feng Qinglang not been injured, he would have joined them as well. Yu Xiao wanted to volunteer, but reconsidered, knowing her strength might be a liability. Fortunately, Zhao Jin Yu and her team crossed without incident and signaled the others to follow. Yu Xiao and the remaining disciples hurried across the bridge. As they emerged from the fog, the scene before them slowly came into focus, a garden. However, the plants within it were as withered as everything else. Further in, they spotted a 3-story wooden pavilion, elegantly designed with carved railings and jade decorations. From the layout of the secret realm and the pavilion style, Yu Xiao surmised that the realm's owner must have been a refined individual with a love for nature and simplicity. The pavilion doors were wide open, and no guards were in sight. It appeared safe, but no one dared to drop their guard. Zhao Jin Yu's team entered first. They moved cautiously, but no traps hindered them. Even the faintly visible defensive formations on the floor were no longer functional. Reassured, the others followed. Inside the pavilion, everything was coated with a thin layer of dust, evidence that it had been abandoned for a long time. The disciples, though curious, refrained from wandering off and stuck close to Zhao Jin Yu's team. After thoroughly exploring all 3 floors, they found nothing of value. This secret realm's owner must have been dirt poor. There's nothing here but some daily necessities, someone sighed. The others nodded in agreement. Their hopes for finding valuable treasures had been dashed, and the day now felt like a wasted effort. Yu Xiao's eyes glinted with thought. Something didn't feel right, as though they had overlooked something critical. Just as Zhao Jin Yu prepared to lead the group out, Yu Xiao exclaimed, "The Scarlet Flame Lion! Where's the Scarlet Flame Lion?" Someone shrieked in alarm. "Is it here again? You Junior Sister, stop scaring us." The disciples huddled together, trembling. Zhao Jin Yu, however, understood Yu Xiao's point. "You're right," she said, clapping her hands. "If the Scarlet Flame Lion lived here, it must have a lair. We haven't seen it yet, and there might be something worth finding there." Revived by this idea, the group's spirits soared. Even a minor discovery would make the trip worthwhile. This time, it was Yu Xiao who made the breakthrough. Behind the pavilion, she found a patch of overgrown weeds concealing an entrance. After clearing the weeds and throwing a lit incense stick into the cave, they saw a puff of smoke drift inside. Moments later, a little scarlet flame lion darted out, panicked and clumsy. It crashed into Yu Xiao's leg and fell to the ground, dazed. The cub was about the length of Yu Xiao's arm, with soft, pale red fur covering its face. Yu Xiao grabbed it by the scruff and lifted it, meeting its round, confused eyes. After a moment, Yu Xiao nodded firmly. It was unmistakably the same cub she had seen in her previous life. Only back then, it had been severed from its body. After senior sister Zhou's death, the sect master had gone to Dragon Roar Valley in a rage and decapitated both the 4th-level Scarlet Flame Lion and its cub as offerings to the sect. This memory, etched deeply in Yu Xiao's mind, had led her to believe there was a surviving little Scarlet Flame Lion in this secret realm. She had been right. Wow, it really is a Scarlet Flame Lion. What a cute little lion cub. Come on, let me pet you. It's so strange. The Scarlet Flame Lion is known for being ferocious, yet its cub is this adorable. It just doesn't make sense. This cub seemed to have been born not long ago. The blue film on its eyes hadn't even faded. Its combat ability was virtually non-existent. Disciples of the 5 elements Tao, sect, surrounded it in a tight circle, their hands reaching out to touch it. The cub was both frightened and confused, letting out helpless whimpers. Yu Xiao wasn't as captivated by the cub as the others were. She was more interested in whether the cave held other treasures. Thus, she, Zhao Jin Yu, Zhang Jun, and Mu Yi ventured deeper into the cave together. They hadn't gone far when an overwhelming stench hit them like a wall. The foul odor caught them off guard, and tears nearly sprang to their eyes. Quickly, they blocked their senses and added layers of protective shields around themselves before continuing forward. The cave was long, but incredibly spacious. Their footsteps echoed faintly. Crunch. Zhao Jin Yu glanced down. It was a broken bone. Be careful, she warned, her expression growing more alert. The further they went, the more bones littered the cave floor. Some had shallow bite marks on them, while others were so massive they were thicker than Yu Xiao's own body. And they looked fresh, not like remains left to rot over time. Yu Xiao, bringing up the rear of the group, frowned deeper and deeper. Other than the Scarlet Flame Lion, there were no signs of any other beasts living in the secret realm. So where did all these bones come from? There's no path ahead. Zhao Jin Yu called out. Her words were followed by a sudden pause. She froze on the spot, motionless. What's wrong? Zhang Jun poked his head out from behind her, and his eyes widened. Whoa, there's so much blood. Yu Xiao hurried forward. She looked up. The walls of the cave were covered with dried bloodstains and claw marks of varying depths. Strands of bloody fur clung to jagged rocks protruding from the walls. Understanding dawned on Yu Xiao. I get it now, she exclaimed. The other 3 turned to her in unison. Mu Yi asked curiously, Yu Xiao, what did you figure out? Leaping lightly, Yu Xiao plucked a tuft of fur from the rock wall and held it out for the others to see. I've been wondering about these bones, but now it makes sense. These are also Scarlet Flame Lion remains. Originally, there wasn't just one Scarlet Flame Lion here. There were 2. 2. Zhang Jun scratched his head, his gaze as innocent as it was perplexed. Why 2? Mu Yi gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. So you're saying there were a male and a female Scarlet Flame Lion in this secret realm. When the female became pregnant and the realm started to collapse, it couldn't sustain her needs. So, she ate her mate, the male Scarlet Flame Lion. These bones belonged to him. Exactly. Yu Xiao nodded. Without 2 lions, there was no way to explain how the cub had been born. Zhang Jun shivered as if hearing a ghost story. The Scarlet Flame Lion is terrifying, eating the father of her own cub. How heartless. Zhao Jin Yu rolled her eyes. They're not human. Besides, the cultivation world follows the rule of survival of the fittest. If she hadn't eaten the male lion, not only would she have failed to protect her cub, but she might have died too. But Zhang Jun still struggled to accept it. Zhao Jin Yu, however, wasn't in the mood to keep explaining. To cultivators, the Scarlet Flame Lion's actions might seem cruel, but for its species, it was merely a necessary sacrifice for survival. While Zhao Jin Yu and Zhang Jun debated, Yu Xiao and Mu Yi began inspecting the stone walls. This time, Mu Yi's luck was better. She discovered a locked wooden chest beneath a pile of bones. Apart from that, they found nothing else. Reluctantly, the group searched a while longer but came up empty-handed. In the end, they left the cave with only the chest and returned to the pavilion. They're back. Senior Sister Zhou is back. When the four emerged, the disciples of the five elements Dao sect greeted them with excitement. Yu Xiao immediately noticed Ye Cong Xin standing at the center of the crowd, holding the scarlet flame lion cub. Her smile was warm and endearing, her demeanor charming. She said gently, "Senior Sister Zhou, Senior Brother Zhang, you're finally back. Everyone was so worried about you." Zhang Jun gave her a puzzled look. "We weren't in there long. What's there to worry about?" Ye Cong Xin faltered. She had only wanted to appear kind and considerate, but Zhang Jun's blunt response made her efforts fall flat. Zhao Jin Yu glanced at Ye Cong Xin coolly before dragging the wooden chest into view. "This is what we found in the cave. Nothing else," she stated plainly. Had anyone else said this, the disciples might have suspected them of pocketing something. But since it was Zhao Jin Yu speaking, they trusted her completely. "Senior Sister Zhou, let's open the chest and see what's inside," someone suggested eagerly. "Yeah, we can't have gone there for nothing. This chest looks valuable. The contents should be worthwhile." Zhao Jin Yu scanned the crowd. "Shall I open it?" "Open it. Open it. Go ahead." "All right." Zhao Jin Yu exhaled deeply, channeling her spiritual energy into her fingertips until it formed a gleaming blade. "Huh!" With a sharp cry, she swung her hand down. The blade sliced cleanly through the lock. Clink! The lock fell to the ground and shattered into fragments. Everyone could tell the chest was old. Even the lock had rotted. Would its contents still be intact? A faint disappointment crossed the disciples' faces. Zhao Jin Yu also doubted the contents condition, but since they had the chest, it needed to be opened to confirm. She stepped forward and lifted the lid. In an instant, colorful metallic light burst forth, and a wave of sharp energy radiated out. Everyone gasped, then broke into joyous grins. Jackpot! They rushed forward in unison. Inside the half-human tall chest were over a dozen different types of ores. The smallest was about the size of a fist, while the largest was as big as a millstone. Starry sky stone, blood sun iron, silver thread hair crystal, gung essence. Yu Xiao silently named each ore in her mind, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. While these ores weren't extremely rare in the cultivation world, they were still quite valuable, especially since they were well-preserved and sizable. More importantly, Yu Xiao spotted two ores she needed. With these, she would soon have all the materials required for her artifact crafting. Yu Xiao counted the starry sky stones in the wooden chest. There were 13 in total, each one unique, with no repeats. She glanced at her fellow disciples, still immersed in excitement, and spoke directly. "Senior brothers and sisters, I need to craft my life-bonded artifact, and am short of two materials, a starry sky stone and gung essence. Can I exchange other items for these two stones?" Though the stones were discovered by Mu Yi, they belonged to everyone as teammates. Yu Xiao couldn't claim them all for herself. She had initially considered using spirit stones to buy the materials, but most of hers had been depleted during her closed-door cultivation. Thus, she had no choice but to barter with items from her storage pouch. Her words left the group momentarily stunned. Many were surprised. Did Yu Xiao really need to gather her own materials for crafting a life-bonded artifact? Didn't Master Qing Yan provide for his disciples? After a moment of silence, Senior Sister Ma spoke up. "Everyone, I have a suggestion." Yu Xiao contributed greatly to this Dragon Roar Valley expedition, and was the first to propose the Secret Realm's potential. Her merits are undeniable. I suggest we gift the Starry Sky Stone and Gung Essence to her, then divide the rest among ourselves. Ma's tone was diplomatic, but everyone knew Yu Xiao's most significant merit was saving Zhao Jin Yu. That alone would have justified giving her all the stones. "I agree." Zhang Jun raised his arm enthusiastically. Me too, echoed another. This is what she deserves. Voices of agreement quickly followed. Zhao Jin Yu watched the scene with a warm smile. This was exactly why she fought so hard to protect her sect members. They were truly kind-hearted people. Mu Yi, standing aside, couldn't help but feel envious. She adored the camaraderie of the five elements Dao sect disciples, even regretting her earlier choice not to join them. But then a tearful voice broke the moment. Sixth senior sister, I'm so sorry, but I also need a starry sky stone. Ye Cong Xin wiped her tears as she stammered, her large, pearly drops of sorrow cascading down her flushed cheeks. Her vulnerability made her appear pitiable yet charming. A perfectly calculated performance. In the past, such tears would have melted hearts instantly, with everyone rushing to comfort her and fulfill her wishes without hesitation. She fully expected the same this time. To her shock, her usual allies stayed silent. Even Lan Ziyu, her ever-indulgent second senior brother, said nothing. Fang Chunglang's gaze turned dark and inscrutable. The oppressive atmosphere grew, and Ye Cong Xin's certainty faltered, replaced by unease. Junior sister Yi, Zhao Jin Yu finally broke the silence, her tone calm and composed. There's a proper order to things. Sixth senior sister asked for the starry sky stone first. Moreover, she contributed far more during this expedition. From any perspective, the stone should go to her. The others, reluctant to cause discord with Ye Cong Xin, seized the opportunity to gently persuade her. Yes, junior sister Yu Xiao worked hard this time. It's only fair. Don't worry, junior sister Yi. When we get back, I'll help you search for another starry sky stone and notify you immediately. You shouldn't argue with your senior sister over this. She deserves it more. Yu Xiao listened to her fellow disciples speak up for her with a mix of amusement and irony. Once upon a time, she had been in Ye Cong Xin's position, forced to yield no matter how justified her claim, because she was a senior sister, an older one, petty and unreasonable. Letting your junior sister have her way had been a shackle around Yu Xiao's neck for decades. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and Ye Cong Xin was getting a taste of what Yu Xiao had endured. I wasn't trying to fight with sixth senior sister. I was just too impatient. It's my fault. Ye Cong Xin quickly backtracked, tears streaming as she bowed repeatedly in apology. Her acute emotional sensitivity, enhanced by her system, alerted her to the shift in the group's feelings toward her. Realizing she had overstepped, she retreated before doing further damage. The starry sky stone was useful to her, but not essential. Her true intention had been to vent her frustration at Yu Xiao. Yet her plan had backfired, and she didn't dare push further. Moved by her tearful sincerity, the group soon comforted her, bringing the brief drama to a swift conclusion. Yu Xiao, however, felt disappointed. After exploring the secret realm, uncovering the treasures left behind by its master, and finding a scarlet flame lion cub, the Dragon Roar Valley expedition finally came to an end. Upon exiting the valley, Mu Yi bid farewell to the Five Elements Dao sect team. Though she took no treasures for herself, she gifted Yu Xiao and Zhao Jin Yu each a token of the Greenwood sect, inviting them to visit. Yu Xiao and Zhao Jin Yu accepted with warm smiles. The following days were spent on the road. When the towering gates of the Five Elements Dao sect appeared, everyone felt an overwhelming urge to cry. They were finally home. Senior sister Zhou is back, someone shouted, causing a wave of excitement to ripple through the sect. Disciples gathered in groups, rushing to the gates to welcome their grand senior sister's return. The sect master, too, quickly received the news and laughed heartily as he stroked his beard. It's good to have her back, truly good. Su Ming, upon hearing the news, abandoned his newly purchased artifact in his cave dwelling and dashed down Lone Moon Peak. By the time Zhao Jin Yu, Yu Xiao, and the others reached the gates, they were greeted by a sea of disciples. Zhang Jun swallowed nervously. Why are there so many people? Because of senior sister Zhou and senior brother Fang. Who cares about the rest of us? Zhang Jun clutched his chest at the brutal honesty. Senior sister Zhou, we missed you so much. Without you, food didn't even taste good. Senior sister Zhou, I want you to guide me in sword training again. Please." The disciples beamed with joy and excitement as they surrounded Zhao Jin Yu, their radiant smiles making Zhang Jun feel sour. In no time, Zhao Jin Yu was swept away by the enthusiastic crowd, along with Fong Chenglang and Ye Cong Xin. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao found herself on the outskirts, isolated and met with disdainful glances from those who passed by. Unperturbed, she turned to leave, only to notice Zhao Jin Yu scanning the crowd anxiously, seemingly searching for her. Yu Xiao smiled faintly and waved before slipping away toward the archive pavilion. As the commotion settled, Yu Xiao pondered how the wheel of fortune continued to turn, quietly savoring the irony of all. The archive pavilion was tucked away in the tranquil and secluded part of the Five Elements Dao sect, where the bustle of the mountain gate couldn't disturb its peace. Elder Gu. Elder Gu was seated at the entrance of the pavilion, absorbed in an ancient tome. When he heard his name, he raised his head absent-mindedly, his eyes crinkling at the corners as recognition dawned. "Ah, it's you, Yu Xiao. Have you finished your training?" "Yes," she replied respectfully. Though Yu Xiao had only met Elder Gu a few times, she held him in great esteem. When he addressed her, she answered with utmost respect, avoiding any superfluous gestures. Stroking his beard, Elder Gu seemed quite pleased. Like a senior family member, he asked kindly, "Did the training yield any results?" Yu Xiao nodded. "I gained some experience and also found 2 materials for crafting my life-bonded artifact." Elder Gu's eyes lit up. "Which 2? "Starry Sky Stone and Gung Essence," she answered earnestly. As the one who had taught her the illusory tides technique, Yu Xiao felt no need to conceal anything from him. Elder Gu laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent. I was planning to surprise you, but you've given this old man a great surprise instead." Yu Xiao looked puzzled. Elder Gu flicked his fingers and a silver light flashed. Yu Xiao instinctively caught the incoming light. Opening her hand, she found a silver bamboo segment bracelet resting in her palm. She looked at Elder Gu in confusion. "Try using your divine sense to examine it." Elder Gu, following his suggestion, Yu Xiao sent her divine sense into the bracelet. She quickly realized it was a storage bracelet, its inner space 10 times larger than her current storage pouch. However, the vast storage space was mostly empty, with only a few items occupying a small corner. As she focused, she noticed the items were materials required for crafting her life-bonded artifact, including a piece of starry sky stone. With only 3 more materials needed, her artifact could be completed. Yu Xiao withdrew her divine sense and solemnly handed the bracelet back to Elder Gu. "Elder Gu, the contents of this bracelet are too valuable. I can't accept such a gift without earning it. Please take it back." Elder Gu had already done more than enough by guiding her toward a suitable cultivation technique. She felt it inappropriate to accept more. Elder Gu clasped his hands inside his sleeves, casting a sidelong glance at her. "What? Are you afraid this old man harbors ill intentions, so you dare not accept it?" Yu Xiao's thoughts were laid bare, and she smiled awkwardly. "I feel unworthy of such generosity." Elder Gu snorted. "You foolish girl. Do you think just anyone in the Five Elements Dao sect catches my eye? Let me tell you, among all the disciples in the sect, only you and the sect master's eldest disciple, yes, that Zhou girl, are worth mentioning. The rest? Not even worth a mention." Hearing herself compare to senior sister Zhou, Yu Xiao couldn't help but smile with pride. "What are you so smug about?" Her satisfaction lasted mere seconds before Elder Gu's scolding made her bow her head in embarrassment. "You wandered aimlessly for so many years, and only recently started setting yourself straight. If not, this old man wouldn't even bother to look at you. You could cry, wail, or throw tantrums for all I care." Yu Xiao mumbled apologetically, too ashamed to argue. She knew she had made grave mistakes in the past, blemishes on her life she could never erase. After a long tirade, Elder Gu finally calmed down, seeing her sincere remorse. "Yu Xiao," he said with a stern, commanding tone. "Yes, Elder Gu," she responded, standing upright. "The illusory tides technique has been in the pavilion for over 1,000 years, yet few have ever mastered even its first level. But you, after training in the notoriously difficult Bright Moon over the sea technique, have managed to make remarkable progress with the illusory tides technique in a short time. This proves your talent is exceptional. Elder Gu's gaze grew distant, as though looking at someone else through her. You started far behind your peers, but now that you've chosen a change, I wish to help you. I want to see how far you can go and what heights you can reach. His words carried significant meaning. Yu Xiao took a moment to process them before lifting her head. Elder Gu, is there anything you need me to do? Elder Gu fixed her with a serious look. Cast aside distractions, focus on your cultivation, and achieve the Tao. Understood. Meeting his fiery gaze, Yu Xiao answered with firm resolve. His aspirations for her mirrored her own. In this lifetime, she would not fail herself. Take the bracelet. This is all the help this old man can offer you. Elder Gu seemed drained after their exchange, waving her off as he returned to his ancient tome. Yu Xiao clutched the bracelet tightly, stepped back, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Elder Gu. Your guidance and generosity will forever be remembered. The sun shone brightly outside as Yu Xiao stepped out of the pavilion. The sunlight warmly embraced her, blending with her figure. Elder Gu, sitting in the shadows at the pavilion's entrance, watched as she merged with the light. Go on, he murmured. Move forward boldly. Your time lies ahead. Though her initial visit to the archive pavilion was to check on Elder Gu, Yu Xiao left with unexpected gains. Feeling the cool touch of the bracelet, her emotions were a mix of gratitude and unease. She always felt compelled to repay kindness tenfold, and Elder Gu's unreciprocated generosity left her restless. As she contemplated how to repay him, Su Ming appeared from nowhere, blocking her path with a mischievous grin. Yu Xiao, you're doomed. You caused trouble during your trip. You'd better start thinking about how to calm Master's anger. Su Ming's glee at her predicament was plain. Yu Xiao gave him a cool glance and brushed past him. Hey, Yu Xiao, where are you going? I didn't say you could leave. Su Ming yelled, grabbing her arm. He sneered. Do you think running away solves anything? Master is furious. If you dare talk back like last time, even the black prison will be too kind a punishment. Yu Xiao seemed to tremble, her face showing a pitiful, pleading expression. Third senior brother, you must have a way to help me, right? Please, I'm begging you. Her soft, sweet voice made Su Ming's heart melt. Wow, so Yu Xiao can act cute too. Su Ming could hardly remember the last time Yu Xiao acted coy with him. At some point, her temper had grown strange and far from endearing. Conversations with her rarely lasted before she grew angry, leaving Su Ming feeling frustrated. Being naturally temperamental himself, Su Ming soon decided he would only approach Yu Xiao when in need of spirit stones, avoiding her otherwise. Yet, Yu Xiao's recent vulnerability reminded Su Ming of the rare moments when she had been genuinely likable. His initial amusement dimmed, and his heart softened. Now you know to seek my help. Huh? It's a good thing I'm magnanimous and don't hold grudges for the times you extorted me. When you see Master Qing Yan, remember, no matter what Master says, don't argue. Let Master handle everything. Once Master calms down, things won't be so hard for you. Understand? Su Ming had expected Yu Xiao to be moved to tears by his supposed generosity. To his surprise, she stared at him blankly, her eyes hollow. Hey, Yu Xiao, say something, Su Ming demanded. Yu Xiao didn't move. Frowning, Su Ming unconsciously tightened his grip on her wrist. Crack! Horrified, Su Ming looked down. Her wrist shattered in his hand, splintering into unrecognizable fragments. Ah! Su Ming screamed, falling back onto the ground with a heavy thud. The impact didn't hurt, but it felt like a slap to his face, shaking him awake. As he nervously glanced up, Yu Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Looking down again, he realized the wrist in his hand was merely a piece of wood. He had been tricked. Su Ming's face alternated between pale and flushed. No wonder she had said such uncharacteristic things. It had all been an illusion of his own making. Relieved no one else had witnessed his humiliation on the Lone Moon Peak, Su Ming's anger and shame ignited into a burning fury. Yu Xiao, how dare you toy with me? You're dead. With a roar, Su Ming stormed toward the peak summit. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao returned to her cave dwelling, feeling unexpectedly calm. She had a good idea why Su Ming had sought her out. She had only recently returned to the sect and hadn't even seen Master Qing Yan, let alone provoked him. The only issue that might anger Master Qing Yin and involve her was Ye Cong Xin. Yu Xiao guessed that Ye Cong Xin, having failed to best her in the thorny secret realm, was now attempting to use Master Qing Yin against her. Shaking her head, Yu Xiao mused how absurd it was that a cultivator like Master Qing Yin, who had reached the nascent soul stage, could be manipulated by a mere foundation establishment disciple barely 20 years old. What a tragedy! At least when Yu Xiao had faced death, she had known who was behind it and why. Master Qing Yin and the others, on the other hand, were merely pawns, utterly unaware that they were nothing more than tools and sacrifices for Ye Cong Xin's ambitions. Ye Cong Xin didn't want their affection, she wanted their fortune. Like a parasitic daughter vine, she clung to them, aiming to drain them dry. Yu Xiao laughed uncontrollably at the thought, tears streaming down her cheeks. What would their faces look like when Ye Cong Xin's true nature was exposed after her death? Once her laughter subsided, Yu Xiao wiped her tears away and began plotting her next move. She knew she would soon face a storm of accusations from Master Qing Yin, coupled with Ye Cong Xin and Su Ming's manipulative interjections. Escaping unscathed would be difficult. Rubbing her chin, Yu Xiao decided to seek external help. Master, Yu Xiao is truly insufferable. She disregards your summons, ignores me at the foot of the mountain, and walks away without any respect for you. Su Ming exaggerated, painting Yu Xiao as arrogant and disrespectful. Tears welled in Ye Cong Xin's eyes as she softly defended, Master, please don't blame Sixth Senior Sister. She must still be upset with me. It's all my fault. Su Ming immediately rebutted, Nonsense. Little junior sister, this has nothing to do with you. As her senior, Yu Xiao should have willingly handed over the starry sky, stone to you, instead of causing a public scene. No, it's my lack of ability. Master, third senior brother, please don't be angry with sixth senior sister on my behalf. Otherwise, she might misunderstand me again, Ye Cong Xin said, her innocent doe-like eyes brimming with fear and anxiety. She wouldn't dare. Su Ming roared, his face twisted in disdain. If she dares harm you, I'll deal with her myself. Third senior brother, Ye Cong Xin's voice trembled with gratitude, though inwardly she rolled her eyes. Useless fool. Enough. Master Qing Yin interrupted, raising a hand. The two immediately fell silent. Su Ming, are you certain Yu Xiao refused to come see me? Absolutely, Master. I intercepted her at the foot of the mountain, but not only did she ignore me, she also played tricks on me with her illusion technique. Having been genuinely deceived by Yu Xiao's illusions, Su Ming's complaints were full of conviction. Master Qing Yin believed him. Master Qing Yan's expression darkened. Yu Xiao's behavior had caused far too many disturbances on the Lone Moon Peak, disrespecting her senior, lacking compassion for her junior, and acting willfully eccentric. What had he been thinking when he accepted her as a disciple? He regretted it deeply. Master Qing Yin waved his sleeve, conjuring a water thousand paper crane, which flapped its wings and floated before him. Go and bring that disobedient disciple back. The paper crane nodded and flew out of the hall. Su Ming and Ye Cong Xin exchanged gleeful glances, confident that Yu Xiao's impending punishment would leave her in misery. To their surprise, half an hour passed before the paper crane returned, wobbling as if exhausted. Before reaching Master Qing Yin, it disintegrated into a mist of water. Confused, Su Ming and Ye Cong Xin turned to the entrance as hearty laughter echoed through the hall. Master Qing Yin, forgive my uninvited intrusion. Sect Master Ji Yuan of the Five Elements Dao sect had a tall, imposing figure, a resolute face, and a gait as commanding as a dragon's stride or a tiger's prowl, exuding an air of carefree grandeur. His appearance did not align with the traditional image of a sect leader, but rather resembled the valiant swordsman described in folk tales. Greetings, Sect Master. Ye Cong Xin and Su Ming immediately bowed deeply in the disciples' salute, their hearts filled with astonishment. It was a rare sight indeed for Sect Master Ji Yuan to visit Lone Moon Peak in person. Even when he had matters to discuss with Master Qing Yin, he usually relied on the paper crane to communicate rather than showing up unannounced. Why had he come today? As they completed their salute, they noticed Yu Xiao trailing behind Sect Master Ji Yuan, closely shadowing his every step. Both disciples clenched their jaws tightly. Cunning. She had gone to fetch reinforcements. Sect Master Ji Yuan, upon entering the Great Hall, acted entirely at ease, immediately sitting down in one of the empty chairs. At that moment, Yu Xiao stepped forward. "Greetings, Master." Master Qing Yin, however, acted as if he hadn't heard her and instead turned to Sect Master Ji Yuan to inquire about the purpose of his visit. Sect Master Ji Yuan let out a hearty laugh. "Master Qing Yin, don't take offense. My visit was not intended to disturb you. However, upon my return to the main peak, I happened to witness Yu Xiao tearfully confessing to my eldest disciple. She claimed to be deeply remorseful for unintentionally offending her master, to the point of wanting to atone through self-sacrifice. Her cries were truly earth-shattering." He shook his head, feigning helplessness. "Seeing her so pitiful, I took it upon myself to come as her advocate. Yu Xiao is still young and full of childishness. I hope Master Qing Yin can give her another chance." Shameless. Su Ming glared furiously at Yu Xiao. Deep remorse? Tearful wails? Lies. Her face showed no trace of guilt. She had clearly staged the entire act just to avoid punishment. Sect Master Ji Yuan must have been deceived by her pretense. Although Su Ming was convinced that the Sect Master had fallen for Yu Xiao's facade, Master Qing Yin knew Sect Master Ji Yuan far better. Ji Yuan would not come here with only one purpose in mind. Remaining non-committal, Master Qing Yin withdrew his gaze, letting it land on Yu Xiao, who still held her respectful, saluting posture. "Yu Xiao, do you have anything to say?" "I know my mistakes," Yu Xiao replied solemnly. "And what mistakes have you made?" Lifting her head, Yu Xiao met Master Qing Yan's gaze without flinching. "Whatever my master declares to be a mistake is my mistake." The boldness of her words stunned everyone present. Her statement was not an apology, but more akin to provocation. Even Sect Master Ji Yuan, who had accompanied her, couldn't help but marvel at her audacity. She dared to directly confront Master Qing Yin in such a manner. Master Qing Yin chuckled coldly, his anger evident. Yu Xiao was indeed incorrigible, defiant to her core. "You claim ignorance of your faults?" Competing with Little Seven for the Starry Sky Stone, mocking the senior brother delivering messages, defying my orders. Each one of these is a grievous offense. Do you deny them? Suddenly, the oppressive force of a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual pressure filled the hall. Yu Xiao felt her breath hitch, as though a mountain had been placed upon her shoulders. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped her lips as her knees buckled slightly, nearly bringing her to the ground. But she refused to submit. She had done no wrong. Clenching her teeth, Yu Xiao stood firm, her spiritual energy surging furiously through her meridians. Under the crushing pressure, she painstakingly straightened her back, the sound of her bones grinding under the strain echoing throughout the hall. A flicker of admiration appeared in Sect Master Ji Yuan's eyes. Su Ming froze, his expression conflicted. This version of Yu Xiao felt unfamiliar, leaving him bewildered and uneasy. Master Qing Yin, seeing her obstinacy, increased the pressure without hesitation. Just as Yu Xiao's body seemed on the verge of collapse, Sect Master Ji Yuan intervened, flicking his hand to shield her from the relentless assault. After all, he had come at the behest of his eldest disciple to protect Yu Xiao, not to watch her be crushed. "Master Qing Yin," Ji Yuan said with a cheerful smile, "let's discuss this calmly. There's no need for such fiery anger. It's not good for your health." Master Qing Yin immediately recognized that Sect Master Ji Yuan had aligned himself with Yu Xiao. The phrase "family disgrace should not be aired in public" crossed his mind bitterly. Yu Xiao, however, seemed intent on defying that very notion. Master Qing Yan's disdain for Yu Xiao surged to its peak. Sect Master Ji Yuan suggested with a grin, "Master Qing Yin, perhaps we should hear Yu Xiao's explanation first." Master Qing Yin didn't want to listen, but in front of his disciples and the sect master, he had to save face. Reluctantly, he remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Yu Xiao seized the opportunity, unleashing everything she had buried deep in her heart. "Master, all relationships are mutual. As the saying goes, a father's kindness inspires a son's filial piety. A brother's affection fosters a younger brother's respect. If only one side continuously tolerates and flatters while the other does nothing in return, there is no equality in such a relationship. How, then, can it be sustained? You say, I don't respect my senior brothers, but do you know what they've done to me? For instance, my third senior brother. Since the day I joined, he has borrowed over 700 middle-grade spirit stones from me. Worse, he embezzled my monthly supplies in my name. When I confronted him, not only did he refuse to return them, but he also threatened me with violence. Tell me, why should I respect such a senior brother? What reason do I have to honor him?" The moment Yu Xiao exposed him, Su Ming's face flushed a mix of blue and purple. He felt both furious and humiliated as his facade crumbled before his master, Sect Master Ji Yuan, and his beloved little junior sister. Yu Xiao, he wanted to accuse her of lying, but the problem was everything she said was true. Worse still, Zhao Jin Yu, who had witnessed these events, could testify. There was no way to argue. Sect Master Ji Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to uncover such explosive revelations during this visit. It had been worth coming after all. Master Qing Yin was equally stunned. He had been so focused on his cultivation that he rarely involved himself in the personal affairs of his disciples. He had always assumed that his students, all exceptionally talented individuals, were perfectly capable of managing themselves under Feng Chunglang's guidance. Never had he imagined Su Ming would abuse his seniority to extort spirit stones from his junior sister. Even without concerning himself with such matters, Master Qing Yin knew the standard stipend for personal disciples was 10 middle-grade spirit stones per month. 700 stones would have been nearly all of Yu Xiao's savings since joining the sect. When his gaze shifted to Su Ming, it now held only disappointment. Meanwhile, Ye Cong Xin, though unaware of the details, had long suspected Su Ming was taking spirit stones from Yu Xiao. Otherwise, with his stipend, there was no way he could afford his extravagant spending. What caught her off guard was Yu Xiao choosing this moment to expose it. Does this mean Yu Xiao will reveal something about me next? Ye Cong Xin felt an unsettling chill. Her instincts proved accurate. As for Ye Cong Xin, Yu Xiao sneered, dropping the pretense of addressing her as junior sister. She had decided to tear off the mask. Since joining the sect, I've never done anything to harm her. Yet, I've constantly been on the receiving end of warnings, suspicion, and judgment from Master and our senior brothers because of her. That sparring match? She challenged me. She lost because her skills were inferior, and yet I was the one punished for it. Not only was I struck by Master, but I was also sent to the Black Prison to reflect. Sect Master Ji Yuan's frown deepened. His straightforward nature often clashed with Master Qing Yan's personality, which was why they interacted less than other peak leaders. He had occasionally heard negative rumors about Yu Xiao, but had never paid them much attention, given his responsibilities overseeing the vast sect. Listening to Yu Xiao now, her voice full of restrained anguish, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. If only he had noticed earlier. Could he have prevented her from enduring so much injustice?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.